I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17/84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, a cushion cover over around.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag. No, I just slung it in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never got on with women. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
When the police arrest someone on suspicion of serial murder, they'll pursue every avenue available in a bid to encourage the guilty party to confess. When no confession is forthcoming, the police will sometimes turn to a person the killer trusts and ask them for help. In today's episode, we'll examine the confession of one of America's most controversial murderers. Murder, especially serial murder, is usually a man's business. Not in today's episode. Nicknamed the Damsel of Death, she died on death row in 2002 following her conviction for killing 6 men when she worked as a sex worker on Florida's highways between 1989 and 1990. Originally claiming to have killed in self-defense after being raped by her clients, she later admitted to planning the murders with robbery as her motive. However, after her arrest, she refused to cooperate with the police. Investigators therefore turned to her ex-girlfriend, a young woman called Tyra Moore. A series of recorded phone calls between the two women followed, with the aim of ensnaring the suspect and bringing about a confession. This method is highly controversial because there have been incidents where it's led to false confessions being made in order for one party to take the whole blame for a crime which otherwise would have been shared. Who's the killer in question? Aileen Wuornos. In July 1990, Aileen Wuornos was arrested by the Florida State Police. She was suspected of having shot in cold blood a man who had solicited her for sex. Within days, Wuornos would find herself in the frame for a total of 6 murders. If found guilty, she'd become one of the most prolific female serial killers in American history. However, repeated attempts by detectives to question her about her alleged involvement in the crimes were met with silence.
Wuornos came from a background of being fairly hardened and being, as it were, in the kind of area where people were forensically aware because they had to be, because they had so many encounters with the law. So when she was arrested, she basically said nothing.
She stonewalled the cops. They could not get beneath the surface. They could not get a response from her on anything to do with the murders she was accused of. And then they worked out that the love of her life, Notorious, was the key to the entire situation.
Tyria Moore was a young woman who'd been in a relationship with Wuornos for some time. Witnesses had seen Moore with Wuornos in the vicinity of at least one of the murders.
Hey, Ty?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Nothing. What the hell are you doing?
Nothing. I'm sitting here in jail.
Yeah, it's what I heard. There's been officials up at my parents' house asking some questions.
Uh-oh.
And I'm getting scared.
I think what happened, there was pictures in the newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a case of mistaken identity.
In the days that followed, the calls between the two women continued, with Moore sounding increasingly desperate, and Aileen Wuornos pushed ever closer to the cliff edge of confession.
I don't know whether I should keep on living or if I should...
No, Ty.
What?
You go ahead and let us know what you need to know. You want to know that you're innocent. Listen, if I have to confess, I will.
This was more than Wuornos could actually stand. And Wuornos suddenly was ready to actually spill the beans to protect the love of her life.
I came here to confess to you. Her family are hurting and she's a real big person. Sweet
I think this is an honourable component of Aileen Wuornos. This feeling and this desire to defend Ty, as she calls it, is actually an honourable component of her. And within the confession, she's very keen to emphasise that. She realises, this is a killer who does realise that this is it, that her life is going to change from this point, that it's all over. This is a person who is aware of that in the confession scenario, and therefore she's drawing upon that which is good within her, that which is honourable within her, and her feelings and her relationship with Ty, I think, are that.
Aileen Wuornos is perhaps known as one of America's worst female serial killers. I'm interviewed quite a few of them in the United States, but she's notorious. Aileen, I call her Lee, was literally born on the wrong side of the tracks. Her father was a child molester who'd spent a lot of time in prison. The mother, she was an unwanted child. And Lee was passed on at a very early age, around about the age of 9 or 10.
I think her own grandfather abused her, she later claimed, and it seems to have been a true claim. And he even sort of rented her out to other friends of his to have sex with, and this is all under the age of 14. It's horrific stuff and very disturbing for a child, and without doubt it warped her mentality. It made her lose track with any moral compass whatsoever, and possibly with reality, because her life was horrendous.
Around about that age, she started turning into prostitution. She would sell her body to local boys for a packet of cigarettes or so, to a point where she got pregnant. Her child was taken into care, and Lee disappeared off the face of the map. She went south. This girl went through a terrible, terrible, terrible childhood, and anybody that reads her story can't fail to be upset by it. When Lee effectively left home, she was streetwise. I mean, she'd go and play pool. She was known to drink. Some of her story is quite funny. You know, she married an 80-year-old man when she was about 17, took him to the cleaners, and she slowly drifted south, where she met a woman called Taria Moore, a young woman, and they fell in love. And they ended up somewhere around about Daytona Beach renting an apartment.
She was someone who became the love of Wuornos's life, someone who would almost save her from a lifetime of turmoil and prostitution, someone who would make her feel that there was something good within her.
Tyra was the one that shopped her. She made a deal with the police so that she would have immunity and Aileen would end up on death row, basically.
What the police did was they had the weaker Taria Moore, who did not have a history like that. She hadn't really no criminal history at all. So they leaned on her. They went to her home. They bothered her parents. They sweated her. And Taria, look, tell us all about it, otherwise you're going to go to the chair. You know, Lee's already told us you're involved. That sort of common and garden police tactic to get somebody to confess. And they sat there while she phoned Lee in jail.
Hey, Ty?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Nothing. What the hell are you doing?
Nothing. I'm sitting here in jail.
Yeah, it's what I heard.
Listen, I gotta ask you something. Is there anybody in that room?
No, just me.
What?
What?
Is there anybody in your room?
No.
Here we have a situation where a woman who is the lover of Aileen is encouraged to talk to her on the phone, and Aileen is even given that phone number where she can contact her lover, and during those conversations she starts to admit the murders she refused to admit before this moment. And that in itself seems manipulative. It feels that the police and law enforcement were pushing a situation into an unnatural set of circumstances during which the suspect finally admits the crimes they've committed. And I'm not sure, and a lot of people are not sure, whether this is the right way to go about law enforcement.
There is obviously more than a suggestion of entrapment. The police knew that Taria Moore was the weak link. They used that against Wuornos, even when they had plenty of evidence to convict her for at least 6 of the homicides. And they used Taria Moore as a tool when they had no need to. They knew that Lee would protect her, being the more dominant of the couple. Lee would have given her life for Taria Moore.
She's a real good person. Sweetheart.
The secretly recorded conversations with her lover Moore were the catalyst for Wuornos opening up to her interrogators. She demanded to speak to detectives. What followed was a rambling, disconnected, disordered dissertation that revealed little about the crimes, but acted as a sterling defense of her lover and as an admission of her own guilt.
I wish I never got that gun. I wish the guy never was in my hooker. I just wish I never would have done what I did.
there was a gush, if you like, of confused and jumbled information, the kind of information that would be produced by an ordinary person who'd been through the mill, been through hell, and was kind of confused and putting things together. And this was not the words of a calculating, cold-blooded, psychopathic killer who would have been much more organised in their story, less emotionally disturbed, and very clear and succinct in what they were saying.
I think she's quite clearly making a statement that her lover had nothing to do with it, that her lover was totally innocent and knew nothing about it, even though there's a lot of evidence to suggest that her lover knew a lot more that was going on. She is basically saying, my lover's innocent, I'm the guilty one, I'll take the rap, and that's what she does.
I have spent months and months working on this case, and I gained access to material that the public have never seen. I know for a fact that Tyria Moore was present when at least at least one of those murders was committed. Absolutely present. Because the two girls bought something at a gas station, and they were recorded on CCTV buying some products. And the receipt and the gas station put those two girls in a murdered man's car the afternoon of the time he was shot. From where they were, she had to be in that car when this man was shot. So I think Tyria Moore had more than an inkling that Lee was a serial killer.
It seems that Aileen discovered her true self through Tyria, but there was also a lot of anger involved in this relationship, and the two women did seem to taunt each other at times.
Wuornos and Moore were trying to build what, on the surface at least, had the appearance of a normal relationship. Despite having very little money, they managed to set up home together. But any outward appearance of domesticity hid a volatility behind closed doors. Arguments invariably revolved around a lack of funds and were often fueled by alcohol. As the older of the two women, Wuornos took it upon herself to be the breadwinner. But unable to secure a regular job, she turned to the only real trade she had ever known: prostitution.
There's a great irony in this, because of course she was now with the so-called love of her life, another woman, and yet she was having to go out and have sex with men in order to make sure that relationship survived and that she could finance it in an effective way. Aileen was introduced to prostitution, and I suppose you could say worked as a prostitute from an incredibly early age. And this undoubtedly made her believe that being a prostitute was a way to make a living. And in an environment where it was difficult to get work anyway, and she'd left school early, she had no qualifications, it was almost natural to her to slide into the career of being a prostitute.
I wish I never got that gun. I wish the guy never was in my hooker. I just wish I never would have done what I did.
Okay, Michael, Aileen Wuornos. Now, I have to admit that I've always felt a degree of sympathy for Aileen Wuornos, and I'm perfectly willing to be dissuaded from that sympathy. Do you buy any of the things that we heard, though, about her saying that she killed in self-defense? She kills her clients in self-defense because they were going to rough her up, they were going to beat up on her.
No, because there's other actions that she could have taken. So she could have run away.
But equally, she says, I wished I'd never picked up a gun, I wished I'd never become a hooker. This is somebody who really did have an absolutely dreadful life.
But she still made the choices to pick up the gun and to become a hooker.
Well, her choices were incredibly limited, though. I mean, again, one of the things that's the bedrock of our criminal justice systems, whether we're talking about the United States or whether we're talking about the United Kingdom, is the idea of responsibility. And it seems to me, though, her responsibility is partial, limited. This woman has had the most appalling set of circumstances thrown to her in her childhood, and therefore, is it any surprise that she ends up as a sex worker? I mean, I think
But it's a sex worker who then goes on to kill. So actually, if she knew she was getting into a situation in which she was likely to be roughed up and beaten, why perpetuate that? Why not stop at that point? Why not choose an alternative occupation?
Aileen didn't seem to have a lot of sense of danger, and as such, when she was working as a prostitute, she was working as a freeway hooker, and that is the most dangerous part of an already dangerous profession. This is about hitchhiking for men to stop their cars on the hard shoulder of a motorway and offer them sex. And that usually meant getting into the car with them, driving off and finding a lonely, isolated, very dark lane where they could have sex. She then received her money, and that was the end of the transaction. And the men she was meeting were expecting her in many ways to be violent, and they wanted to be violent to her. And this expectation seems to have gelled with her anger that she already felt for many men and for life in general, because until she met Taria, she had had a miserable life, and of course her childhood had been absolutely appalling.
Many female serial killers, especially the ones that use a knife, like the English killer Joanne Dennehy, hated men with a passion. She loved blood. But this cannot be said of Lee Wuornos, not at all. She was social in bars, she enjoyed bikers' company. As I said, she's been with 200 men, and most of them said that she was very fair and straight with them and very good fun and everything else. She didn't hate men. This is a picture of her that's been painted over decades, and many decades, that she's a hater of men. That is completely and utterly untrue. What she didn't like was the fact that she, as a young child, up to the age of about 11 or 12, she was abused by her in-laws and the man that stood over and beat her and thrashed her. And so I think that when these men started to abuse her in the cars, all this came flooding back, and she lost the plot.
I still say to myself, I still say that this is self-defense, because most of them either were going to start to beat me up or were going to screw me down. Not anyone who does that. So I probably wasn't going to get away from it.
Now, if you're a client just treating her with respect as such, and you're treating her gently, and she's giving the client sex, she's in control. She knows what he wants, he knows what he wants. It's an amicable, almost, if you like, a business relationship. But there are men, and certainly the ones that she killed, that went beyond that deal. They broke that deal. They wanted more. They wanted to treat her like trash. They wanted her to strip off. They wanted to punch her and do terrible things to her when they were alone in a car. They wanted to treat that woman like dirt. And it got to that point where she just, all her memories of her youth and childhood came back to her. And she was defenseless against these men without some sort of weapon. And in her bag, she carried a revolver. And that point came when eventually she says, I can't deal with this anymore. Stop it, stop it. And then she shot them.
And then as I get away from them, I run to the front of the car or jump over the seat or whatever, grab my gun and just start shooting. Which they would be out of the car, most of them would be nude. Because they just close. you know, didn't think about running back in the car or anything, I would start shooting out from out of the car, she said.
One of the reasons that people confess is to try and, in some way or another, justify their actions. Whether or not they are admitting that directly or not, that's what it's about. Almost always, that's what a confession is about. And we see that very readily in the case of Aileen Wuornos. We see her talking about how she had to do what she did because otherwise she was going to get beaten up. We see her talking about how it just happened as she was trying to defend herself. So a very clear psychological purpose, somebody trying to justify what they've done.
My impression of the woman is an enormous degree of bitter alienation. And I think it's extraordinary that a woman who seems to me to have been a promiscuous lesbian prostitute would continue to go back to doing that if she felt so abused in that scenario. So it's fascinating in the confession when she talks about her victims. And ultimately, it seems to me that she is a predator. She becomes a predator, and that liberates her to do what she did.
My reading of the way she describes events and how she felt the need to defend herself within her confession does suggest to me that Aileen Wuornos is speaking the truth, that this is how she experienced the situations, how she felt about what was happening. Now, whether or not that's reality, or whether that's all distorted by her own perception of what she was doing, her own understanding of what she was doing, I'm not sure.
With Wuornos' situation deteriorating by the hour, she was informed that her conversations with Moore had been recorded by the police, and that this had been done with Moore's full cooperation. But even this news would not dissuade Wuornos from continuing to protect her lover, and only strengthened her resolve to shoulder complete blame for the murders.
The reason I'm confessing is there's not another girl. I did everything. There is one girl. I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, I'm telling you the truth about everything. I mean, I can't be any truthful. I told you, I don't care if you're or not, I just want to let them understand that Tyra is very innocent. I don't want an innocent person hurt.
When you invest that much in someone and you find someone that you believe you love and that you can trust and confide in, and you then protect that person by giving this for her, ultimate sacrifice of confessing to being a serial killer, to then be betrayed by that person would be extraordinarily difficult. And yet for her, she probably has such a chronicle of betrayal that it doesn't surprise her.
Your average psychopathic serial killer is unlikely to sacrifice themselves in order to save someone else grief. In the case of Wuornos, she clearly put herself into the firing line in order to spare Taria Moore any kind of intervention by the police. In fact, she kind of released this information to them on the understanding that they would not actually pursue the love of her life.
After the first chaotic interview, Wuornos returned to her jail cell with police officers little wiser as to what had motivated her. However, now realizing that the murders were now firmly pinned upon her, she did what so many serial killers before her have done. She made a confession that tried to rationalize her crimes and paint herself as the victim.
She did not particularly want to take the full blame. She didn't particularly at this point in time want to go to the death chambers. What she actually came up with was a kind of compromise. She would just present this as, yes, I actually did kill these people, but it was all in self-defense. She extrapolated from the very first time when she was raped and she retaliated with a gun, and just made it seem as if that scenario had been repeated, albeit a lot of times.
There are so many grey areas with Aileen Wuornos. For example, she claimed during her confession to these murders that some of the men, if not all of them, had tried to assault her, and this had hastened her decision to kill them. There's no doubt that there was a certain element of violence on their part towards her, and obviously ultimately from her to them. But where is this line? Where do we draw this line where it becomes cold-blooded murder and it becomes murder or a killing carried out partly in defense of your own life?
They got violent with me and I decided to be done with them. I wasn't going to let them reach. I don't need it.
Female serial killer, we should talk gender. You know, usually female serial killers are angels of death, people working in healthcare settings. But here we've got a female serial killer, a sex worker, using firearms to kill. That's really unusual.
It is.
And therefore, to what extent do we see Wuornos as someone that's an outlier, not somebody who is typical of the genre?
Well, female offending is typically for minor offences and not for acts of violence, although that's increasingly the case amongst younger women. And certainly sort of homicide is extremely rare.
One of the problems with her lifestyle was that she was likely to be robbed, she was likely to be beaten up by truckers and by people that picked her up. So in a sense, it made sense for her to be armed. But where she went beyond that was that she started to say these men were raping her or engaging in anal sex when she didn't want to engage in anal sex, and therefore she had to stop them, and she used the gun to stop them. And she killed 6 or 7 men by shooting them. And that sounds very plausible until you look at the post-mortem and you find that instead of just one shot, she was shooting 6 or 7 shots at a time, basically emptying the gun on the victim. Overkill. And in many ways that was indicative of the anger that she felt when she'd been abused by yet another male. And it was very much a male abuse that she was suffering from. She saw her sexual work as a means of supporting her and her lover, but she also was getting abused by these men. Now, whether they actually did abuse her or whether that was her perception of abuse is uncertain, but clearly she went overboard and shooting these men 6, 7 times, way beyond any self-defense. I think without any doubt she projected onto these men a sense of betrayal, her anger at being abused. They were the men, the 50s and 60s, were the age group that abused her earlier in her life. So she's just repeating the same abuse. Now, whether they actually abused her or not is debatable, but we're looking at her perception. Her perception is that these are abusers. I need to protect myself against them. And at the same time get revenge on society for what society's allowed to happen to her as a child. But she's also, it's multifactorial because she's driven by the need for money. She's driven by the need to look after her lover, as well as dealing with the deception of the abuse that she's getting from these men. So several factors running at the same time, and that's what makes it quite interesting, but also quite complex case.
He got violent with me, and I decided to be done with it. I wasn't going to let him beat the shit out of me either.
Michael, I'm really interested in motivation in Wuornos's case, because it seems to me there's a great deal of confusion about what might have motivated her, partly caused by herself. What do you think is driving the sequence of murders?
I think it is to do with revenge in terms of how she was treated, because she did have opportunities not to carry out those killings, and therefore she's in creating that confusion, that mist around why did she do it, to try and explain to others in a way that she thinks they will accept, rather than it simply being she wanted to get men back for what they'd done to her.
So you think revenge is motive enough for her?
It isn't. I think this seems to me to be the predominant motive in this particular case. Doesn't justify it, but it does seem to me to be the predominant reason. Now, there's many other young people who have been abused as children who don't go on to kill. We mentioned it's a rarity amongst female offenders. We know that most abuse occurs against females. So their actions quite often are to internalise it, to be much more sort of suicidal, to be much more negative about themselves, and not to take actions against perpetrators. But in this case, this is clearly what she does. She didn't have to shoot. She didn't have to get the gun. She didn't have to be a hooker. She went down that path.
I think the apparent inconsistencies in the explanations are fitting with what we know about human beings and the psychology of all human beings, which is actually that we don't have a single motivation for anything that we do, and that we're not always clear on what our motivations are. And that we're much more emotionally led than we realise, and I think that just comes out in the confession. She's both of these explanations are part of the picture, are part of why she did what she did. They're only still part of the picture, but they both are valid. And she's moving in and out of the different explanations according to her feelings, according to who she's being interviewed by and the context. So I don't think my sense of Aileen Wuornos is that this isn't a deliberate attempt to negotiate, or it's not strategic. It's somebody who isn't entirely clear about why she did what she's done, and now she's trying to face up to it, and she's drawing on all the different emotions and thoughts within her to make sense of it.
Wuornos's confessions clearly demonstrate that she was a complex personality who was ultimately driven to confess out of love and loyalty to her ex-lover Moore. This kind of empathy for others is rarely apparent in the behaviour of psychopathic murderers, who quite simply can't genuinely feel for other people. What this serves to illustrate is why controversy still reigns around Aileen Wuornos, and whether she should ever have been executed for the crimes for which she ultimately willingly confessed to.
It would be right to say that Lee literally dug her own grave. She was stacked up against law enforcement that obtained Terry Moore's confession and used her like some sort of tool. Corrupt police officers that were offered bribes and money from film companies. And you have the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the FDLE, have got a coup. They've caught a serial killer, a female serial killer of everything that's gone around shooting people. Her reputation with her criminal record, which wasn't up to much, and the fact that she was a hooker, everything was stacked against her. right from day one. As for executing Aileen Wuornos, I can't see what purpose that served at all.
It seems that Aileen Wuornos was a victim to a certain degree. I mean, she did commit the murders, let's not pretend otherwise, but it feels as if because her victims were white middle-class men and her pursuers, the police, were, most of them, similar profiles, that they, in a sense, decided that she was a heartless, cold-blooded person. And yet, when you look at what she did by confessing these murders, she protected Tahrir and at the same time literally sentenced herself to death.
It is interesting to note that Wuornos was clearly not entirely psychopathic. She was borderline. She was explosive as a character. She was a little bit crazy and paranoid. However, she possibly didn't actually show that she was an ongoing danger to others. She clearly had killed people, but under great duress and under circumstances where most rules and regulations had gone out the window. Yet she was still put to death by the state.
Ultimately, I feel it's justified when the end justifies the means, and the end here was significant. If you're talking about preventing someone from killing other people, I think extreme measures can be justified. Ethically, I think there's a point beyond which the argument for rehabilitation doesn't hold. I think ultimately people have to pay for their crimes, even if the crimes and the magnitude of the crimes are beyond cost. I think to allow someone to live in the knowledge of what they've done, of that magnitude of depravity, is in itself an injustice.
Despite confessing to her crimes, Aileen Wuornos was executed in October 2002.
It's just a very sad case. It really was a sad case. You feel that in many ways it was almost inevitable. She was a very, very unstable character, but that was because of the very nature of her background. She'd been so abused for so often by so many different people. She had no real concept of what a normal relationship was. She had no real concept of what life is like for most people. She had a very bizarre perception of life from her background. And in many ways, she was very angry. In one of her last confessions, she blamed society and the community for her problems. And in many ways, they were. Society let her down over a long period of time.
The life and death of Aileen Wuornos is a tragedy in every respect. From her own childhood to the American justice system, it all seems warped, it all seems a failure. It seems that the system or systems did not work in either respect.
In some ways it's a more upsetting confession for me psychologically, because you can see the way in which events have unfolded for somebody who is basically fairly human, but has been caught up and carried along in a chain of events that has led to her being where she is now.
The case of Aileen Wuornos is unlike any other. Everyone in the story is a victim, from Wuornos herself to the men that she murdered.
I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17 of '84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag. No, I just slung it in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never got on with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
A deathbed confession is an admittance to a crime or crimes from someone who is nearing death. This confession may help alleviate any guilt, regret, secrets, or sins the person may have had in their life. In prison and on death row, these kinds of confessions can also be quite commonplace. But for some, they become simply an opportunity to have the last word and assert their control over their captors and their victims' families. In 1989, one of the most infamous serial killers in history was facing the electric chair. Convicted of the murders of 20 women in 3 separate states, a geographic transience that would initially allow him to evade capture, he was charming, handsome, and educated, the very personification of a lady killer. In his final days, he granted a series of interviews with detectives, claiming he was about to reveal the locations of many other victims. What followed was a game of cat and mouse, where fact and fantasy merged. Who is this serial killer who played mind games until the very end? Theodore Robert Cowell, or better known to you and me as Ted Bundy.
In 1978, Ted Bundy was awaiting trial on the suspicion of having murdered over 30 women, all young college girls just starting to make their way in the world. Whilst on death row, he'd eventually confessed to the crimes, but these confessions would all become part of the killer's twisted game plan.
He's what you find when you travel out to the edge of human depravity. He's frightening in so many ways because he is out of the mold of so many other inadequate serial killers. He was charming, glib, persuasive, intelligent, articulate, successful. None of those things fit the mold. I can't understand how he came to be so monstrous. The others I can. This one I can't. I don't understand how you can become that detached and cruel and hideously arrogant.
Make no bones about it. I am looking for an opportunity to tell the story as best I can in the way that makes sense to me and the way that'll help.
He did not look like a serial killer, and he did not speak like a serial killer. He had a very direct but manipulative honesty about the way he spoke to other people that made them believe that what he was saying was in fact the truth.
A media frenzy surrounded Bundy on his arrest, and he was determined that media frenzy wouldn't fade once he was incarcerated. While sat in prison, Bundy plotted to become the curator of his own legend, and he was helped by the TV cameras. Bundy's sinister celebrity status was achieved by becoming one of the first murderers to get global airtime when the court trials became televised in the United States. Electing to defend himself, he turned the courtroom into a stage. His quick mind and good looks made him the first superstar serial killer. However, Bundy's court antics failed to win the jury over, and he was sentenced to death by electrocution.
In representing himself at his murder trials, Ted Bundy is the star of the show. Center stage. Everybody else is nothing. He's on television. World news are watching him. He is famous.
He became very skilled at arguing his case, and he argued in court, and in one case the judge actually commended him on his performance. He actually put up very good arguments, but he wanted to be in control. He enjoyed the whole game, and court is very much theatre, it's very much acting and role playing and everything else, and he was very good at that because he was a psychopath.
Whilst on death row in Florida, Bundy became fixated with keeping his name in the headlines. And he achieved this by granting a series of extraordinary interviews with detectives, claiming to offer them information about the whereabouts of other victims.
This is a tape-recorded interview between Bob Keppel, Dave Reichert, and Ted Bundy. The date is 11/17 of 84. The time is 15.
It was Bundy's nemesis, Seattle detective Bob Keppel, the man who had helped to bring the curtain down on his murderous ways, whom the killer was most keen to talk to.
I can't remember what night of the week it was. Thursday night, I believe. I don't know. 11 to 12, probably closer to 12, on a warm Seattle May night. I mean, I think it was clear. Weather had been fairly good. I was moving up the alley using a briefcase and some crutches, and a young woman walked down. I saw her round the north end of the block into the alley and stop for a moment and then keep on walking down the alley toward me. And about halfway down the block, I encountered her and asked her to help me carry the briefcase, which she did, and we walked back up the alley.
He's reveling in it. You can hear it in his voice. You can hear it in everything he says. He's convinced that not only is he back in control, but that he is dictating the course and terms of the dialogue and what will happen to him. He even says, I think at a couple of points, that it's unfortunate, I'm going to need more time. It's in your best interest that you give me more time because I have so many valuable things I can share with you. The arrogance is extraordinary.
Basically, when we reached the car, what happened was I knocked her unconscious with a crowbar.
Did she see it?
No. There was some handcuffs there, along with the crowbar. And they handcuffed her and put her in the passenger side of the car and drove away.
Was she alive or dead?
Oh, no, she was unconscious, but she was very much alive. The long and short of it was that I again knocked her unconscious and strangled her and drove her about 10 10 yards into the small grove of trees that was there.
Okay, Michael. Ted Bundy, one of the most discussed serial killers in the world. Everybody has an opinion about Ted Bundy. Everybody wants to talk about Ted Bundy. And I think what's interesting for me is that he's talking about Ted Bundy in a very particular set of circumstances. He's on death row and he's trying to buy time to stave off the execution. Did you pick up a number of places where he's trying to provide detail but not really provide detail?
But that's a common mechanism for many serial killers, that they'll only disclose information when it's to their advantage or to their benefit. And again, they'll engage in game playing, that they'll offer a little bit, but actually it could be a red herring. So they're wanting to play with the authorities in terms of information that they give. They're wanting to play with the authorities in terms of time. They're wanting to seem to cooperate, but not really. And it's all on their terms.
Up until this point, Bundy had been vague about his modus operandi and what he had done with his victims' bodies. All of that was to change.
Up to that dirt road, beyond the grassy area. I'll try to trace it here on a piece of paper. How about that? That might help a little. I'm working from some pretty old memories. Well, let's do it this way. Here's the grassy area. Here's the road coming up, trees to the northwest of this grassy area.
Before being placed on death row, Bundy had divulged details of his crimes and his thinking, though he spoke mostly in the third person to avoid what he described as the stigma of confession. The details that he recounted to investigator Dennis Couch were amongst the few that would lead to the discovery of possible body parts belonging to his victims. However, when he granted an audience to Seattle investigator Bob Keppel, under the guise of a confession, it would become clear that Bundy had something else on his mind, using the promise of new revelations to buy more time and stave off an execution.
What happened was I knocked her unconscious with a crowbar. There were some handcuffs there, along with the crowbar, and I handcuffed her and put her in the passenger side of the car and drove away.
Classic signs of psychopathy are a lack of any empathy, a lack of any guilt. He never expressed any guilt for his crime. You find that they role play emotions, they act out emotions, but they don't really feel the emotions. They know how to get other people to respond to them. They're often very socially skilled, often quite bright, so they're intellectually able to argue, they're able to convince people what they want to do, quite simply by not having any involvement in their emotional level. It's purely goal-orientated. I want this, this and this, that's what I'm going to do.
Ted Bundy created an image that was the very opposite of what people would imagine a serial killer to be. Stalking college campuses and student hangouts in his Volkswagen Beetle, the handsome, charming Bundy fitted in effortlessly.
Every woman loves a bug, a Beetle, especially co-eds. It's an iconic motor car, a bit like the British Mini, and it wouldn't draw attention to anybody. You know, there are hundreds of them all around where he was living in Seattle at the time. And again, it was very convenient for him. It was cheap to run. If it broke down, it was easy to fix. It could go off-road, on-road, everywhere you like. The whole thing about the Beetle is it's innocent.
He had a VW Beetle, and it became his most important prop because not only did that car look modest and laid back, and of course reminded people of the film Herbie, and he used this Beetle to give the impression he was a very laid-back, relaxed sort of character. Students loved it. It was appealing. If he turned up in a Rolls Royce, nobody would have trusted him an inch. But this was a guy turning up in a car like a lot of students drove themselves.
Bundy's MO always centred on presenting himself as being wounded and vulnerable. One favoured scenario would see him pose on crutches, arm in a cast, desperate for some help with his broken down Beetle.
But more important than it just reminding people of the film Herbie, the trunk, the front trunk that you opened up, and if you took the wheel out and you left it like that, you could push a woman into there in one movement. And chillingly, that's exactly what he did.
Serial killers develop what they call a murder kit. Once they've killed once, they might think, well, next time I might need some more plastic sheeting because there's blood everywhere over my car. I might need another set of handcuffs. I might need rope.
The part of the crime that successful serial killers give more thought to is the disposal of their victims' bodies.
Bundy dragged his bodies into woodland, near ravines, off the beaten track, in forestry areas, to give him breathing space so he could get away as fast as possible, hoping that the body would be decomposed. Many of Bundy's skeletal remains of his victims had been scattered around by animals feeding off the remains. There would be a leg bone 100 yards away, there'd be a hand somewhere else.
The sanctity of the sites was paramount to him and allowed him to continue to exert power and control over his victims long after they had died.
It was an attempt on my part, for example, to fill in part of the grave and then layer of heavy rocks over that, and build over that to prevent the kind of animal destruction that can occur to something like something.
Well, you were concerned about animals not getting to it, or?
Well, yeah, not getting to it. Well, you could conceivably spread the remains around in such a way that they didn't have those two. Not good.
Was she in any way dismembered? Was she buried whole? Or?
Yeah. I mean, yes, we should find all of it.
Here we've got some really interesting signature behaviors by Ted Bundy. The crutches and the briefcase. He's a very handsome young man. How does he use this particular signature to his advantage?
To draw in his victims. He's very specific about what he's doing. He's very specific about who his victims are. He's very specific about his means of abduction. So this is a very controlled operator who knows exactly what he's doing, who's duping his victims into them thinking they're helping him, when in reality he's just wanting to abduct.
And of course, what aids in terms of this particular signature is even the make of vehicle he uses. The VW Beetle has its boot at the front, far easier to push his unsuspecting victim into.
So he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's designed the scenario to maximize the chances of him being successful in what he wants to do, which is to abduct young women.
Bundy's favoured hunting grounds were the vast open college campuses of America. There he would find an endless supply of attractive and intelligent women, exactly the kind of prey he sought out. He would stalk the campuses, posing as an injured freshman. Once he had gained his victim's sympathy, he would strike.
There's no greater example of a lady killer in a very literal sense than Ted Bundy. He could sweep women off the streets. He could charm them out of their houses. He had very little difficulty picking up victims as his career progressed. And he was ultimately so horrifically vicious towards females.
Ted Bundy's actual entrapment and kill MO was very simple. He'd have his victim brought into his space. She was now in his web. There was no escape. He'd hit her, knock her unconscious, sometimes bind her, put her in the back of a van or in the back of stuff her in his car and drive her away. I mean, he's not going to kill her where there are thousands of people sunbathing. He needs her out of there now. She's totally under his control, and he will take her to a location that he knows is safe, away from prying eyes. She'll come round, or he'll wake her up, and then he will start using her and abusing her and raping her. Possibly telling her at the same time that if she behaves and doesn't kick up a fuss, I'll let you go home, because she's never going to go home. Then when he's sexually satisfied himself, and we're talking about a very sadistic man who would probably torture and cut and strangle and let off again and strangle, let off again, then he would kill her. And he would kill her by bludgeoning with a rock or a tree limb and smash the skull.
Okay, I just said that the Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road, 25 to 50 yards, and buried in a location about 10 yards west of the road on a rocky hillside.
I've noticed with a lot of serial killers where the skull is very, very seriously damaged, it shows a hatred for women, an underlying hatred. It is smashing the part of the body up which has caused the problem. The mind, the head has caused the problem. It's a dark place to go, but that's what happened. He is smashing this up.
Did you hear that? Probably you found the damage to the head, the jaw in particular, probably broken. But if you'd found that, you would have known who it was.
However he may have presented it as a considered rational decision, the decision of an intelligent man, psychologically, it's actually very basic. It's actually about all the standard reasons for confessing. So actually, it's about him seeking to justify what he's doing. And we see this very directly in the way that he wants to talk to Bob Keppel, the famous detective, about the why, as he puts it. And Bob Keppel cuts him down straight away, says, doesn't really help us knowing the why. Bob Keppel's very aware that that's the reason why Bundy is sitting in front of him. He wants to justify what he's done.
I don't think anybody doubts that I've done some bad things. The question is what, of course, and how, and maybe even most importantly, why.
To me, the why never caught anybody.
I'm not trying to convince you, Bob, that you should be interested in the why if you're not. I think there are a lot of people who are. I know I am. And I think a lot of people are interested in why. People constantly will ask me, why?
Well, let's talk about the why. We know that he's abducting young women. He talks quite a lot in these confessions about sex, sexual fantasy. He talks quite a lot about the girly magazines, girls wearing hot pants. This is somebody who's motivated in a classic serial killer way by sexual fantasy.
He knows who he's targeting. He gets sexually excited by them. So sex is an element within his modus operandi.
How does the interviewer know that the interviewee isn't simply going to dupe him?
If you're the interviewer, then you're always assessing the quality and accuracy of the information that you're given. Do you think it's true? Does it match with other things? Or is it just superfluous? And the interviewee will want to know, actually, what are the questions you're asking? Why are you asking them? How relevant are they to what it is that you want to share? Are they helping you understand yourself? Because many offenders don't understand themselves, and actually through an interviewing process, you can help them understand why they committed their offence if they want to know, if they have a blockage somewhere along the line.
Bundy didn't target vulnerable women on the fringes of society, such as sex workers or runaways. He chose college girls in the prime of their lives. The reasons for him brutally killing these girls may be traced back to his earliest known rejections by the opposite sex.
His first girlfriend was a beauty, long, dark-haired girl, extremely attractive, with wealthy parents. And she invited Ted to meet her father and mother, and like many fathers do, we all know this, the daughter brings the boyfriend home, and the father says, well, I don't think you're quite what you think you are, young man. I don't want you to see my daughter again. And Ted took a great affront at that. He was dumped by this girl who was going to be his arm candy, respectable arm candy for years to come, and she dumped him. And it was a slap in the face to Ted, who was trying so hard to become somebody special, and he harbored a grudge. And when we look at all of Ted's victims, if we were to put all the photographs on a piece of paper in a row, you would think they were all sisters.
Bundy eluded capture for so long because he was a transitory killer who murdered across the country and disposed of his victims far from the places where he'd abducted them.
Ted Bundy's crimes were committed before computers properly existed. And he killed his victims over a vast, wide area of America. And so it was very difficult for law enforcement to connect the dots, to work out that these killings were connected. And that enabled him to continue killing at random for a lot longer than he certainly would have done today.
One of the problems in America is, compared to Britain, it's extremely large. It's nearly 40 times the size of the UK, with thousands of police forces. And what happens is, if you commit a murder in one state, you can travel, like in California, 2,000 miles to another part of the state, and the police forces will not communicate to each other. In those days, they didn't have the internet like we have today. So you could quite easily kill somebody, move the body to a different part of the state, and the police would never link the murders together.
During a 10-year killing cycle, Bundy had murdered close to 30 women. The sheer number of victims and their visual similarities convinced the police they were dealing with a serial killer. And over time, Bundy's name would repeatedly be presented to the police as being a possible suspect.
What's interesting is one of his girlfriends, when he was at Washington, she actually reported him to the police as a suspect. Also, his university professor reported him to the police because the police had reports of a man in a brown beetle, with some form of injury and possibly the name Ted as the killer. So they knew about him in the early 1970s. His girlfriend reported him, the professors reported him, but the police didn't have enough evidence to push the case. Plus, he was one of many other suspects.
Bundy was arrested on suspicion of the murder of a sophomore student. Whilst at the police station, he escaped and immediately made his way to the Florida State University campus. Where he would carry out his final deadly act, the frenzied bludgeoning of 2 girls. As well as beating the girls to death, he'd bite one of them. The cruel irony being, it was teeth marks from his dazzling smile that would be amongst the most compelling physical evidence to hold up in court.
Bob Keppel was a highly experienced investigator. Realizing that time with Bundy was running out, he used every weapon in his arsenal to try and turn the tables on the serial killer. The scenes that followed wouldn't have looked out of place in the movie The Silence of the Lambs. In a bid to appeal to Bundy's vanity and narcissism, Keppel asked Bundy to offer his own unique insight into the Green River murders, another serial killer case that Keppel was working on back home in Washington State.
Asking Bundy for his professional advice would years later look like a master stroke, as he provided a chillingly accurate assessment for how the killer, who would much later be revealed as Gary Ridgway, was operating and how he could be caught.
Well, first of all, he's trying to dispose of the bodies where they won't be found. This guy doesn't want to get caught. I think it's clear that over time you can see him, at least it would appear, that over time he's trying to improve his dump sites. He's trying to get better at disposing of his bodies.
Bundy was killing in the same area, the Pacific Northwest. He had enough knowledge about the areas to give advice, and he actually did give sensible advice because he knew the kind of framework that Gary Ridgway was working in. It takes one to know one almost, and he was very good at doing that.
What he's doing to Bob Keppel and the investigators is he's trying again to be this authority figure. I know what a man like that could do. I would think he would do this and he would do that because I'm an expert on this thing. I'm a sort of a student, if you will, on these sort of things. And he's watching the police lean towards him and listening and writing notes. And he's again, like in court, the star of the show.
Let's say he's continuing to kill. Still in the Seattle area. We found these locations out here. What would his next step be?
Who knows? This guy is learning. He's trying to find the best way to dispose of his bodies he can think of.
Bundy is able to help Keppel in identifying what the Green River killer, Gary Ridgway, may do, identifying correctly that he may be going back to the bodies. And this will have played absolutely perfectly into his self-conceptualization as the expert, as an expert, albeit that expertise is in serial killing. Nonetheless, to Bundy, that's what's significant. That's what matters to him, to his ego, is the fact that he's the professional, he's the expert, so he would have loved being able to help in this way.
We've accomplished something here, but I don't feel like we've really joined heads on this thing. I don't know what you want to do. I know you've been on this case, so to speak, the Bundy case, for a long time.
This is somebody whose life story, whose behaviour is driven by the desire to remain in control, to remain calm, to be competent, to show their efficiency, their effectiveness, all in a very understated, professional, carrying out a job type of way. And that's how he sees what he's done, and that's how he's trying to present himself very clearly in the confession context. And we see this both presentationally, in the way he speaks, the fluency, the articulate nature of the way he speaks. We see it in the way he tries at times to take charge of the interview situation. He's trying to reconstrue the confession scenario as a kind of business deal situation. We see him saying things like, well guys, I think we've achieved something here, as if they were working on a professional business project together.
I'd like to ask one last question. One last one. When and where was your first murder?
Okay, one more question. We'll have to do that some other time. There is another time.
In the final analysis, Ted Bundy's death row confessions offered little by way of information that would help detectives solve the many more crimes he was suspected of having committed. But what they clearly demonstrate is that up until their final breath, psychopathic murderers will do everything they can to create a stage from which they can continue to preach their dark gospel, with no thought whatsoever for the innocent lives they've ended, or the grieving families that they leave behind with so many unanswered questions.
It's a dirt road. I mean, a steep climb. Not really. I mean, a short, steep ascent up a little incline, and then wound up to the left.
Bundy's offer of information on the whereabouts of victims and identities of victims became more and more vacuous as the police realised that he really couldn't remember. These individuals were just objects. He didn't really note them as being individuals at the time when he was killing. He just saw them as something that he could possess, to own forever, to kill, and it would keep their spirit forever. And as the police began to realise this, they began to realise that his time was running out.
There was, well, at a certain point, it did pull off the side of this road after, let's say, a mile, roughly.
Bundy's last night, late in the evening, he was interviewed by Dr. Dobson. You'll notice that there might be a bang behind the door, and you see him jump. Because he knows he's going to be dead in the morning, but he thinks they're coming from him already, so there's a terror there. Quite frankly, the police are not interested anymore. They want a little bit of information. They want him sitting in that chair as fast as possible, and so do the victims next to kin. And at the very end, when Bundy was executed, they shaved him, they put a sanitary towel in his anus, and they tied an elastic band around his penis, and they shaved his head. And you've got to remember that his human dignity is gone when he's shaved and he's prepared for execution. And that's when his whole psychopathology, his ego just collapses. And there he is, taken, staggering, and strapped down into an electric chair, terrified, because within minutes, he's going to be burned to death.
Did you buy this line that he uses to explain the journey that he takes? He says, people find various outlets for their insecurities and hostilities and tend to compensate for them in various ways. Is he compensating for his insecurities and hostilities by killing young women?
Well, he's just justifying to himself why it is that he get engaged in that activity. When by that question, he's acknowledging actually there's other routes, there's other paths he could have taken, but he chose not to.
I got the impression that Bundy won the interview war, but ultimately lost because he was executed.
As he was always going to do. So it was always just delaying the process and actually getting the maximum benefit that he could seek and obtain from being interviewed by the authorities and game playing with them. So in a sense he extended his life, and in that he had the mental chess with the authorities. But ultimately he was never going to win, because actually the day of execution would come.
Well, sure, yeah. I threw away the briefcase and the crutches and all that stuff. Yeah. And the crowbar, everything. Handcuffs, everything. I get mad at myself a few weeks later because I'd have to go out and buy another pair. I mean, it's not comical, but that's what would happen.
One of the things that made Bundy so compelling to listen to was the fact that he was a natural-born storyteller. His way with words created a self-perpetuating myth that survives even to this day.
It feels with Ted Bundy, when he's talking towards just before his execution, that he's living vicariously through an extraordinary story. A story that he almost feels he's invented. And he's certainly the ultimate creative force in this story, and he drives it forward. And as he talks about what has happened, It's almost like he's making sure all the boxes are ticked, that dramatically he's got the right high points, the right low points.
I just said that the Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
That quiet voice he uses during a lot of the interviews, that's part of his performance. This is a guy who's found himself at the center of a drama of horrendous proportions, and he's milking every minute of that drama by showing himself to be this almost Oscar-winning actor, because some of his performances during these interviews are like that. They're like he's the actor pretending to be Ted Bundy.
He is the poster boy for American psychopathy. A seducer, an arrogant, manipulative seducer. Charming. Even when he's talking about the most dreadful things, he does it in a kind of soothing, detached manner. Frightening.
I've got the mileage left in me tonight, and I want to give it a best shot. Give it your best, the one that's most likely to produce something for somebody.
Bundy's death row confessions totaled some 30 hours. But instead of being the proposed exercise of helping the police to resolve unsolved crimes, they were instead a masterclass in how a serial killer will try to assert power and control over everyone they encounter.
It's almost spider-like. One of the things that also most disturbs me is the kind of fan club that he seems to have generated amongst other women who had nothing to do with this case whatsoever. And that the sexual attraction from them is extremely disconcerting. And again, I struggle to understand. In terms of a kind of cultural subgroup, how extensive is it? How many women are there that are attracted to this kind of person? Extraordinary.
Bundy's legion of adoring admirers only chose to see the charming side of the seducer, not the murderer of innocent young women. But when the end drew near, his dark facade began to crack.
As Ted Bundy's ploys began to fail, you began to see revealed behind this charming mask, this handsome mask, this superstar persona, revealed behind that, slowly but surely, was the psychopathic, uncaring person who had delivered deadly force towards endless numbers of young girls, and probably would have done forevermore had he not been caught.
He was the all-American boy who turned the all-American dream into a living nightmare. There's a lot of romanticism around Ted Bundy. It's ludicrous. Let's not forget, he cracked his victims' skulls open. He raped them. He mutilated them, and then he buried them. And often didn't even admit where he buried them, which put their families through even more anguish. He was truly evil, even if he may have looked on the outside like a very decent, respectable, middle-class person.
If you'd have seen the scenes of crime photographs and the terrible tragedies and the brutality of Bundy snatching and tearing away such beautiful lives and destroying families and the pain and suffering he's caused. If anybody deserved to be executed, it was Ted Bundy.
I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17 of '84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag. No, I just slung her in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never got on with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
The serial killer whose confession we examine in today's programme is one of the most prolific in British criminal history. He's someone I've interviewed myself on a number of occasions. He quite literally killed for company, befriending young men before inviting them back to his flat and strangling them to death from fear they would leave him when morning came. He was arrested in 1983 after human remains had been identified as the cause of blocked drains in the house where he had a flat. Within days, he'd confessed to 15 gruesome murders over a period of 4 years. The confessions are remarkable, not for the candid nature with which he speaks about his appalling crimes, but for the level of self-importance, the grandiosity, lack of empathy, and the narcissism that he displays, all of which are clearly psychopathic traits. The killer in question is someone who wants to hold his interviewer in thrall, wanting to share his dark secrets so as to shock and impress with every gory detail. Who is he? Dennis Nilsen.
On the 9th of February 1983, Dennis Andrew Nilsen was taken into custody in Hornsey Police Station in London. On being questioned by detectives, he would willingly confess to a string of horrific murders that would send a shockwave across the country. In the years that followed, Nilsen would use every opportunity presented to him to recount his crimes in graphic detail.
It's almost impossible to imagine how any man could have committed murders of such grotesque depravity and kept the bodies over a period of months that even to this day it defies belief. It is beyond imagining. It is simply terrifying and horrifying.
Nilsen's victims were burned, buried, and even boiled. This latter method of disposal ultimately led to his dark secrets being exposed after he attempted to flush blanched innards down the toilet.
Dinah Rod sent an expert in to look at the drains. That's when they found the body parts blocking the drains. When they sent that to the lab, it was quite clear that they were human parts. Now, the police didn't really know what to do because they hadn't come across this type of behaviour before. But they tracked back, found him, and when they arrested him, he was quite quickly able to say to them, yes, I've done that. And in fact, when they asked how many, because they realised from the lab reports that they were dealing with a number of bodies, and he said 14, 15, 16. He didn't know.
As is the case with many serial murderers, when interviewed about his crimes, it was clear that for Nilsen, the boundaries between fact and fiction, fantasy and reality, were blurred.
Well, I was 12. I wasn't 15 or 16. When I was back of the police car, heading to the police station at the moment of my arrest, they asked me how many there were, and I didn't really know. I just gave them a figure. And because I was cooperating with the police, I decided I'll stick with it. You know?
One of the problems with serial killers is when they have committed a large number of homicides, they then genuinely forget. Then often they go to the extent of overemphasizing it because they want to make themselves sound even more dangerous and more important. But one thing that we do notice with quite a few serial killers is they like that element of control. They don't want to give all the information.
When DCI Peter J gets Nilsen into the police car to go to the station, Nilsen suddenly becomes extremely eloquent. He starts talking about, well, I could have killed 12, or I could have killed 15, or I could have killed 16, and which on the surface looks as though, oh, he's eager to clear his conscience. Not a bit of it. What he wants to do is to manipulate the police to his way of thinking. He wants to tell them a bit, but he doesn't want to tell them everything. He wants to be glamorous, and at the same time he wants to conceal. A typical Nilsen scheme.
There were three of those victims were invented just to complement the continuity of evidence of the police, because then to keep them happy.
Dennis Nilsen was very disarming in the actual police interviews. Very casual, very calm, not at all in any way demonstrative or aggressive or trying to impress. He almost was, well, you explain to me what I've been doing. I'm, this is all I know. And, he would explain it in very simple terms, which I think took the breath away of many police officers.
One of the most remarkable aspects about Nilsen's confession is that he began to make it almost the moment that handcuffs were snapped on, without even requesting a lawyer. I'm with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks to examine aspects of Nilsen's confession in detail.
Well, I was 12. I wasn't 15 or 16. When I was at the back of the police car, heading to the police station at the moment of my arrest, they asked me how many there were, and I didn't really know. I just gave them a figure. And because I was cooperating with the police, I decided I'll stick with it. You know? There were three of those victims were invented just to complement the continuity of evidence of the police, because then to keep them happy.
I was really interested initially in this idea of him not knowing the number. He said, is it 12, 15, or 16? And he's inventing this idea that he's helping the police in terms of the continuity of the evidence. But what's that suggesting to you?
Well, the fact that he can't remember the numbers could well be that he found the whole experience extremely difficult. And actually he was trying to block out what he did. So he couldn't actually remember at a conscious level what had taken place.
Do you think this is because he's so completely dislocated from reality? Is this man completely and utterly operating on a different moral universe that the numbers of people he killed, he simply is blocking out?
I would contend he's not operating on a different moral universe. He's operating on the same universe, but he's finding what he did extremely difficult to cope with and adjust to.
The interviews that were recorded of Dennis Nilsen, in his own mind, he thought that these would provide a great resource for the criminologically minded, for individuals involved in the investigation of crimes to actually understand more about him. This possibly does emanate from the idea that he presented very early on, in that he didn't really know why he did it himself, and he would like other people to find out.
He had a very tough upbringing. He wasn't very popular in school. He came from a poor background. He was bullied. He was aware of his sexual difference. He knew that he was different from other boys, but wasn't very sure how.
Dennis Nilsen was a fairly troubled and very lonely character. He was someone who had difficulty in getting individuals to engage with him and stay engaged with him. He was really somebody who was kind of devoid of some kind of continuity in company.
The problem for him was he was desperate to find a relationship. He had several relationships, some which were short-term and very unsatisfactory. What he wanted was a long-term relationship. He wasn't getting that. He thought the boy was 17. And the boy went back to the flat to have more food, more drinks. And eventually they ended up in bed. The next morning, the boy wanted to go, and Nilsen wasn't happy with this.
But Nilsen went a little further. Nilsen was frightened that the fact that he'd strangled him hadn't completely killed him. And so, in what was to become a trademark of his killings, he took the young Irishman and stuffed his head in a bucket of water, effectively completing the job if it wasn't completed. He was a fetishist. He wanted to keep the body. He wanted to bathe the young Irishman, which he did, cleanse him, keep him, and eventually, as he put it rather chillingly, put him to bed under the floorboards. It was something that Nilsen continued to do in the further 14 killings.
In the end, it was when I was, say, 2 or 3 bodies under the floorboards began to accumulate that come the summer, it got hot, and I knew it'd be a smell problem. But I thought, well, I'm going to have to deal with the smell problem. And I thought, what would cause the smell more than anything else? And I came to the conclusion it was the innards, the soft parts of the body, the organs and stuff like that.
The matter-of-fact approach is that if you've got a body, you've got to dispose of it eventually. You have to be quite practical in your approach. And he was. And this is where most people fail in killing, because people separate themselves psychologically and physically from the body when they've killed them, and they don't think about disposal. The difference between most homicides and the serial killer is the serial killer usually plans the disposal of the body. The serial killer doesn't want to get caught. He wants to go on quietly in his own way, in most cases, without getting attention. Nilsen didn't want attention from the police. He didn't let the police know what he was doing. He was quite happy to carry on in his life without any attention from the police.
So, on a weekend, I would sort of pull out the floorboards, and I found it totally unpleasant, and I'd get blinding drunk, so I could face it, and start the dissection on the kitchen floor. And I'd go out and be sick outside in the gardens.
Dennis Nilsen didn't have the full countenance, if you like, of an aggressive psychopath. He was very laid back, and this kind of obscured the fact that he was pretty cold-blooded and that he did kill people and cut them up. He does kind of allude to the idea that he went outside into the garden to vomit while he was hacking people up in his residence. However, this was probably not because the task revolted him. It was probably because the smell actually made him sick.
Nilsen's matter-of-fact and glib description of dismembering the bodies of his victims clearly demonstrates someone who's devoid of empathy, something which is very common among serial murderers. But as we're about to see, the scenes of indignation with which he greets the interviewer with when questioned about the mechanics of his murders causes his charming facade to crack. The veiled threats which follow affords a clear insight into how quickly his personality can change when he no longer feels powerful or in control of the situation. This need that he has to feel powerful and in control ultimately led to murder.
Whenever an opportunity arose to tell his story, Nilsen was sure to embrace it, paying no heed to the fact that the deeds of which they proudly speak refer to ending human life.
It doesn't leave a mess. Why does it leave a mess? No, it doesn't. It doesn't leave a mess. You see, when people in death situations where a knife's involved, there's a lot of blood flying around. I'd love to stab you right now. You have to stab me. The heart is pumping away there. There'll be blood splashing all over the place.
Dennis Nilsen turned to his interviewer just to kind of elaborate on the idea that live bodies will ooze blood and that dead bodies where the blood's congealed just doesn't actually flow out. When he said, well, I could stab you or myself in that manner, whereby there was a kind of slipping of this genteel mask and the true violence within slipped out towards the interviewer.
Funny enough, in a dead body, there's no blood spurts or anything like that. It congeals inside and forms part of the flesh in there, and it becomes like anything in a butcher's shop. There's little or no blood. You know these plastic bags that you have, dustbin liners, you slit one of those so it forms a kind of a sheet. You hold the body out onto the floorboards, put it on the sheet, and then cut it out.
Power and control are the two major factors in most serial killers. They like to be in control, they like the power that they have over people. And here we've got a situation where Nilsen was trying to a certain extent, intimidate in the interview. That's quite common. They want to try and control whatever little element they have, because one of the things in institutions is they have so little control of their lives. They're dictated by the very nature of the institution. They're dictated by people who often they feel are inferior to them.
So on a weekend, I would sort of pull out the floorboards, and I found it totally unpleasant, and I'd get blinding drunk, so I could face it, and start the dissection on the kitchen floor. I'd go out and be sick outside in the gardens.
Okay, Michael, for me, there comes across the dismembering of the bodies. He talks about having to be blinding drunk.
And I do get a sense that alcohol plays a big part in Nilsen's life, not only in terms of being able to dismember bodies and chat these young men up in pubs, but alcohol is a huge issue for him, I think.
Yes, and in the sense, in terms of dismembering the bodies, it's to enable him to be able to carry out what otherwise would be an unpleasant task if he was conscious and fully aware of what he was doing. The only way that he can carry out the dismembering of the bodies is to be drunk. And in a sense, we don't know when he was sick in the garden, whether that was a consequence of too much alcohol, or whether it's the disgust at the idea of what he's having to do or having done.
Nilsen was a civil servant at the time that he was arrested, but 2 previous occupations are very important as well. Nilsen was in the Army catering corps, so he had butchering skills, and he had previously been a police officer. So some of those that employment context and background does find its way into these crimes, doesn't it?
Well, certainly in terms of the way that he was able to dismember the bodies and knowing what to do and how to do it. And then secondly, being a police officer, he would know of actions that needed to be taken. And he knew that when the summer came, the bodies would start smelling and that he would need to take some actions, he would need to dispose of them. Otherwise, suspicions would be aroused, and that would lead to further investigations, which is what he's wanting to avoid.
I do get the impression once or twice in this interview that Nilsen's mask slips and we begin to see the serial killer. Did you pick up on any points where that was important?
The one in which he threatened to stab the police officer is a case in point.
I'd love to stab you right now, you have to stab me. The heart is pumping away there, there'd be blood splashing all over the place.
And the other one would be when Nilsen expresses disgust at the police officer for not knowing that actually if a body is dead and you cut it up, that there won't be any mess, there won't be any blood, that it's been congealed, which again is around an element of arrogance and superiority that sometimes comes out.
For most people, the idea of having someone who is dead as company would seem rather strange, because we'd normally expect to interact with that person and have them talk to us. In the case of Nilsen, he actually enjoyed people that were very kind of passive. He didn't want interaction much. He actually enjoyed the company of someone who was pronate, who didn't do anything, who he could kind of feel strong and powerful with. It was something that was deep in his psyche, it was deep in his sexuality, and it was deep in his childhood. It's very difficult for the normal person to understand how this kind of idea, this relationship with a corpse-like person, could actually arise. If you look in Nilsen's past, his grandfather, who was a big and important figure to him, was someone who would pick him up, throw him on his shoulders, and carry him around when they went for walks. This sensation of being a floppy, helpless person with a powerful person guiding them and sweeping them along, this was kind of the relationship that Nilsen was trying to create, only with himself as the powerful person and his victims as his friends that were passive.
Yes, one of the things he'd learnt in the army was to be passive. He wasn't the aggressive soldier, he was passive. His sexual behaviour with partners was always being passive and not the aggressor in a sexual relationship. And it's interesting that, according to him and from what little evidence we have, he did not penetrate any of his victims. His sexual behaviour was very insignificant compared to other serial killers. He was very passive sexually, he was very passive in his normal behaviour, which is in strong contrast when you consider the fact that he killed 14, 15, 16 people.
But he's now me. He's now my body in the fantasies. Carry him in, make him appear even better. Well, I would undress him and so he would be there. The most exciting part of the little conundrum was when I lifted the body, carried it.
He kept them because I think it proved his power. He kept them because they proved what he could do. What Nilsen wanted was to possess them. They were his. They were his property. Until he decided, and it was his decision to make, that he would gradually dismember them and get rid of their bodies.
Starting in 1978, Nilsen would conduct a 4-year campaign of terror that would see many young lives senselessly ended.
He would always cut the head off first, and then the hands, and then the feet. And then he would cut the body open, remove the soft organs, and carefully deposit them in different places. He kept a couple of heads in suitcases under rubble at the bottom of this rather disreputable garden that he had in Melrose Avenue.
Well, he was at one stage he was killing something like 4 or 5 people in a year, and that's quite a high rate of killing. But the problem is, you're never quite satisfied as a serial killer. It never quite matches all the drama, all the excitement that you want. And this is something that serial killers find, that eventually they have to kill again to get that pleasure. And what normally happens is the time period gets shorter and shorter. And again, we see this in Nilsen, that he had to kill because he needed another victim.
The murders of these young men came to form the epicenter of Nilsen's dark world. A world where sexual fantasy rapidly consumed all sense of reality. In the dominion of his flat, with the door closed and the outside world shut away, Nilsen was king and wore the emblems of power and control over his victims as his crown.
The bodies are all gone, everything's gone, there is nothing left. But I still feel in a spiritual communion with these people.
I believe that Nilsen, once his victims were dead, no longer regarded them as human. He was quite happy to confess to the police what he did to their bodies, because he didn't see them as real anymore. He saw them simply as his trophies. They were somehow no longer human. They did not represent a future, a life, a career, a relationship. They were simply something that needed to be dealt with, except that they represented something to him. They were no more than symbols.
Nilsen, along with many other serial killers, talked about him always carrying the spirit of his victims with him. Even if his victims were dismembered and disposed of, their spirit, as it were, was still with him and within him. He thought of himself as being the repository, as it were, for all of the people that he'd killed, almost as if they spiritually increased his value as a person. This is an odd characteristic, but a very narcissistic one. It may, in fact, be some kind of appeasement to police officers and others to say that, no, they're still here, it's okay. I didn't want to annihilate them.
Even to this day, when Nilsen talks about his crimes, he uses the experience to vicariously relive them through the listener. To him,
The bodies are all gone, everything's gone, there is nothing left. But I still feel in a spiritual communion with these people.
Do you get a sense of power and control? For me, there's a real issue here about him being narcissistic and needing to be powerful, like many serial killers.
And indeed, he makes reference to that in his statement, that what he enjoys most is when the victim is completely passive. because when the victim is completely passive, then he's in control, he has the power, and that's what he's yearning for, that's what he's been lacking. So he wants complete control and power over his victim.
But why the narcissism, Michael? Why is the narcissism such a common tool in the toolbox of serial killers?
Because it masks a fundamental inadequacy and vulnerability in terms of how they feel about themselves. And it's one way of them trying to get control and some power over their lives by getting power and control over others, and by acting in a way that society finds abhorrent and outside of societal norms.
And isn't that ironic? You and I have spent all our adult working lives managing violent men. And when we talk about the narcissism, it's because they are kind of weedy and needy, these serial killers. They're not the kind of Hollywood iconic figures at all that are powerful and talkative.
Which is why they target the weak and the vulnerable, those who are on the margins of society, because those are the people they have access to. They wouldn't carry these out against the strong characters that you make reference to, because actually, in comparison to them, they are weak and needy.
As a killer, Nilsen was not only coldly calculated in his choice of victims, but also in the formulation of the perfect front to execute his crimes.
Presented to the world as though he were perfectly innocent, ordinary, commoner garden bloke next door who'd had a decent career in the army and had a perfectly acceptable job in a job centre. He was a civil servant. There was nothing frightening about him. He didn't keep knives or do martial arts. He didn't wear hoods. He did nothing except, in the privacy of his flats, he killed, cut up, dismembered gay men.
Dennis Nilsen was probably a wonderful chameleon as a serial killer. He disappeared into society. He didn't stand out. He didn't look particularly odd. He seemed quite normal and reasonable to most people that he met. In fact, quite charming in many ways. And he wasn't the very aggressive, psychopathic type individual that you would associate with that kind of thing. He was somebody who would probably make other people feel at ease and would actually respond to him very easily when he approached people, usually the destitute.
There's no doubt in my mind that Nilsen began to target for sexual relations men half his age. He had a particular attraction for teenagers and was anxious to have some kind of sexual relationship with them.
Tragically, Nilsen's killing spree could have been curtailed many years earlier. Police missed a golden opportunity when a survivor who had escaped his clutches complained to them.
In October 1979, Nilsen picked up a young man called Andrew Ho, whom he attacked, but did not strangle. Ho fought back, escaped, went to the police, and said, "I've been attacked by Dennis Nilsen." The police interviewed Nilsen, who said, "Oh, it was a domestic affair between two gay men." Ho did not want to admit, because remember, it is 1979 and the gay community was still more secretive and secret than it is today. Ho did not want to admit he was gay and therefore did not press charges. You could call it an escape, you could call it a tragedy that Nilsen wasn't pursued and prosecuted. Remember, the attitude of the Metropolitan Police at that point was not particularly enlightened towards the gay community. It was, if anything, homophobic and not forgiving. Perhaps not surprisingly, Nilsen decides at this point, it might be wise to move from Melrose Avenue. After all, I might need a different place to operate. But he doesn't quite think it through. He moves from Melrose Avenue to Cranley Gardens, but this time there's no garden. There's no rubble to hide bodies under. There's no garden for a fire. There's no fence at the back of the bit of garden that you can dump bits in. There's no places to put plastic bags. He's now got a much more constrained space. And ironically, it was that decision to move that probably was the reason for his eventual arrest and conviction.
Despite having no garden to use as a graveyard, Nilsen's urge to kill saw him murder 6 more men in the Cranley Gardens flat. He developed a new means of corpse disposal, but the old plumbing in his home would prove to be his undoing.
He was trying to dispose of his victims, and it got to the stage where they were actually backing up the drains.
I appear to have a problem with my drains. Is that something that you can possibly help me with?
A cleaning company were called to unblock the drains. They discovered, as they were doing so, all kinds of material, something that looks like chicken flesh. Could it be human? The cleaning company called the police. On the 9th of February, 1983, the senior investigating officer of these probably human remains in the drains at Cranley Garden waits for Nilsen outside the door to his house at the flat that Nilsen lives in with 2 colleagues, and says to Nilsen, "Mr. Nilsen, we've come to talk to you about the drains. We've found," they go inside, "we found human remains." Now, once they're inside the flat in Cranley Gardens, there's no mistaking the smell of decomposing flesh. There's no mistaking the smell of death. None whatever. And Jay says to Nilsen, "Where are the rest of them?" It was at this point that Nilsen first begins to confess to the killings.
Many serial killers try to create their own myth, and so like to philosophize as to why they committed such heinous crimes. Dennis Nilsen is no exception. But Nilsen is no philosopher. He's a psychopath. A man who wanted to be the star of his own twisted movie and plotted the callous deaths of many young men's lives in order to achieve it.
The making myself look dead was nothing to do with death itself. It was making myself look as different from me as it was possible to imagine, so that I could really be convincing as being somebody else.
The behaviour of dressing himself up or making himself up to be like a corpse is interesting, because in many ways he may be representing dead people, but I suspect there's an element of his grandfather. He was devoted to his grandfather. He was shocked when his grandfather was dead, and he saw him. The first person he'd ever seen dead was his grandfather. And the practice in those days was to put a little bit of makeup on, make them look as well as they could under the circumstances in a coffin. I think maybe what he was doing in some ways was acting out his own grandfather's death scene and possibly his own death scene.
As with Nilsen, as with many other killers, you have to be aware of the fact that underneath whatever veneer has been put forward, there is a person who has reached out and violently killed other individuals by one means or another, hanging around just beneath the skin.
The making myself look dead was nothing to do with death itself. It was making myself look as different from me as it was possible to imagine, so that I could really be convincing as being somebody else.
One of the big things for me about Nilsen, again working with him and interviewing him on a number of occasions, and I'd be interested to hear your view, is that he's one of the few serial killers who talks. He talks endlessly about what he does. How unusual is that in your experience of working with violent men?
Well, I'm always very wary of what a serial offender says, and you have to locate what they say in their actions. Does what they're saying match with what they do or not?
Do you ever trust what a serial killer tells you?
No.
No, neither do I. It's ironic, isn't it?
But so you then have to look at the behaviours, look at the evidence, look at the actions, and that will tell you why they're doing what they're doing.
And my view is that Nilsen would have continued to do what he was doing if he hadn't started to flush body parts down the loo.
Well, he would have continued to do what he was doing until he was caught.
And he was only caught because the drains got blocked. Let's be honest, it wasn't because of fantastic policing, it was because of the dino rod engineer.
And you'd have thought, actually, that he should have had sufficient awareness of that and actually found another way of disposing of the bodies and of the bones.
You're absolutely right. When he has access to a garden, he burns the bodies, and that's a way of destroying any evidence, of course, as well. When he moves home and has the top floor flat, he has this problem about what to do with the young men that he's killed. So there is a disposal issue. But I think by that stage that he has, a number of young men have escaped from his clutches, and he still doesn't get arrested. And I think he feels powerful. I think that encourages him to continue to behave as he's done.
As with all serial offenders, they become overconfident, and they feel, which is why eventually they're caught, because they make errors.
Nilsen was tried at the Old Bailey, initially for the murder of 7 young men. No one present would ever forget the gruesome evidence laid out before them by the prosecution, nor the still figure of Nilsen in the dock.
He sat throughout the trial, almost unmoving. There were no tears, no remorse, there was no hysteria, there was no refusing to come into the dock. He simply sat there, calculating, watching the events unfold, probably knowing in his heart that this was inevitably going to end in his conviction, but determined never to display any sense of weakness. One of the things that Nilsen never ever did was to display weakness. Nilsen later said, and I think it's evidence of his intelligence, "My power lay in the victim's passivity. The more passive he was, therefore dead, the more powerful I was." And I think that goes to the heart of explaining Nilsen's actions. And in a phrase that haunts me, he said, "I shed no tears for my victims."
The confessions that Dennis Nilsen made over the years clearly demonstrate a man who has no remorse and a killer who maintains a strong sense of pride about his wicked deeds.
As to the question of evil, that says more about society. People aren't born evil. They are corrupted by the world they live in, and the circumstances make them behave in certain ways, and they take a choice over how they behave. But we want them to be evil. We want them to be different from ourselves, because otherwise we're faced with the reality that most of us could become killers.
I think in Nilsen's confessions, he underlines his intelligence, his eloquence, his manipulation, his God complex, his acute awareness that he is very special and much more special than the officers who are charged with interrogating him. He preens himself. That is how he presents the image that he wants to give the world. I'm extremely clever. I got away with it for a very long time, And what's more, I am deeply proud of myself for doing so.
I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17/84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag. No, I just slung her in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose, and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never gone with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
The British serial killer whose confession we examine in this episode frankly needs little introduction. He was one of the most feared child murderers that the UK has ever known. He evaded capture for over a decade, and in doing so, helped to destroy the meaning of childhood for an entire generation of children. His modus operandi, the specific manner that he had of committing his crimes, was finely honed after years of abusing children, creating what criminologists call his signature. And he was literally caught in the act, but not before 4 young lives had been ended to satisfy his own sexual urges. But when he was initially arrested, he refused to confess to the police and was instead found guilty on the basis of an overwhelming array of evidence that was stacked against him. When he did finally speak, it was to the eminent sex offender therapist, Ray Wire. What unfolded from their conversations was, with no exaggeration, some of the most chilling confessions by a paedophile in British criminal history. Seen for the first time, and in his own words, is the man whom I would describe as Britain's most deadly child killer. Who is he? Robert Black.
In 1990, Robert Black was serving a life sentence in Saughton Prison, Scotland, for the attempted abduction of a 9-year-old schoolgirl in the Scottish border town of Stow.
In a bid to have his sentence reduced, his defence team sought an expert witness for his appeal, in the form of the country's leading sex offender counsellor, Ray Wire.
I don't know of any comparable set of circumstances. Those meetings, subsequent meetings between Ray and Robert Black, were extraordinary. They show Robert Black trying genuinely to understand what made him tick. They're incredibly graphic at times, they're harrowing, and I don't think I will ever get Robert Black's voice out of my mind. 20 years on, I can still hear it.
Tied her hands. Found a sticky plaster. Put the plaster over her mouth. Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head. Put her into the sleeping bag. No, I just slung it in the corner.
Black was taking a huge gamble in offering Wire an insight into the mechanisms of his mind. But it was a calculated one that he believed may be his only route to freedom.
There is always a case for trying to get to the bottom of the reasons for some horrific acts, and few could be more horrific than Black's. And one of the things that people ask time after time is, no, I understand what he did, but why? Why on earth did he do it? And one of the things that Black says in the Wire interviews is, I don't really know.
I don't understand myself. If you ask myself why, I got this fascination or weakness or whatever I want to call it.
When Black and Wire first met, the paedophile had only been charged with kidnapping and sexual assault on a minor.
He was only caught by accident. He abducted a girl in broad daylight in a little street in which opposite was a retired postmaster mowing his lawn. When he bent down to empty the box with the cuttings in it, he noticed a girl's legs disappearing into the air. They were clearly being placed in the back of a transit van. The postmaster was horrified, rushed into the house, the police were called, and then suddenly, driving back towards them, was the same transit van. A police officer steps in front of it, the van swerves, stops. Black is taken out of the van, and one of the officers discovers the girl hidden in a sleeping bag, tied, gagged, with a bag over her head. And the extraordinary coincidence is that the officer who discovered her discovered his own daughter. It was his daughter that had been abducted by Black. And the tragedy, of course, was that Black had already assaulted her. And it was only that complete coincidence that brought Black's career as an aggressive paedophile murderer to an end. But it was to be some time before he was actually convicted of any murder.
There was a growing suspicion that he was the culprit of a number of unsolved child murders that had puzzled police for over a decade.
Ray went up to Saughton Prison in Edinburgh and spent a total of 11 hours assessing Black in that initial session. He came away absolutely convinced that the life sentence was right. Black, he said, was an incredibly dangerous offender who needed to be in prison for the safety of children and the public.
Wire's approach to talking and listening to sex offenders was both groundbreaking and controversial. But Wire was convinced that it was only by talking to paedophiles that we could ever hope to curtail this most horrific form of criminal behaviour.
He was a bit soft and cuddly. He had this lovely, gentle voice, and he had all these little funny foibles, things that he'd do, like scratching his nose and things like that. He had this permanent smile, so you didn't know what he was thinking. And that was part of his technique, I think. It was a natural, it's a talent. But when he was talking to his sex offenders, they wouldn't feel that he was challenging them or that he was accusatory in any way. He just sort of asked the questions, dum-de-dum-de-dum. That was Ray, two halves of genius. And he was definitely that. He was a genius, yeah, way ahead of his time.
Wire's skilled interviewing persona was soon eliciting information from Black that he had hitherto refused to share with anyone else. Unwanted by his own family, Wire learned how Black was shunted from care home to care home until he ended up being fostered by the Tulip family.
At school, they used to call him Smelly Bobby Tulip because his personal hygiene could best be described as indistinct. He was a nasty, smelly, unhappy, rather strange little boy.
I remember one Christmas I didn't get no Christmas presents because I'd been bad. I got one present, somebody that lived out of town. It was a football. I can't remember what I'd done, but she says Santa Claus isn't coming this year to you. And he didn't.
He developed very, very quickly, at a very early age, a fascination not only with his own genitalia, but also with the genitalia of girls. There is a story that at the age of 5, he manipulated a girl into showing him her genitalia, which only increased his fascination. And one of the fascinations, and one of the most chilling aspects of Black, was that he very quickly, and this is a very young age, between 5 and 8, he very quickly developed a habit of inserting things into himself, into his own anus, and into the vaginas of small girls he came in touch with. He was a deeply, deeply troubled child. In 1958, when Black was 11, both his foster parents, the Tulips, died. And he was relocated to another foster family who had a daughter. He could not stop himself interfering with the daughter of the house. He was sent to a very brutal care home, and Black was forced to perform sex acts on various members of the staff.
The pattern of child abuse that Black described to Wire in the first interview suggested a precedent had been set. Many serial sex offenders have themselves been abused and frequently use this to excuse their behaviour. This is sometimes called a technique of neutralisation. From an early age, it was clear Black had found a way to satisfy his sexual urges and a way to disguise his crimes. With the trusting relationship between Wire and Black intensifying, he began to open up about how these early experiences of molestation would escalate into abduction and then ultimately murder.
I remember one Christmas I didn't get no Christmas presents because I'd been bad. I got one person, somebody that lived out of town. It was a football. I can't remember what I'd done, like, you know, but she says Santa Claus isn't coming this year to you. And he didn't.
Michael, Robert Black talking to the sex therapist Ray Wire. Again, one of the things that Black reveals to Ray Wire is that Black himself was abused as a child. Have you personally ever worked with a paedophile that wasn't abused as a child?
Well, not all paedophiles will reveal the information about their early life history. They have to be in a particular setting to want to do that. So if they're in a therapeutic setting, they're much more likely to disclose their sort of early life experiences.
Don't you feel that sometimes, again, what we're hearing from Black is Black trying to create in the listener sympathy for Black?
I'm not sure that that's his motive. I think he's much more controlling around that. He's much more controlling in the information that he gives, and therefore it's to satisfy his own needs.
Even this idea that he didn't get any Christmas presents, Santa Claus isn't going to come to him this year, all those kinds of things that he reveals about his own childhood, which seem to me to be real techniques of neutralization. You know, these are permissions he's granting himself because of the trauma that he had as a child.
Sure, and so he's providing a rationale for why he's done what he's done, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he wants to elicit sympathy from the interviewer.
In his interview with Ray Wire, Black reveals how in 1963, when he was just 16 years old, his soft voice and mild manner enabled him to develop his deadly craft.
It's in the park in Greenock, at the swings. And all the other kids had gone except for the one little girl. And I asked her if she wanted to see, let's say, kitten. I knew where there was kittens.
The voice of Robert Black could be, in fact, the voice of a child entertainer, of a child storyteller. It was a voice that probably had evolved and developed in talking, charming children, in engaging children, in not frightening off children. It's probably why his voice sends a chill down the back of most people.
She came with me. And so we were going into it was an air raid shelter. She said it was dark. She wanted to get out again. She started to cry.
Because of the way Black described things, for Ray it felt like he was there with him in that air raid shelter or wherever he was, and Ray, that was a unique experience, not pleasant, but a unique experience in which he could be with Robert Black as he's, squeezing this child's throat.
I think I clapped my hand over her mouth and held her down on the ground. My hand round her throat and holding her down. And she must have gone unconscious anyway. And I masturbated there. And went out, left her. You didn't know that she was alive or dead? No.
He fondled her, which was the phrase used at that time, but he was not prosecuted. He was, in the phrase, admonished. All that did was give Black an excuse. No one really minded what he did. No one was too concerned. Well, I can get away with it.
Black moved to London to find work as a van driver.
On his journeys, he noticed the seedy sex shops along the Caledonian Road. In the pre-internet age, they would become his portal to the evil world he would come to completely inhabit.
There was a place where I used to go to get, where I first discovered the child pornography. A shop down near King's Cross in London. Didn't have a name, it was just like a shop front, and you went in and there was like old books lined up, but you wanted to get something else. You went in the back.
He would go to the sex shop and there was always something more. He would ask, "Do you have anything about teenagers?" which was shorthand or cipher for children.
That was all child pornography? No, I made the chance remark. I said, had he any like teenage sex magazines? He says, "I've got these," and he hauled them out. They're called lollytots.
As time goes on, he became a more and more regular customer. The shop owner would allow him to move further and further into the shop. And as you go into the back of these shops, that's where the hardcore child porn and things like that were kept. But it was kind of a process where you had to be accepted, you had to be talking the right language to be moved up to a higher level of porn.
In my mind, the ideal situation would be a child that was completely willing and eager. Somebody once said to me that their motto was, when they're big enough, they're old enough. I tended to agree with that. Somebody once said to me that their motto was, when they're big enough, they're old enough. I tended to agree with that.
An impossible question for you to answer, Michael, but I'm asking you nonetheless. Why do people become sexually attracted to children? What is it that attracts them to children?
What is it that attracts anybody to anybody else? It's some of the things that it just happens. You were attracted to your wife, I was attracted to my wife. Other people are attracted to individuals of the same gender. Some individuals are attracted to older individuals, others are attracted to younger individuals. What's important in those contexts is to be able to control your sexual impulses and behaviour in cases where it's clearly not appropriate to engage in that sort of relationship.
The word paedophile is incredibly totalising, though, isn't it? And yet Black has a particular type that he's interested in.
I mean, generally, sort of paedophilia refers to a sexual attraction to young individuals, be it boys or be it girls. But with Robert Black, it was young girls.
And not only young girls, but young girls who were willing. He has this idea that his preferred victim would actually be almost complicit.
Well, that may have been a desire, but actually he abducted girls who weren't willing. So the motivation was to abduct and to have a sexual relationship with, or at least a sexual activity with, a young girl.
I'd be driving along, I'd see a young girl, I'd get out and talk to her and try to persuade her to get into the van and take her somewhere quiet.
Black secured a job delivering posters nationwide. As a sexual predator, he now had the perfect means by which to explore the country and seek out young victims.
This was ideal for him because he didn't have a boss over him. Long as he delivered the goods in the right place at roughly the right time, he was allowed to do what he wants when he wanted. And this gave him the opportunity to go looking for children, which he did. He would go to parks, he would observe children, try and see the ones that were on their own so that he could make contact with them.
As the interviews progressed, Wire's laid-back approach was eliciting ever-increasing detail from Black about his M.O.
Coming up from
from Wimbledon Railway up through Wandsworth, heading home. How old was she? Looked about 10. She went into the side streets and the back streets. I followed and I was out of the van. And she screamed and ran.
One of the most noticeable aspects of Robert Black's killing was they were done during the summer holidays, July, August, when children are more vulnerable. They're left out playing, the evenings are lighter, they're left on their own more with other young children. He took the opportunity, time and time again, to kill during the summer holiday.
He would literally sit beside playgrounds watching the children and seeing if one of the girls was less, how can one put it, less looked after than the others. He would befriend the loner, or the one who seemed to have been abandoned, or the one who wasn't quite with anyone.
If he saw someone he thought of as a suitable victim, he would assess very, very carefully the circumstances. He would double back, he would drive round, he would check what's the likelihood of me being caught. And if it was clear to him that he could do this and not be caught, he would grab the child, bundle her into the back of a van and take her away to abuse and ultimately to kill her.
It was a tactic that he used with, in the end, devastating effect. He developed a series of really quite appalling techniques. He would put elastoplast or sicking plaster over the child's mouth after having put his hand across it. He would tie her up. He would put her into a sleeping bag. He would tie her legs. He would put a hood over her head. He would pull the sleeping bag over her head, because that way she became literally his prey.
He had a crime kit. He would have a sleeping bag, he would put the child in the sleeping bag, he would rape the child several times, tie them up, and then eventually strangle them and dispose of the body. It's suspected on several occasions he actually went back to the bodies, but we don't know whether he just masturbated over them or whether he engaged in other sexual activities.
It's painful to say it, but so many times in Black's life, the victims would have been kept alive for at least some hours. It is horrific even to consider what they may have suffered at his hands.
One of Ray War's skills as an interviewer was never to pass judgment or admonish. It was an approach that worked, encouraging Black to disclose his twisted logic.
He had this really weird idea, and again it's in total denial and diminishing of what he was doing, was he wanted people to believe, and I think he wanted to believe it himself, that in strangling a child and making her unconscious, he would somehow not be hurting her. So that's something that kept cropping up in the interviews. I didn't want to hurt her, but he'd render her unconscious. So surely to get to even that stage, she would have had to suffer. But that's what he wanted. Certainly Ray to believe, and that's what he tried to believe himself.
It seems strange, but you don't want to hurt children if they die. But in the dying, you said that you didn't want her to suffer. Whatever you were going to do, you didn't want her to be in pain. Sometimes, I think about being unconscious rather than or drunk or drugged or something like that.
A sex abuser has to distort his thinking and his belief to give himself permission to abuse. Hearing it from Black, Ray learnt just how far a man had to go, an offender has to go to get to that point. I think he always knew just how offenders could distort their thinking, but I don't think he'd ever seen it used quite so horrifically. I think it's an insight into how they think, the language they use in order to justify, to minimise, to deny. We need to get hold of that language.
One of the reasons Black evaded capture for so long was that the children he abducted and murdered were often dumped hundreds of miles from their homes.
Most killers dispose of the body as quickly as possible to create a larger window between when they dispose of the body and then when they're investigated by the police. But he didn't dispose of the body near the site where he found the victim. He would often drive 200-300 miles away and then dispose of the body. And he had favourite stops on his routes from London to Northern Ireland to Scotland where he would have a break. Taking a body hundreds of miles is a very unusual activity. It also shows that he wanted to be connected with the child. He'd obviously sexually assaulted them, killed the child, but he still wanted to have that connection with the child.
Black's confessions to Wire were about to take another deadly turn. Because of his MO, and especially because of his signature, he'd long been suspected of murdering other children. And shortly before he died, he was to be charged with the death of Devonshire schoolgirl Jeanette Tate. Wire and others had long suspected Black of being involved in Jeanette's abduction, and he invited him to offer any insight he might have about her disappearance.
What's going on? Oh, maybe there was that paper girl went missing. Tate? Yeah, that was her name, right? Yeah. She disappeared. She never turned up.
Most serial killers are to some degree narcissistic. Robert Black was no exception. He could be lured, as it were, into revealing information by, as it were, appealing to his ego and to actually ask his opinion of this girl and how he would treat her. He would spill the beans that little bit too far and reveal information that could only be known to the killer.
And how did you think he did it? Well, they found her bike, didn't they? Yeah. Which obviously either persuaded her to get off her bike or grabbed her off the bike, one of the two. Got her into a vehicle and took her away. Why do you believe that? It seemed obvious, didn't it? Yeah.
By now, Wire was convinced Black was a multiple murderer, but knowing he was not about to make a full confession, he tried a different tactic.
Ray was, one of his techniques was assumption making. So he would interview, but he'd make an assumption of what happened next. And so the person being interviewed would just assume he knew and respond accordingly. Because at that point, he wouldn't be able to say. He was no longer in control, in a sense, of the interview. That's what Ray did.
When you thought about Tate, what feelings did it give you when you thought about him doing it? I think that's like how I started off with the scenario. Yeah. What would you do? Same if I seen a paper bill, like maybe park and watch for a while. Yeah. See what sort of route. Getting myself in a position where it would be possible to take somebody. There was that paper girl went missing. Tate? Yeah, that was her name. Yeah. She disappeared. She never turned up.
I was intrigued by Ray Wire questioning Black about the abduction of Jeanette Tate. And Black's widely suspected of having abducted that little girl. Were you
surprised by how Black responds to the kinds of questions Wuornos puts to him?
No, because most serial offenders will want to hold back information. They will want to be in control of certain elements. Now, if it is clear that they've been convicted, perhaps, or if it's very apparent that who it was that they killed, then actually they know that they can talk around that. But if there is confusion or uncertainty, then they can hold that back and be in control of that information, knowing that others want it and being able to almost have it as part of a ransom, really.
But isn't it interesting that Ray Wire uses Jeanette Tate's name? Black depersonalizes everything that he says, whilst nonetheless revealing his MO.
He reveals how it is that he carries out certain attacks, and that's very explicit, and that gives us that understanding of his modus operandi, of his reason for operating. But he doesn't want to confess to the killing of Tate. He wants to hold that back. He wants it in case he wants to use it at a later stage for his own purposes.
However, despite discussing aspects of his crimes, Black wasn't revealing the full extent of them.
I think I clapped my hand over her mouth and held her down on the ground with my hand round her throat and holding her down. She must have gone unconscious anyway. And I masturbated there. Went out, left her.
Until his final days, Black tried to explain away his crimes. When killers choose to confess, they can often be candid, but their aim is to generate our sympathy for them. They, of course, feel none for their victims. They have no genuine empathy. Robert Black's confessions provide a chilling insight into the mind of a murderer and a reminder of how serial murderers follow patterns that allow every killer to create their own deadly and unmistakable signature.
This pattern of behaviour is based on the idea that their sexual interest objects are literally objects, not human beings, and that this carves a way of dealing with other people whereby their own sexual satisfaction is the major thing in their lives and the major important thing in achieving these engagements with children. They're not, as it were, charming a child, taking them away to actually engage them in some kind of relationship. They are just simply objects to be what they want them to be so that they can gain sexual satisfaction, not with that person, but using that person.
There was a girl on her own in the flats when I was delivering. I might sit down and talk to her for a few minutes later. I try and touch her. Sometimes succeeded, sometimes not.
He treats them as an object. They're not sentient people. They're not a little girl. They are just objects for his sexual satisfaction.
It happened fairly right.
Okay. But you don't know how many children?
It could be in the 30s, 40s.
In the case of Jeanette Tate, he would begin to talk about it, and then that would be dropped. And that might be dropped for 1 or 2 sessions, and then picked up again in the next one, and then again the one after. And it's only when you assemble the tiny fragments of what he said about Jeanette Tate that you begin to understand what Black was trying to hint at, but was never, ever going to confess to.
Upon Black's arrest for child abduction in 1990, police forces around the country began to pool their resources.
Before long, he became the prime suspect in a series of unsolved child murders that had spanned over a decade.
Robert Black, in common with many serial killers, realises that at the point where you're arrested and you are not likely to be let go, you are now powerless. You are going to be told what to do with the rest of your life. Therefore, any piece of power, any kind of sense of control over others is absolutely vital to them, and they will almost always withhold some information. Providing that information is of value to someone else, they can feel that they are in a position of power and will sometimes take that information to the grave.
They then got in the van. Yeah, but they were in the front sitting up on the seat. You've got to be honest with me, Robert. Got to be. What year is this? It's 85, 86.
One of the things you do is you try and work out what their style is. Some people, you appeal to their intelligence. Some people, you appeal to their humanity. Sometimes you have to be a father confessor and play the role of just almost listening and letting somebody tell their story slowly, and just every now and then put in a question to check the information and allow them to talk. And it's played by different people at different levels at different times. But the aim is to get as much of the truth as possible. We never get the whole truth, partly because the killer doesn't know the whole truth themselves. They haven't come to reality of what they've done.
They then got in the van. Yeah, but they were in the front sitting up on the seat. You've got to be honest with me, Robert. Got to be. What year is this? It's 85, 86.
One of the things that interests me in those tapes is the sense in which Wire doesn't judge Black. People hearing that tape, and you and I have interviewed many, many paedophiles, why don't we react to some of the things they tell us?
Because if we did, then there's a likelihood that they will stop disclosing.
Michael, both you and I are very publicly identified with the cause of offender prison rehabilitation. Robert Black, could he have been rehabilitated?
I think it's highly unlikely. I think we have to recognise that for certain individuals, rehabilitation is probably not a possibility, and therefore it's a question of how best do you look after them.
Robert Black died in prison in 2016, just days before he was to be charged with the abduction and murder of Jeanette Tate from some 30 years previously. That final charge laid against him was foreshadowed some 20 years earlier during Ray Wire's ingenious questioning of Black about the schoolgirl's disappearance.
I suppose the only way a parent could prevent something like that happening is keep the child tied to the apron string all the time, like, you know, virtually put them on a lead, never let them out of their sight. It wasn't their fault, like they couldn't have done nothing about it.
Even to this day, Ray Wire's remarkable interviews with Black continue to fuel debate, not least of all as to the question, was redemption ever possible?
He thought Black wasn't redeemable. Yeah. It was too well practiced, too well rehearsed. It was part of who he was. Yeah, he was unloved, you know. He was pushed from pillar to post. He was rejected. There was no role model for him. So, and there were lots of missed opportunities to salvage him when he was salvageable. So he just went on and on and on and on until, you know, this was going to happen. He was going to live this life. So could he be redeemed after having murdered so many little girls? No, I don't think so.
Those tapes Those sessions showed how, if you're prepared to spend the time and effort, you can understand, we can understand, why a man like Black develops into a serial child sex killer.
I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17/84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag, and now I just slung her in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose, and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never got on with women. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
The use of undercover police officers to help gain a confession is both controversial and complicated. Unless conducted under strict rules and guidelines, such confessions can lead to evidence that's inadmissible in court. However, in 2007, such a ploy was successfully used to help convict Canada's most prolific serial killer. A pig farmer by trade, he lured women who worked as sex workers in Vancouver's red light district to his farm. There he imprisoned them, tortured them, and ultimately murdered them. Their bodies were either fed to his pigs or put through an industrial meat grinder. A search of his property found an asthma inhaler belonging to one of the missing victims and led to him being arrested on suspicion of murder. But he refused to cooperate at all with the police. As a result, an undercover Mountie posed as a fellow cellmate, and as they spoke, the suspect began to brag about the full extent of his crimes. Who is this killer who confessed after being caught in a trap? Robert Pickton.
On February 2nd, 2002, Canadian police arrested Vancouver farmer Robert Pickton on suspicion of murder. For years, rumours had circulated about strange comings and goings on Pickton's pig farm. But as he was led away in handcuffs, few would have expected that those rumours would lead to something far more grave. The eccentric, scruffy farmer being labelled as one of the deadliest serial killers in history, and that the pigs would prove to have been his unwitting accomplices.
Robert Pickton was a Canadian pig farmer who made the Texas Chainsaw Massacre look like an attraction at Disneyland.
A rural farm in the dead of night. Dog barks, an owl screeches. People down at the local bar playing pool, having a smoke. Rumours circulate. Pickton's killing people. Somebody up there the other day saw a corpse, what they thought was a corpse hanging from a barn. It's unbelievable. No, it can't be, Bob. It can't be, Bob. You're missing something. Bodies in freezers. Gossip. Barroom gossip. The police probably got to hear about it, but their people are drunk. These are rural, crude people. They're not intelligent. They've got nothing else to talk about. So despite the fact that Pickton's doing all these things, nobody's really taking him seriously. He's a farmer, he's crude, he's living on a small holding, it's a ghostly place to go at night. Wouldn't go there on your own if I were you, but it's rumours. Nobody can believe the truth.
A hedonistic, degenerate, a lacking in conscience predator.
Pickton came from a long line of pig farmers, and they were very well known in the community. And as such, they had a lot of influence with everyone from public officials, including the police, right across to local politicians. There was nothing about Pickton that made him appear to be what we later found out he was. Yeah, he didn't look after himself very well. His standards of hygiene were not great, and he wasn't really a very gregarious character. But people looked on him as an eccentric. I mean, he was a pig farmer. He was out in a big isolated plot, working away and working very long hours every day. People respected that.
He wasn't a very bright lad. So he had problems with people, he had problems with women particularly. But what was interesting was that his family sold off quite a lot of the land in Vancouver that they owned for building houses. So the family became very wealthy by farming standards. And he was quite wealthy in his own rights. And this was a cause of many of his problems, because he then, once he became known to be wealthy, had lots and lots of hangers-on. People were starting to become friendly with him, they were tapping him up for money, and he was getting a lot of attention because he had money.
There was another side to Pickton. Yeah, he had a gregarious, fun-loving side as well as the isolated one, and he would regularly hold barn dances, bikers, lots of women, lot of drink, and by all accounts they were quite rowdy events.
He would almost turn it into some kind of club which would attract young people, which was kind of just really flies to a spider's web.
Pickton was even known locally for using prostitutes, and he had a particular penchant for indigenous women who were prostitutes, and this was something he never hid from anyone. And these women, these indigenous prostitutes, were known to visit Pickton's farm in large numbers. And yet, when large numbers of these indigenous women started to go missing, and we're talking about 50 ultimately, the police didn't want to make any connection.
Pickton had been on the police radar before. A few years prior to his arrest for murder, he'd been brought in for questioning on suspicion of assaulting a young woman, threatening and cutting her with a knife.
I turned around, I didn't take the knife away from her. I did not take the knife away from her. I aimed it to her and I knifed her twice. I did that. I admit I did that. That's one thing I shouldn't have done.
So you've never taken any of the prostitutes back to your trailer?
Not since this incident, no. Hey.
But before that incident?
No.
With no charges brought, Pickton was set free to kill and kill again. I'm here with Professor Michael Brooks to try and comprehend why so many opportunities to bring Pickton to justice were missed. For so many women in a relatively small area to continue to go missing, surely
Why aren't questions being asked? But again, sex working, it's lone working. You're never quite sure who the last client was, perhaps, or where they are or where they've been. And so they're extremely vulnerable. And the more they stray away from a supportive group, the greater the risk to them.
He would have known the law enforcement officers. They would have been his customers at the local butcher shop. He would have known them on a daily basis, waving to them in the street. Oh, there goes Mr. Pickton, covered in blood again, he's been slaughtering his pigs. And there were reports that he was up to no good. He reports that people were disappearing on his small holding. But when the police went there, what could they find? Pigs, meat, nothing. Until one small item, an inhaler from one of his victims was found, which linked that inhaler to one of the missing women. And that's when the police started to take him seriously.
What was interesting about him was he had a friend who he asked this female friend to go with him while he went and picked up a prostitute. The prostitute wasn't very keen to get in the car and travel out to his farm, which was a fair way away. But when she said, "Oh, I'm with him," the prostitute was quite happy to get into the vehicle. He drove them back to the farm. The friend went off to her room. He took the prostitute into another room and then killed her. The friend came down and actually saw him with the victim, and she didn't report it. And this is unusual because usually if people see someone having committed a murder, they panic and they report it. She didn't. And it turned out the reason she didn't report it was she was blackmailing him for more money. So she had money off him, and then she started to blackmail him because she put two and two together and knew that he was actually killing prostitutes in the area. Normally, if somebody knows somebody's a serial killer, they are so frightened that you would expect them to report it to the police and get protection. You wouldn't expect them to go and live in the house. And she actually lived on the farm with a known killer.
On his arrest, police questioned Pickton about the scores of women who had gone missing in the area. He proved to be sly and uncooperative.
Police often use the tactic of showing a suspected murderer a picture of the victim, or even, the actual weapon that they found that was used. This is supposed to provoke a reaction in that person, to show that they recognise this individual. This is totally absent when it comes to psychopathic killers, particularly at the level of Robert Pickton. There's just not a glimmer. These are objects. These are vague memories of people that they've abused. For them, they are objects. It probably would be more likely that he'd recognise one of his pigs.
What I want you to do, Rob, what girls that you remember have ever been up to your place?
I don't know. There's so many people coming in and out of my place, I don't know.
Has she ever been to your place? Her name's Mona.
She's pretty, all I can say.
To me, it's totally revealing of the way in which this man views women, views his victims purely in objective terms. He's not actually trying to be clever. It's how that's an absolute classic statement from somebody who assigns this type of role to his victims, the victim as object role.
Despite being shown a picture gallery of missing women who were presumed dead, Pickton didn't show a flicker of emotion. This lack of emotional response is one of the reasons psychopaths can beat the polygraph. His crass comment about one of the victims being pretty clearly demonstrates he was playing with the police, enjoying the power he held over them by refusing to confess. But sent back to his prison cell, Pickton must have known the game was up. Police officers were combing his farm and finding both DNA and physical evidence that demonstrated that many of the missing women had been there. Discovering that he had a talkative cellmate, Pickton began to talk himself, not realizing he was in fact speaking to an undercover Canadian Mountie.
As a measure of how concerned the police were when they finally arrested Pickton, that he might use his influence with certain officers to avoid prosecution, they put an undercover Mountie into the cell with him in order to try and draw out some sort of confession.
No. So what you got? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The recorded interview still shows Pickton being very defensive, not revealing very much, but ultimately just revealing too much detail that would actually incriminate him.
He's a depraved social isolate. He doesn't have the skill set to kind of have normal dialogue with someone else. You could see him struggling with that. And the things that he does say, which are that incriminate him, are fragmentary and reluctant, gained with reluctance.
Incredibly, Pickton began admitting to his many crimes very quickly after this Mountie was put undercover in his cell. It sort of shows us that Pickton saw it as not even being important, that there were not just 5 women, not just 10 women, but 50 or even more women that he'd killed in cold blood, and yet he talked about it in a bragging way. It was almost like he was showing off about his life in some way, about his possessions. And in a way, those women were his possessions because he'd ended their lives, so they were his ultimate possessions.
This is a so-called cell confession. It's an undercover Canadian police officer who's been placed in the cell with Robert Pickton. What are the dangers with this type of confession?
Well, the dangers are, is this information admissible in court? And that will depend upon the legislation in different countries. The second one is an ethical one. Is it right to obtain information this way?
And the mood matching of the Mountie, the police officer, he uses language, he uses slang, he swears a lot. Why is that mood matching important in relation to Pickton?
Because he wants to gain the confidence of Pickton. He wants to say, I am the same as you. You can confide in me, you can share with me, I am like you.
If you're interviewing somebody, you've got to use language they understand. If you're playing the role of a fellow convict, then you've got to talk about a convict in the language that the convict will understand. It's no good you being a police officer or an interviewer. You basically have to go undercover, actually adopt all the characteristics. And that's actually very hard to do, to actually go undercover and adopt that language and talk about sexual behaviour and deviations that the police officer may not agree with or may not like. And he's actually got to sell his soul and pretend to enjoy all the deviations and everything else. And in some ways, be more deviant than the suspect. So that in a way, it makes the suspect feel more likely to explain his behaviour, more likely to confess his behaviour, because the guy next to him is even weirder than he is.
This very lengthy transcript of the conversation between the undercover officer and Pickton rambles on, but the officer does a very good job of taking the subservient role, allowing Pickton to brag, to encourage him. It was almost as if he was really a petty criminal who was in awe of this killer, and allowing Pickton to take that narcissistic role and reveal more than he should.
The way that Pickton was drawn out into admitting these crimes was fascinating in itself. We have the Mountie, the undercover officer, challenging Pickton almost, saying, well, you know, if I was going to get rid of a body, I'd push it over the edge of a boat into the sea. And Pickton cuts in, no, I know much better ways of doing that. You wouldn't believe what I did. Bang, he's caught.
5 meters away, I find the best way if I can just water something, so I can dig in the ocean. Oh, really? You know what fucking ocean is this? You must love it. Believe it or not. No shit. I started looking okay.
If you kill someone and you don't want to be caught, you have to find a way of disposing of the bodies. You get rid of the bodies. And Pickton's solution to that problem is quite extraordinary, isn't it?
It is. It's about feeding them to his pigs.
He would pick up women, usually prostitutes, bring them back to the farm. He would kill them and then take them into the slaughterhouse and gut them.
Pickton actually offers the information that on his farm he has a rendering plant and that would be an ideal way of getting rid of bodies. It is quite clear that he used the rendering machine to reduce sentient females into offal, into basically pig food. He was just not distinguishing between human beings and the animals from his farm who would also enter there.
And what people don't realise is a leg of a human being looks very similar to a leg of pork. So you can pass people's body parts as pig parts. And if you're producing mince or something like that, you wouldn't know whether it was pork or human being.
What what happened with Robert Pickton is we get the colliding of these two psychological motivations, these two distorted psychological forces within him. One is this entirely egocentric, heroic narrative driving him to simply view carrying out the murders as a game, as a challenge, with no consideration, no awareness even of the consequences. The other psychological force that we get is somebody who is so completely devoid of any kind of human empathy that he does not see people as human beings in any sense at all. Hence we get the reference to the bodies as carcasses. For him, these are simply objects. With some of the most depraved serial killers, the underlying narrative we see is one where they assign the role of an object to their victims. We call it the victim as object underlying narrative. And for these offenders, they have no awareness whatsoever of their victims as human beings. They are entirely objects with whom to play. And it's very typical of this type of offender that we see them playing with, messing with the bodies post-mortem. It's an extension of the fact that they see them as objects. To them, it matters not if the person is alive or dead, only that when dead, they can do more with the bodies. And this preparedness to play with the body, to mess with the body, to chop the body up, is very typical of this type of offender, this victim as object, underlying narrative role assigned to the victims.
By feeding his victims to the pigs, Pickton has accidentally stumbled upon almost a fail-safe method of getting rid of bodies. And that's probably the most chilling thing of all, because there's nothing left of them, literally. And he's doing it by using the very animals who make him his living become his accomplices in these killings.
Pickton slaughtered his victims and fed them to his pigs. He reduced their body parts by putting them through an industrial meat grinder. Pickton's pigs foraged so furiously on the human remains that no trace of the victims were left. Even when police forensic teams combed the farm for DNA, little evidence was retrieved, making Pickton's pigs his perfect partners in crime.
As Pickton's confidence in his cellmate grows, so too does his urge to boast about his crimes. The undercover officer continues to encourage Pickton by mood-matching his attitudes, his use of slang and exclamations. This not only appeals to Pickton's own base communication skills, but also to his ego. The undercover officer is quite literally egging him on, and he succeeds, because it's not long before the pride with which Pickton now speaks of his crimes turns to fury when he reveals the true reason for his anger about being caught.
I may fail my legal grief, but these bodies, not just kicking the ass now.
During the conversation with the undercover officer, one key element was where they touched on the idea that there were 49 victims, and 49 is kind of an awkward number.
Maybe that's what I was stopping. Yeah. Make that. Make it faster. That's fuck.
We get him talking about being sloppy. We get him talking about numbers as if it were a game, as if to achieve 50 victims would be a good score in a game. this all speaks to me of somebody for whom this is just a big heroic challenge, and he's showing that he can do it.
We got this shocking idea that Pickton was angry at the end because he didn't achieve his target, and his target was the big 5-0.
Well, that's what he says. His target may have been higher, or perhaps he didn't set a target. 50 has a nice ring to it, but if he got to 50 and hadn't been caught, would he have then wanted to go on to 75? Would he want to have gone on to 100?
So do you think he was just trying to show off to the undercover police officer at that point, his cellmate? Is that what he's doing? He's just literally...
A bit of bravado.
It's bravado. He's making it up.
And saying, actually, I'm irritated by this. But he probably is more irritated by being caught.
But it pisses me off. You know, it pisses me right off. Your problems. You're this, you know, nothing but nothing at the best.
I think he was generally annoyed that he didn't reach 50 because that's quite a big figure. But I don't think he would have stopped. Too much pleasure, too much fun, too much enjoyment. People don't realise that serial killers actually enjoy what they're doing.
Bigger than these, bigger than the ones in the States. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like a 40 Jesus. Yeah, is it?
In America, serial killers almost subconsciously compete. The numbers game is one way of competing, and to have the highest number, to have a resounding death count is quite a status thing. And many individuals, many killers will actually increase the number of people that they supposedly have killed. And in the idea of having such a high body count, Pickton, as a Canadian, wanted to beat the American count. He wanted to go better than those people that he saw himself as being in competition with.
Often you can only tolerate for so long killing others, and then your cognitive processes, your decision-making abilities become more confused, more faulty, and mistakes are made.
This is classic behaviour. Serial killers start off not very confident, and they have what we call behavioural trials. They try out things, then eventually get a situation where they actually kill somebody. Then they start getting quite good at it, and they improve their technique. But it's never quite 100% pleasure. So there's always that little bit more that you need to do to make it right. And that's why they carry on, and they also get faster between the periods when they're killing. But where at the beginning they may travel quite a distance and protect themselves, as they kill more people, they tend to move nearer to home. They're more confident, and often they're more competent as well. And they also know that the police aren't tracking them, so therefore they become more relaxed, and then they start to get sloppy. And it doesn't matter what kind of serial killer you look at, you can see quite clearly, as time goes on, they start getting overconfident, and that's when they make mistakes.
Really?
In 2007, a court found Pickton guilty of 6 counts of second-degree murder. There was enough evidence to charge him for a further 20 killings, but prosecutors decided not to because he'd already been given a maximum life sentence. His police cell confession is a startling reminder of how many murderers can't resist the urge to boast to other criminals about their crimes. But it's also a sobering reminder that the person they're boasting to may be on the right side of the law, and that their confession may be recorded, providing damning and irrefutable evidence against them in court.
This technique of the police to have put an undercover Mountie in the cell with Pickton is highly questionable. It makes us wonder whether his confessions were drawn out of him under false pretenses, and whether this is a method which is used so often in these sort of cases that is actually viable, that it actually stands up in court. Of course it's resulted in these prosecutions, but we have to question the methods, and we have to wonder whether a person admitting something because it's drawn out of them in a slightly false set of circumstances is the same as someone sitting down and confessing to a crime. The crimes of Pickton have had an even wider effect within Canadian society because they're looked upon as reflective of the way that the Indigenous population have been treated, particularly Indigenous females who work as prostitutes. How many of these victims did he really kill? Because it's not even clear to this day that every single one has been tracked down and accounted for. And that tells us a lot about the attitudes in Canada towards the Indigenous population as a whole.
I'm gonna have people. But I think we're gonna name Indigenous fucking projects. I think they'll deliver us. But if that happens, there will 15 other people gonna go down. First, it's gonna go down today. Yeah. I thought they were my friends. I thought they were my friends.
For you, Pickton, did we hear anything that could help us towards motivation? Do we understand what might have been driving Robert Pickton to behave in the way that he did?
Not from that clip.
No. I myself felt that we were simply dealing with a man in a particular set of circumstances describing to his supposed cellmate what he had done.
And perhaps that's the difficulty with undercover confessions. You'll get the confession, but you won't get the real reason. Because actually, if the undercover officer then starts to move into that territory, then actually the offender will become suspicious. Who's asking these questions and why? This is getting a bit too deep for just two mates having a conversation, because mates don't necessarily go into that level of depth. You need to be sort of a professional probation officer, psychologist, psychiatrist, police officer, prison officer, to begin to ask those sort of questions. And therefore the offender would immediately become suspicious, because that's not what normal mates do.
For this type of offender, there's not necessarily any reason beyond his own entirely ego-driven need as part of this heroic narrative to show that he can do it, to show what he can do. For him, it's this is the purest, the rawest form of heroic narrative. It's not about anything other than Robert Pickton rising to this challenge, showing that he can do it. That's why, given the first opportunity, he will want to brag about it, he will want to talk about it. It's all about bravado, it's all about demonstrating his manliness, demonstrating his skill, demonstrating he can do it. There's no other reason for doing what he's done. There are three things really which I think psychologically are really interesting about Robert Pickton. One is the absolute assignment of the victim as object role to his victims, the way in which he does not in any way understand their humanity and is has an absolute empathy deficit in relation to other people. A second psychologically interesting facet of Robert Pickton is the way in which he has positioned what he's doing as this heroic adventure, him versus the cops, him showing that he can do it. And we get a number of statements within the discussions with the undercover officer which show us that this is how he's seeing what he's doing. We get him talking about being sloppy, we get him talking about whether or not he can beat the previous score of the victims in America. For him, this is not a pain-driven, an anger-driven killing series. He's actually excited by what he's doing. He's excited by the possibility that in this him versus the cops battle of all battles, that the cops may have DNA. He's excited by that, actually. It ups the ante, it ups the stakes for him. And that's what he's all about, him showing that he can meet this challenge. It's one of the purest forms of disturbed, destructive, heroic narratives that I've ever seen. I guess the final thing about Robert Pickton is his absolute egocentricity. And I think that's absolutely captured in the statement that he'll be nailed to the cross. I mean, what a remarkable thing for a serial killer to say, to in a sense, liken himself to Jesus.
Maybe that's what I was talking about. Yeah. Make a big fight. That's Mark.
Murder on television and in the movies now is such a commonplace form of entertainment, of putting bums on seats, that we sometimes miss the whole point of homicide, brutal homicide, getting down and dirty with it. And I try to get behind that because we do not understand the terror and the pain and suffering that these people cause. And I try to put myself in a bit closer than that, but what I try to think is, if it was my partner or my daughter had been invited to a party at Pickton's pig farm with a lot of other revelers and getting drunk and having a bit of a time, quite innocently having some fun, and then all of a sudden this man drags her into an outhouse, rapes her, and starts beating her and slashing her and torturing her, probably hanging her up half alive in a barn to die. I don't think any reasonable, right-minded person can understand the terror and the fear that this man has done this time and time and time again. We just cannot imagine what it would be like unless we were there, and if we were there, it would be too late for us too. These women to Pickton were nothing more than meat. Meat, you can use it in this crude description and recycle it and put it back into the community. The man is an animal.
He had geographic isolation. He had a skill set as a pig farmer. He had interpersonal isolation. He had emotional detachment. He had failed to acquire either a personal or a social conscience. So those are crucial elements for him that enabled him. I mean, he had the opportunity. He actually set up the circumstances in these raves that they were having to lure effectively a kind of steady stream of prey for him. So in that sense, I don't know how much of it was a conscious effort on his part and how much of it was just circumstantial good fortune as far as he was concerned.
There's this twisted correlation, it seems, in Pickton's mind between his pigs and these poor women who suffered so badly. He talks at one stage about being sloppy about how he dealt with their deaths. And it sounds as if he's always talking about his pigs in the slaughterhouse. It's a cold-blooded reference that chills people to the bone.
I don't know that he differentiated between pigs and women. A contemptible capacity to use, abuse, and destroy.
I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17/84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag, and now I just slung her in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose, and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never gotten with women. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road, 25 to 50 yards.
Many serial murderers refuse to confess to their crimes after they've been arrested, charged, and even convicted. They believe their refusal to cooperate will in some way help to exonerate them. Suffolk Strangler Steve Wright, for example, was the classic no-comment interviewee, and Dr. Harold Shipman turned his chair to face the wall when shown a photograph of one of his elderly victims. I call this type of killer the silent and uncommunicative. The serial killer whose confession we feature today originally behaved in this same way, claiming he was not guilty and offering no further information. He was a former soldier and then an unemployed drifter who tortured, robbed, and murdered 5 victims in Battersea, London. He was named the Gay Slayer by the press because of the sexual orientation of all of his victims. At the height of his killing spree, he killed 4 men in 15 days, and even the pet cat of one of his victims. But after a month of silence, he confessed to the police, recounting his crimes in great detail. He claimed he killed to become a serial killer, as if this was an aspiration in itself. But did his real motivation for the murders actually mask a secret that he was unable to come to terms with? Who is he?
Colin Ireland.
In August 1993, 37-year-old Colin Ireland asked to speak to police detectives. He'd been held in custody for over a month, charged with the murder of 5 men. Up until this point, he had denied any involvement in the deaths. But all of that was about to change.
I wasn't forced to do this. In fact, when I was last interviewed by the police for 5 days, I said nothing on tape. I then spent a month in prison considering my mental state, my outlook on what had happened, and I probably didn't come to a final decision until maybe yesterday. I wanted to create a situation where I couldn't really back out of my decision, so I deliberately spoke to the prison officers regarding this. I said I was intending to change my plea to a plea of guilty. I think I should be placed in a position where I can no longer inflict harm upon others.
Ireland's previous stubborn denials were about to give way to one of the most cold and clinical descriptions of serial murder ever recorded by the British police.
While he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. He barely came to. It was quite quick. I throttled him with the noose and he hardly struggled.
Colin Ireland was born in Deptford in March 1954. It was a tragic childhood. An unmarried 17-year-old mother, a father who disappeared very quickly after.
Ireland's fractured family life would lead to frequent run-ins with the law and lead to him being in some potentially compromising situations.
He was an attractive boy and was propositioned, in his words, by a number of men as a teenager. Now, Ireland never said whether he accepted any of those proposals or whether he had a series of homosexual relationships as a teenager. Personally, I've always suspected that he did. I think he probably experimented with being gay and may have rejected it, or may have thought, no, that's not for me, and at the same time felt himself conflicted.
A series of unfulfilling relationships with women would characterize his adult life, as would his inability to settle down. He became something of a drifter, moving between low-paid jobs along the south coast. Eventually, he would settle in Southend-on-Sea.
On the surface, here is Ireland, unmarried again, starting afresh, a new home, a new job or jobs, a new beginning. But it wasn't a fresh start. What's emerging from Ireland is a darkness that was probably been there, at least in a nascent form, for most of his adult life. And steadily, over the first part of 1992, this desire to explore his sexuality and his desire to perhaps take revenge on the men who may have abused him or propositioned him when he was an adolescent. He decides, after reading a book by an FBI profiler, that he wishes to become a serial killer. It is as premeditated, as calculated as that.
Having decided he was a nobody, he then wanted to be somebody. And one of the best ways to be famous is to be a killer. We all know about Ian Brady, we all know about Peter Sutcliffe, Robert Black. He wanted to be up in that league.
He decided one new year to make a resolution. I am going to be a serial killer. That's my new career, and set about it.
But is it really possible to read a book and determine to become a serial killer? Or does Ireland's police confession really hold the key to why he commits the crimes? I'm here with Professor Michael Brooks, a forensic psychologist, to try and find out.
I should be placed in a position where I can no longer inflict harm upon others.
Do you buy this idea that the reason that he goes on this journey to become, as it were, a serial killer is because he reads a lot of books about serial killers and he wants to see if he can do it?
The second element may be true. Just because you read books about serial killers doesn't necessarily mean that you have an interest in becoming a serial killer yourself. But if that is your motive, then actually reading books can give you an awareness of ways in which serial killers have acted in the past. But there has to be other motives as well. So why did he want to become a killer? Why target homosexuals?
I think his targeting of gay men was Colin Ireland picking up on the particular vulnerability that gay men had at that point in time, which was that they felt that they needed to relate to others in a very particular way. They needed in some ways to relate slightly covertly when they were meeting new people. And in his intelligence and his ability to exploit other people, Colin Ireland recognised that very particular vulnerability of the gay community at this point in time, and he absolutely exploited it.
He could actually pick up men, imply they were going to get into an S&M situation, and would take them back to their flat or house or whatever.
As Ireland's police interview progressed, he began to justify his behaviour, a common ploy among serial killers. But was this just a mask to disguise his own feelings of self-loathing that he experienced about his conflicted sexuality?
I think it's something that's been triggering me some time before. I felt if I was approached, I felt there was a likelihood that I would kill. I thought to myself, if I'm approached, something will happen. I'm not. It would have been quite likely I would have gone on my way and maybe nothing would have happened.
For me, there's a lot of victim blaming. Ireland seems to suggest he'd let the people live. If they didn't approach him, he would only target those who approached him. To what extent is that nonsense, Michael? He would always set out to kill.
He may have set out to kill, but who was he going to target? And what he does is he reduces the chance of choosing an inappropriate victim or somebody who wasn't going to respond by not selecting those who didn't approach him. So he selected those who approached him because he became aware that these are the individuals who wanted to have a sadomasochistic relationship with him. So they were selecting themselves by approaching him in terms of his frame of reference.
I can never get to the sense with Colin Ireland, is he himself gay? Is his sexuality fluid? To what extent does sexuality play a part in all of this?
Well, certainly he's had relationships with both genders. So to say that his sexuality is fluid would be accurate. Individuals engage in sexual acts, and if they're gaining some form of sexual pleasure from those acts, then sexuality is one of the primary drivers.
Let's do COD psychology for a minute, Michael. Is he killing himself by targeting gay men?
That's just conjecture, and we don't know. Other reasons for conjecture may be actually sort of the element of disgust around that behaviour, which may be feeding in from society's views around gay activities and a certain amount of homophobia. So why is he targeting homosexual men as opposed to heterosexual women or gay women when he's in fluid sexual relationships?
It's fairly complex as to whether Colin Ireland perhaps may have been gay himself, which he protests he isn't, and was this was some kind of smokescreen whereby he was being vehement. This was his way of engaging gay men and then clearing his conscience that no, he was a heterosexual. I killed that person.
Ireland's claims to the police during the interview that he was homophobic and afraid of gay men didn't ring true. Equally, his claim that he targeted gay men to deliberately become a serial killer feels contrived. The police investigation had revealed that he was known to frequent gay bars long before the murders began. And as the police interviews continued, it was clear from the manner with which Ireland would describe how he killed his first victim that the fantasies of sadomasochistic sex provided the context for the murders.
All serial killers need a hunting ground and a victim group. Colin Ireland would find both in southwest London.
He has to find a location which is bound to have a lot of gay men in it. He hears about a pub in Earl's Court, southwest London, called the Coleherne Arms.
The Coleherne pub is a very well-known gay pub in Fulham where gay men would meet basically to have a drink and to pick up. There was quite clear codes in terms of what people wore, where they used handkerchiefs, which pocket, back pocket they used, would give information to other men for their sexual preference, thus avoiding guys picking up on the wrong kind of guy and things like this.
Ireland travels up from Southend-on-Sea, complete with a murder kit in his rucksack, including a duct tape, knife, rope. Ireland, by now, sort of tall, burly, bull-necked, cropped hair, presents, in that contemporary word, at the Coleherne as someone interested in sadomasochist sex. He's effectively pimping himself as available to gay men, particularly gay men who want to be dominated.
As detectives quizzed Ireland about his MO, he openly set the scene for how he would carry out all of the murders.
He was just in there early evening, 5, 6 o'clock. And we got talking. I realised it was that time.
On the night in question, Ireland entered the Coleherne and cruised the venue in search of his first victim. Ireland soon identified Peter Walker, a successful choreographer. After a brief exchange, the two men left together. They headed back a few miles to Walker's flat. The initial consensual liaison between the two men rapidly escalated into violence.
Ireland assaults Walker brutally, whips him with a dog lead, all manner of attack, which to some extent, it seems clear, Walker wanted. Walker didn't, however, perhaps anticipate that Ireland would go a little further.
While he was tied up, I went and got a plastic bag from the kitchen, carrier bag, and I stuck it over his head. And I think in a way he wanted to die. I think in a way he probably didn't even realise it, but I detected in him this lack of desire to carry on. And I think he knew he was going to die, and he was quite controlled about it. It's almost like a thing that was going to happen. It was like almost like a fake thing.
It was our most horrific killing. But it got worse. Ireland burnt Walker's pubic hair because he said at the time to see what it smelt like. It was to become part of his signature in attacking gay men. He also scrupulously cleaned the flat of any forensic evidence that he'd been there and stayed in the flat in Battersea with Walker dead, tied to the bed, all night, watching television and eating from his refrigerator. He didn't leave until the rush hour the following morning because he thought it would be less conspicuous than him walking the streets in the middle of the night. He was a calculated killer, and this was the first of 5. The day after he walks away from Peter Walker's flat in Battersea, he phones the Sun and confesses, "I've murdered a man." But he's very worried, he says, about the dogs because they're trapped in the lounge of the flat, and that's not fair. It is one of the more bizarre elements of Ireland, but what it reflects most accurately is his intense desire for recognition. This is a man who set out to become a serial killer. According to the FBI, he has to kill 5 people to be known as a serial killer. He's going to kill 5 people. And over the next few months, he does that. In May of the same year, 1993, a couple of months after the killing of Peter Walker, he goes back to the Coleherne pub and this time collects a librarian called Christopher Dunn, who's 37. But by now, Ireland is just amending his technique slightly. He is very keen to make some money because at the moment he hasn't got a job. And so he decides that he's going to torture Dunn for the PIN number to his debit card. And he does so by effectively setting fire to his genitals.
But despite sadistically torturing his victim, Ireland was still unsatisfied, believing Dunn was lying to him.
After his PIN number, and it was one that struck me to be totally ridiculous. You know, it was 3 digits in a row of the same. And I thought, well, that's not really a PIN number someone would choose personally. So I got a lighter and I stuck the flame to his testicles.
With Dunn by now dead on the bed, Ireland spent all night with the corpse.
Some killers stay with the body, some killers come back to interfere with the body, like we know with several have done that. But in this case, I think he sat there, enjoyed what he did, probably relived it, but careful not to masturbate or to leave any evidence of his sexuality there. He would sit there calmly, listening to the radio and enjoy what he'd done and then think about his way home. He clearly took pleasure in his work.
Yet despite having killed a man, Ireland was about to seek sympathy from detectives, and in doing so, displaying an extraordinary level of narcissism, even for a psychopath.
I think that affected me mentally to quite a degree, sitting in with these bodies for sort of like 5 or 6 hours on some occasions, watching them gradually sort of get blotchy as they do and cold. It wasn't something that I don't think I could cope with, to be honest. I didn't deal with it too well.
Despite many of the victims frequenting the same pub and dying in virtually identical circumstances, Ireland remained at large and free to kill. Might this have had something to do with homophobia? The police investigation seemed hampered by a lack of knowledge about the gay scene in London and the special subculture of sadomasochistic bondage. This widespread ignorance enabled him to go undetected. However, as is so often the case, CCTV footage would lead to a turning point in the investigation, as would the discovery of the identity of one of his final victims.
By now, Ireland has very much got the taste for killing. Only a few days later, after the death of Dunn, he returns to the Cold Hand pub, this time collecting an American, Perry Bradley III.
He was a businessman, he had a flat nearby in Kensington, and we went back to the flat.
Bradley was none too keen to be tied up, which is what Ireland suggested. However, he was keen on the gay relationship, and so was finally persuaded, after Ireland had told him that he could not get aroused unless there were elements of bondage, that he was impossible, he couldn't get an erection. It may or may not have been true, but it certainly served to persuade Bradley to allow himself to be bound.
I said to him, it's going to be a long night. I suggest you get some sleep if you can. And I just sat and listened to the radio, and we actually went to sleep. And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. He barely came to. He barely came to, it was quite quick. I throttled him with the noose, and he hardly struggled. And some, for instance, Walker, it took longer.
Once again, he cleans the flat. Once again, he stays the night and walks out the following morning. The police discover Bradley's body relatively quickly.
He was the son of an American senator, and he was not known to be gay. He was a closet gay, using a pub to pick up, but playing the role of a straight guy in business. He wasn't suspected at all of being involved in the gay murders. In fact, the police originally thought it was to do with the mafia, and he'd been killed for some financial reason.
By now, Ireland is well and truly escalating, as the profilers call it. His blood is rushing through his veins. He is clearly desperate to kill again. Must have got some kind of fierce sexual kick out of both the killing itself and the possession of the body, being with the body. I have the power. I am in control of you to such an extent that I've extinguished your life.
I throttled him with the noose, and he hardly struggled.
Despite our very different backgrounds and training in working with these men, the elements of sadism were quite clear, were they not?
Yeah, and two specific elements came out in sort of the interview. The one about the lighter and burning the testicles when Christopher Dunn didn't give what Colin Ireland thought was the correct PIN number. That's purely sadistic.
I got a lighter and I stuck the flame to his testicles.
But also watching someone with a noose round their neck for 5 to 6 hours, although he says it was disturbing afterwards and didn't cope too well, he did nothing to stop it. So there's obviously an element within there that he was content to watch somebody take that long to die slowly and painfully.
I said to him, it's going to be a long night. I suggest you get some sleep if you can.
Now, in my world of criminology, I call that being process-focused. He's not act-focused. He doesn't want to kill these men quickly. He wants to enjoy the suffering that they are experiencing, because that makes them feel powerful.
By now, Ireland's taste for murder was insatiable, and within days, he was back at the Culhern Arms to select another victim. This time he chose 33-year-old Andrew Collier. Once again, they went back to the young man's home.
Once again, the familiar routine. Collier allows himself to be tied up and gagged. Ireland strangles him with a noose. He searches Collier's flat while he's there and discovers that Collier is HIV positive. Ireland is furious. It indicates to me that they actually didn't have sex. I suspect Ireland did not have sex. What he wanted to do was to dominate him, and that the sexual excitement came from the domination and then the death. So I don't think there was penetration. So Ireland didn't feel that he'd been infected, but he was furious that he might have been infected had they had sex. So he decides to take a bizarre revenge on Collier. He kills Collier's cat, Millie, by hanging it. He then, over Collier's dead body, he puts naked body, lays the cat dead, he puts Collier's penis covered with a condom into the cat's mouth, and he puts the cat's tail, again covered by a condom, into Collier's mouth.
The reason he did this was because he was irritated by the media picking up the story about the first killing. In the first killing, there was a dog. He contacted the police and said, could they go and let the dog out? So he had been described in the media as dog-loving or animal-loving killer. Now, suddenly there was an incredible media attention. Once there was recognition that there was a gay serial killer operating in London, he would read all the papers that was written about him. He would have been up to date with everything, and quite clearly the cat incident was to show that he wasn't the animal lover. He didn't want anything taken away from him. He wants it to be about him, not about animals.
Ireland said afterwards of the killing of Collier, I wanted him to have no dignity in death. And it was part anger on my part, and part the thrill of killing.
Collier, I think Collier was the only one I was angry with. Funny way, it was the only one I got across with, and that's you probably noticed that in the way the body was found. I felt real anger towards him.
Now, Ireland has killed 4 times, in the space of literally a matter of months. 3 within the space of a week or so. The day he leaves Collier's flat in Dalston, he phones Kensington Police.
Why are you doing this?
He told the officer in Kensington that if you don't stop me, it'll be 1 a week. I suspect at that point, Collier had tipped the final scale in Ireland's mind. He was the 4th victim. Ireland was convinced that if he killed 5, 1 more victim, he would be acknowledged as a serial killer. And he was probably, by now, anxious to be stopped. One of the strange conflicts in Ireland is that there was a part of him that actually probably wanted to be stopped, but a part of him that couldn't stop.
Why in particular? How essential was it?
And so on the 12th of June, just a few days later, once again, Ireland returns to the Culhern pub, once again equipped with what he needs to kill. Once again, looking for someone who is prepared to be dominated in a sadomasochistic sex game.
His 5th victim was the Maltese chef who dressed in leathers and was a typical kind of S&M stereotype image of a gay man. They went back to his place, but in the process they went on the tube and their picture was automatically picked up on CCTV.
This time, however, when Ireland asks for the PIN number to take another £200 from the cash machine with his debit card, the Maltese says, no, do what you want to me. If you have to, just kill me. I think Ireland was genuinely taken aback. He later described the Maltese chef as incredibly brave.
When he killed him, he set fire, or tried to set fire, to the flat to again change his MO, but also to get rid of any evidence that he may have left.
Hold all the papers and burnings together in the centre of the room. For no particular reason, but that reached the point where I couldn't stop myself.
I believe the confessions of Colin Ireland clearly demonstrate a man at war with his own sexuality. A personal war that found expression in a series of murders within London's gay community, culminating with the tragic loss of 5 lives. His confessions show no remorse for what he had done, but they offer a fascinating resource for police officers and criminologists because they clearly demonstrate how Ireland tried to justify and obfuscate his wicked behaviour. These techniques of neutralisation are frequently employed by serial killers when speaking to the police about their heinous crimes. Colin Ireland's killing spree was rapidly escalating to 1 victim a week. Yet despite the growing body count, the police were not going public with their knowledge.
The police were denied for a long time there was a gay serial killer. And from one point of view, you can understand that. They didn't want to have a gay serial killer because that would then provoke more panic in the community. They wanted to try and deal with the matter quietly. It backfired on them. The gay community took a lot of irritation out on the police because they weren't trusting the police. Once the police started investigating the disappearance and the murder of gay men, they were going into pubs, asking gay men about their sexual behaviour. It took the police some time to realise, A, they needed to use gay police officers, and B, they had to actually start saying, we're not interested in your behaviour, we're interested in the killer's behaviour.
Now we have 5 gay men dead, and people begin to join the dots. In particular, they find some CCTV footage of Spiteri and a bulky man with a close-cropped haircut walking across the concourse of Charing Cross Station to get a train to Catford. The senior investigating officer realises that this is probably the killer, and so goes public with the CCTV.
Colin Ireland realised that it was him. He went along with his solicitor and said, yes, that's a picture of me. I was with him, we engaged in sex, and then I left and that was it.
The police interview, as a result of this, Ireland for the first time. When they do so, Ireland, who by this time is nothing if not arrogant, after all, he's killed 5 men and got away with it, makes a fool of himself. He tells the police about Andrew Collier's cat. Now that information has never been made public, and convinces the police that this is indeed the gay slayer, as the tabloids have named him, and they are going to connect him to the killings. One of the mistakes, and he made very few mistakes, that Ireland made was when he was with Andrew Collier, there had been a police siren outside, and they'd both gone to the window to look out and see what was happening. And Ireland had left his fingerprints on the window frame, and that was a part that he'd forgotten to clean. So they now have his knowledge of Collier's cat, they have fingerprints from Collier's flat, they have Ireland.
Colin Ireland's summer of terrorising the gay community in London ended upon his arrest. But his police confession makes it clear that he was still determined to intimidate and exert control over anyone who came before him, including the hardened detectives who interviewed him.
Colin Ireland is remarkably arrogant, even by serial killer standards. He really feels that he can control and be in charge of everything and every aspect. I think we see that in the way that he carried out his crimes. They were entirely him in control, entirely him doing what he wanted to do, when he wanted to do it, with whomever he picked on.
Throughout his police interviews, Ireland projected the same dominance that he had projected on his victims. He was going to tell them what it was and what he'd done, and they were going to listen. He was in control, he was in command. And if you look at his confessions carefully, he is swaggering in them. There is no hint of remorse. He is saying, look what I achieved, look what I've done, look how I am.
I think I should be placed in a position where I can no longer inflict harm upon others.
Even at this stage, faced with the evidence of what he's done, he is still prioritising his own emotions, his own emotional experience in the confessions. There's no awareness whatsoever of the evil that he has conducted. So we get him talking about feeling real anger. I felt real anger, being affected mentally, him being affected mentally by what he was doing, by having to stay in the same room as one of the bodies as the person started to blotch up and start to decompose. So we get him focusing on his own emotions, which in this situation, when he's confessing for what he's done to other people, is remarkable.
It is almost impossible to underestimate the level of Ireland's conceit, nor the level of his disconnection from his conscience. At one point in his police interviews, for example, he insists that 60% of the time he's a perfectly reasonable human being. It is an extraordinary statement. It defies belief.
I'm probably 60-70% quite a reasonable human being most of the time, but there is that side of my character that is negative. It's quite cold and calculating.
There can be nothing reasonable about a man who ties up, binds and gags his victims and strangles them with a noose. That is not reasonable behaviour.
Michael, why stop at 5? Why doesn't he go for victim 6, victim 7, victim 8?
And I think that's a good question to ask. Sometimes offenders want to be caught in order to bring what they're doing to an end. Other times they want to continue. With talking to the police and engaging in them, there's an element that he wants to be caught. And one has to say, well, why? Yes, he goes into detail with each offender and can remember and wants it sort of recorded on record. This is what he's done. But it is always an interesting question. Why leave yourself open to a situation in which you can be caught? This wasn't a slip. So why did he go to the police? I don't think that is clear. And if we try to find a rationale for that, then we're just speculating.
He's proud. He is actually proud of what he's done. He thinks he's managed to achieve a level of dominance, a level of freedom of expression of what he wanted to do to these people in a way that very few other people have the the nerve to follow through on. So he's proud. That's why we get all the details that we get in his confession.
Ireland died in 2013 at the age of 53. He was serving a full life tariff with no chance of parole. His bleak confessions continue to offer a fascinating resource for police officers and psychologists looking to understand how a serial killer with a mind barren of empathy thinks. I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17/84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag. No, I just slung it in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never gone with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
The conversations between a doctor and a patient, or a lawyer and a client, are confidential. But therein can lie a very challenging dilemma. What would happen if, for example, during a counselling session, a person seeking help confessed to a murder? In today's episode, we listen to the confession of a Canadian nurse, a self-styled angel of death, who used insulin to kill 8 elderly patients in Ontario care homes. A woman described by the judge in her trial not as an angel, but as a shadow of death, a shadow that passed over her victims. While still working as a nurse, she entered a drug rehabilitation program at a psychiatric hospital in Toronto after becoming hooked on painkillers stolen from pharmacies at the nursing homes where she worked. Whilst in counselling, she confessed to staff about killing and attempting to kill her patients.
When the police were notified, she voluntarily agreed to be interviewed. With little prompting, she described the murders in detail, whilst claiming she was only doing God's bidding in ending these elderly lives. Who is this angel of death? Elizabeth Wettlaufer.
On October 15th, 2016, Elizabeth Wettlaufer walked into a Toronto police station requesting to speak to detectives. Escorted to her seat by a police officer, she sat and waited quietly. No one would have expected that this mild-mannered nurse, a pillar of her local community, was about to reveal herself as being the most deadly female serial killer in Canadian criminal history. It would appear that the burden of her crimes and the fear that she would kill and kill again had become too much for her to bear.
Maybe somewhere there was a spark of conscience and she suddenly realised, I cannot go on doing this, and the only way I can absolve myself of any of these crimes is to come clean. And I think probably it became too much for her. And she had to tell somebody. She had to get it off her chest. And this is what she did, and this is what resulted in her obviously being questioned by the police and arrested.
As the tape recorder rolled, the church-going caregiver set the scene for detectives, describing a history of drug addiction and despair that had driven her to a dark and ultimately deadly place.
I told them that I had been killing people who didn't influence drugs. And they all said, yes, you better go get help. So off I went.
It was almost as if when she went into that police station, it was as if she'd gone to confession, to admit her sins to her priest. But in this case, it was a police officer.
She knows they know what she's been up to. She's already confessed to it. So now she goes through the whole process as a kind of religious confession. And it's quite therapeutic for her. At the end, she sounds as if she's actually got some relief. I suspect she's had a sense of anger, and frustration and irritation for a long time, and guilt. And here's an opportunity now to get emotional release from that.
You could have been in this situation and taken this to your grave.
Yes.
And who would have known? Right?
That's what I was told to do by a lawyer.
What's that?
Take it to my grave and not tell anybody.
In the most matter-of-fact voice, she starts to explain how she came to kill her victims, why it happened, why she believed she was right to do what she was doing, and it started to seem to the officers present that she didn't even see herself as having done anything that bad.
All serial killers develop a murder kit. It can be handcuffs, it can be rope, it can be all sorts of restraints. But in this Wettlaufer's kit, murder kit, was stuff that was readily available in the ward's medical cabinet. We think of Dr. Shipman, who was a drug addict. He was addicted to hydromorphine. He injected himself. You have Beverly Allett with access to drugs on a daily basis. Wettlaufer was no exception. She would have keys to a cabinet and she could inject the drugs into her patients, but on many occasions, as she admits in her own testimony, that she used some of that drugs intended for the patient to inject into herself.
Back at Meadow Park, what was your addiction?
Hiding Ross.
Okay.
Hiding Ross home.
Okay. And what, like, how much were you using? And...
I was a binge user, so I would use what I could get a hold of by stealing it from the patient.
It was her job at the old people's home where she worked to look after these old people and to make them comfortable and to ensure that the last few years of their lives were decent and manageable.
She would spend most of her duties looking after the infirm and the very ill, giving them medication and caring to their general day-to-day needs. She would make sure that they were comfortable in bed, that they had everything they wanted. And these patients looked to her for love and support and care when they were estranged from their own families.
Wettlaufer had been a nurse for over 25 years and was well respected. But in 2007, her personal life began to disintegrate, and problems at home began to rear their head in the workplace.
When my ex and I broke up in 2007, I was already taking the medication for my borderline personality disorder. And I was so angry.
Serial killers claiming to have split personalities are not unusual. But I'm here with forensic psychologist, Professor Michael Brooks, to try and find out if there's any truth in Wettlaufer's claims.
I was already taking the medication for my borderline personality disorder.
Okay, Michael. Elizabeth Wettlaufer, a Canadian so-called angel of death. Let's deal with one of the things that crops up there immediately. She's described as having borderline personality disorder. What does that mean?
Very, very simply, it's an inability to control emotions.
Do you think it's significant that the first murder that she admits to comes in the same year that her marriage breaks up? Do you think there might be some connection to that?
There might well be a connection.
Again, though, the marriage breaks up, they don't have children from that marriage, and then she forms a relationship with another woman. A fluidity in her sexuality, does that give us any context for understanding her?
Is it a fluidity, or is it a confusion? Is she not certain whether her orientation is towards male or females? Why does she become more disturbed when her marriage breaks up? Why is it that she then goes on to kill? Why is it that she then has a relationship with a female if she hasn't had female relationships with females before? Normally with fluid sexuality, there'll be different relationships over a period of time. There won't necessarily just be one switch.
Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod.
Wettlaufer has it that God was instructing her to kill these elderly people. And this is a sort of bull, if you like, that so many killers come up with. Peter Sutcliffe came up with the same thing. He said he was visited by God when he was digging a grave in a cemetery. He had him in his cell, Harvey the Hammer Carrington. He said, God told me to kill people. Arthur Shawcross said God told him to kill prostitutes.
Religiosity is an aspect often of some serial killers. Being almost a religious fanatic, finding a deep faith and that reference to God's voice can either be a genuine attempt of her to minimize her personal culpability or something that she really doesn't believe but is in her psyche. But I think it's probably more the former. So I'm not entirely convinced about that as a kind of active contributory factor, but she certainly refers to it and repeats it and believes it to herself, and that makes it real in that sense.
And it was like a voice said inside me, I'll use you, don't worry about it. And the different times that I have caused people's deaths or caused them discomfort through the influence, I believe it was the influence of that voice or whatever it was. It wasn't a voice in my head, it was a voice in here. And when I would do it, afterwards I would hear like a laughter in my chest.
She even talks about a red surge, that during those moments, God is telling her to kill her victims. And again, she makes it sound completely plausible. And she also manages to ensure that the responsibility for these killings is down to God, not down to her.
Well, we don't know whether she was high on the medication or whether she was suffering delusions. I mean, she talks about a red surge. She was a very angry woman. What comes across quite clearly is she's angry about life, angry about situations, and maybe this is her way of explaining her anger as a kind of surge, red mist almost, that men often talk about mist covering their eyes and they lose control. Maybe this is her way of explaining how she loses control of her emotions. But then she switches into this very controlling, very clear goal of killing people.
I think the most striking thing about the narrative that I've seen was that there are some pretty straightforward forms of defense mechanisms of rationalization and minimization and an attempt to place herself almost from a victim's perspective.
It could be suggested that she took her anger out on her victims. I'm not sure that that is completely true. I think it's more possible that she just enjoyed doing it for the fun of it. And she did it in a very cunning way because she injected these drugs in a manner that would let them die slowly. So she was out of the hospital, out of the premises quite often, and the patient would die 2 or 3 days later. So she was injecting these drugs in a way that was almost covering her tracks. So when the patient died, perhaps another nurse was on duty and she thought the responsibility would go to her. So she was injecting these drugs in a very, very careful and cunning way. But I don't know that I could say that she was angry to kill, she just wanted to kill.
So far during her confession, Wettlaufer has remained calm and cooperative. But already she's shoring up the fact that she wants the police to know she's a prescription drug addict. This is a classic ploy to start building up sympathy for herself and to lay the foundations that her addiction is a root cause behind her crime. And as the interview proceeds, while she maintains her outwardly demure composure, her facade begins to crack. She accuses her octogenarian male patients of sexually assaulting her, thereby, in her mind, making them fair game to be murdered.
So tell me a little bit about Maurice.
He was another one who liked to grab breasts and asses. He was sometimes a patient of mine. See, at that time, I didn't have a set floor that I worked on. I worked on all the different floors as a nurse, kind of filling in.
Okay.
So, one afternoon I was working with him and he did grab me. And again, I got that feeling inside that this is his time to go.
Wettlaufer was by now constructing a narrative wherein her elderly male patients were abusive towards her and therefore deserved to die. Yet, before long, it wouldn't just be Wettlaufer's male patients who were at risk. As a serial killer, her preferred victim group had become anyone who was geriatric.
It is pretty common knowledge that most serial killers have a preferred victim type. Beverly Alec went for much younger children in many cases. But this woman, Wettlaufer, she had a ready supply of victims literally laying in their beds waiting for her to come along and kill them. And you cannot imagine again that some of these elderly people, some were in their 80s, still had good life left in them, although they were sick. They still look forward to seeing their grandchildren once a week, or their younger children come in to visit them for Easter or birthday presents. They still had life left in them. Yet this woman, Wettlaufer, who really was just a lonely, sad drug addict with a split personality, decided that she would take all that away from those children and remove their lives. And she didn't have to go trawling the streets like serial killers do for a victim. She didn't have to go and find prostitutes on the street corner. She had them laying them in front of her.
Serial killers, especially those within the medical profession, seem to hone in to the older patients, the elderly who perhaps don't have many people visiting them, who perhaps are sickly, not necessarily close to death, but then people like Elizabeth and Shipman, for example, they start to feel that it's their duty, or almost they're doing these patients a favour by ending their life before their lives become more painful, as if they are God.
One of the great things about being a serial killer is power and control. Serial killers love to be in a powerful position. Now, she was a nurse, she was administrating medication appropriately, but she was also giving it inappropriately. She was controlling, she was playing God. I mean, that's what she enjoyed doing. That's what all serial killers enjoy. That moment when they decide you live or you don't live. That is a fantastic turn on for anybody who's into that kind of behaviour.
We can't ignore, Michael, the reality that a surprising proportion of serial killers in the world have a healthcare background. What is it about that context of working in hospitals or nursing homes, or indeed as a GP in the community, that affords serial killers the opportunities?
In many situations, you have to ask, why is somebody applying for a particular post? What's their attraction? So if you look at teaching as a profession, it will draw in those who are attracted to children. And usually they're those who will go out of the way. Everybody will think they're an excellent teacher. They will volunteer for additional activities. That then gives them the opportunity to offend, because they will have children by themselves with very little other adults around. You have to ask, why do these individuals go into healthcare? Is the healthcare environment providing them with the victims that they're seeking?
And of course, there's access to drugs. That access to drugs, people die, sadly people die in the hospitals, so therefore it's not commented upon. So there might be a variety of things within a healthcare setting that serial killers could use to their own advantage.
To cover up their offences, to cover up their crimes.
The one thing about the medical setup is that you do often have access to drugs, so you can kill people quite easily. You have people who actually adore you. You have patients who actually think the nurses are wonderful and the doctors are wonderful. And we actually have a situation where in one case, the family actually thanked her for looking after the patient. And that reminded me very much of Beverly Arlett, where she was actually made a godmother to one of the surviving twins, having killed the other twin. So patients have this idea that nurses are wonderful and can't do any harm.
She would not have been a serial killer if she had not been in that position, that place of trust, that place of opportunity, and that place of the vulnerability of the victims that allowed her, and her knowledge, her professional knowledge as well.
As a trained nurse, obviously she knew how to give an injection. And so she would go to the medical cabinet, perhaps on occasions unauthorized. She would fill her syringe with more than the correct dose and inject it into the patient. And that person, when they closed their eyes and went to sleep, the last thing they would see were the loving, caring eyes of Wettlaufer looking down on them and fluffing up their pillows before they went to bed.
She did what we recognise is probably the best way to kill in a hospital, is the use of insulin, because it's so easy to get hold of. You can give a patient insulin and you can cause death that way. Now, what was interesting about her, she didn't do the Beverly Arlett of dashing in and saving patients. She just killed patients, didn't want to be the heroine or the hero. She actually just killed people because she wanted to kill them.
So tell me a little bit about Maurice.
He was another one who liked to grab breasts and asses. One afternoon I was working with him and he did grab me. And again, I got that feeling inside that this is his time to go. So I gave him an overdose of insulin after supper. And I believe he died the next day.
And how did it make you feel when Maurice passed away?
Not good.
Once they commit the crime, they may find, and this is probably crucial, that it was a pleasurable experience, however perverse that might sound, that there was some pleasure derived from it, whether it was the power element or whether it was a release of stress element or any kind of vindictive justification. But there's another element to it as well, which I think is they get away with it. And that is a huge relief, and also kind of unlocks the key, and I can do this again. I may even be able to do it with impunity if, I will hone these skills on a rational level. So I think it's those two things fundamentally. It's kind of the pleasure response. We're more likely to do something again if we enjoyed it. It's as simple as that.
One afternoon I was working with him and he did grab me. Again, I got that feeling inside that this is his time to go.
As the interview progresses, it becomes clear that Wettlaufer views her male and female patients differently. The men are almost universally abusive and abusers. The women are, by and large, being put out of their misery. And in doing so, she's determined to paint herself as a martyr to their pain and as a cleanser of evil.
Helen was miserable. She frequently yelled out, "Help me, nurse." She frequently yelled out she wanted to die. She just was not happy with her life. She would wheel around in her wheelchair saying, "Help me, nurse, help me, nurse, help me, nurse, help me, nurse." And when you went to help her, what do you want help with? Nothing. Get away with me. Go away. Help me, nurse, help me, nurse. Didn't want to eat, didn't want to drink. Very difficult to deal with. Constantly would yell, or we'd say, "What do you want help with?" "I want to die. Why can't you help me die? I want to die."
Often you find males in the 1780s, they're starting to dement, they start to behave socially inappropriately, they often end up being sexually inappropriate. So nurses will tell you that with elderly gentlemen, that they do grab their breasts, they do grab the bottoms, they do actually sexually become active. And some of them even masturbate in front of them because their frontal lobe doesn't inhibit them, which it should do in normal situations. So they become disinhibited, and that goes sexually as well as language. Often you find vicars starting to swear and things like that. Now, with our ladies, they tend to be more respectful of nurses. And in this case, quite clearly, she saw them as being on their way to heaven. She wanted them to go quietly and peacefully. She actually saw herself, in some sense, of actually helping them on their way to death.
And one night, it was like something snapped inside, and that red surge came back, and I thought, okay, you will die. So I gave her a shot. I came up to her and said, this is for your pain, and I gave her a shot.
Wettlaufer's admissions to police are multifaceted and multi-leveled, and I think we have to look again behind the words and read between the lines of what she's saying. She certainly differentiates between how the men treated her and the females treated her. She sort of almost blames the man for grabbing her or screaming and shouting at her. But the women are she treats completely differently. And to get inside her head's a very difficult thing, but it's almost like she's got a motherly instinct towards the elderly woman, and there's some sort of bitterness against the man for some reason, which may have been in her history, it might have been something to do with her marriage, we don't know. But what we do know is that she came from being married to a guy, and then she became a lesbian, and it was perhaps that lesbian instinct, that female instinct, that made her think slightly differently the way she treated the female patients rather than the man. But that's pure speculation.
One afternoon I was working with him and he did grab me, and again I got that feeling inside that this is his time to go.
Do you think the fact that she has a rationale for herself as to why she's killing her male patients, and that rationale is different to the rationale she has for herself in relation to killing her female patients, has any sense whatsoever? Or is this simply a construction that she gives post-arrest?
See, I wouldn't use the word rationale, I'd use the word justification.
Why?
So she provides a justification to herself for why she's killing male patients, which she couldn't apply to female patients. So she needs another justification for killing female patients, and the justification is to ease the pain.
I think for me it's helpful to say that the two aspects of a conscience. There's a personal conscience, that one that you acquire, which is basically saying, I'm a good person, and this is something I wouldn't do, there are boundaries to my behavior. And then there's a social conscience as well, which is the one where you're the public voice. What would people think of me if I did this? And I think when she tries to do this process is one of trying to salve both aspects of that conscience. She's probably rehearsing what the public would think of her. She doesn't want to be thought of as a monster.
One night she said, I'm going to die tonight.
Mary said that?
Yeah. And I said, oh. And she said, yeah, why don't you get me into the deathbed so I can die? And I said, are you sure? And she said, yeah, put me to bed, I'm going to die. So I said, okay, and I went to the other nurse that was working with me, and she said, oh, okay, well, let's put her inside this care room if that's what you want. So we did, and then I thought, well, she must be the next one. I had a feeling inside of me she must be the next one, because she was saying she was going to die, but there was no signs she was going to die. So I gave her another dose of insulin. She became palliative and she died. I think it's been a couple of days.
It's a rather frightening conclusion that she is not that exceptional, and that there are many other people with similar profiles. And what she did is understandable. It's not excusable, but what she did is understandable in terms of that kind of almost mercy-killing aspect for her.
The different times that I have caused people's deaths or caused them discomfort through the insulin, I believe it was the influence of that voice or whatever it was. It wasn't a voice in my head, it was a voice in here.
In my experience of working with violent men and women, those that choose to end the lives of the sick and the vulnerable in care homes and hospitals often do it because it allows them to play God, to decide who should live and who should die. There's rarely any sexual motive. It's merely the ultimate display of power to end a life when they choose. Had Elizabeth Wettlaufer not turned herself into the authorities, it's almost certain she would have continued to kill undetected for a long, long time. The trust patients place in those who care for them remains amongst the greatest acts of faith known. And so it's this betrayal that makes this one of our worst crimes.
This confession is fascinating also because most people within the medical profession who commit these sort of heinous crimes do not explain why they do it. They don't explain how they do it. It's almost as if they have a godlike persona about them and just believe they have the right to do it. But in the case of Elizabeth, she sat there and explained it all in intricate detail. You even get an insight into how her mind is working at the time. And this makes it all the more chilling.
Her confessions to the police, it is almost like she's confessing to God. It's almost as if she's gone to church and asked for forgiveness. That's the way she's talking to the police officer. And the police officer has done a remarkable job of working with her through that period of absolution, if you will.
If I think about serial killers falling into two distinct groups, the ones who are garrulous and talkative, but the vast majority of whom are silent and uncommunicative. Why does she want to talk as much about what she's done?
Because she wants to draw attention to herself. She wants the publicity. She wants the airtime. She wants you to listen to what she has to say. This is a very extensive interview that she gave. So she likes sort of the sound of her own voice. She likes to dominate proceedings. She likes to be able to share with others her thoughts and her views and her experiences. But that doesn't mean to say that in any way that what she's saying is actually the case.
It is said that most serial killers are psychopaths. And a psychopath has no conscience. In fact, where there should be a conscience, there's a black hole. And it is very difficult for the viewer or anybody else to understand what that means, what it means you have no empathy towards anybody else at all. It is almost impossible for the normal person in the street to understand how cold-blooded these people are. So when they start confessing to their crimes, they do so because it's a normal thing to do. It means nothing to them. They're not feeling any empathy towards their victims whatsoever. They will sit and talk to you about it as if they were just playing a game of bowls. It does not matter to them. It doesn't matter that they cause suffering and pain. If they cry, they're crying for themselves, their own predicament they're in. This nurse went through her confession in a calm, peaceful, logical way. And this is why she's quite interesting, because if she was a true-blooded psychopath who didn't care, why did she turn herself in? A psychopath, a serial killer, doesn't do that. He's got no conscience, he doesn't care. So maybe somewhere in this woman, although she killed these people with the thought of putting them out of their misery perhaps, or ending their days peacefully with no suffering, perhaps she's a bit of an enigma. Perhaps she's not a psychopath after all.
How did your emotions start to feel as it kept continuing?
I kept having a lot of guilt. A lot of guilt.
In another twist to the killer nurse's story, she would claim to be overwhelmed by guilt for her crimes, not an emotion commonly found in serial killers.
I felt horrible. I felt angry at myself. I felt like I had failed myself. I felt like God had failed me.
Did you continue to practice in the church?
I continued going to church, yes. I was trying very, very hard to get close to God, to make sure that this wasn't Him, and to just live my life, read the Bible, go to church, and not do that because I didn't want to do it anymore. So I tried very hard. I'm still using a little bit.
What's unusual with her was that there was a gap for about 2 years where she wasn't working with the elderly, so she didn't kill. And she didn't seem to have any driving motivation to kill during that period. And then when she went back to working with the elderly, she went back to killing.
In June 2017, Wettlaufer was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of 8 elderly patients. With no chance of parole for at least 25 years, Wettlaufer will be 76 years old when she gets out, the same age as some of the patients that she murdered.
There was always that red surging that I identified as God telling me, this is what, and this is how you work for me.
Do you pick up some psychosis in what we've heard? A disordered thinking? She talks about voices, for example, quite a lot.
Well, that would be the link. If there is any form of psychosis, would be the hearing of the voices, but that's not connected with personality disorder, and sometimes people get confused around that. So you can have personality disorder, you can have mental disorder, and you can have mental illnesses. So sort of hearing voices would fall more into the category of a mental illness than a personality disorder or a mental disorder.
The different times that I have caused people's deaths or caused them discomfort through the influence, I believe it was the influence of that voice or whatever it was. It wasn't a voice in my head, it was a voice in here.
Can we hold her responsible for what she did? Or do you think her responsibility is diminished as a consequence of the background that she has in terms of mental health?
Unless a psychiatrist makes a decision that she is not responsible for her actions, then she is responsible. So I would say in this situation that she hasn't been diagnosed by a psychiatrist as having a sort of a mental illness, and therefore she's responsible for her actions. She's also able to function as a nurse and carry out her actions as a nurse, whilst at the same time committing these offences. So to all extents and purposes, she seems to be functioning well, or at least not to the level to be put on a disciplinary charge for underperforming or for doing anything that she shouldn't be doing. So therefore I think you have to say that she is responsible for her actions.
I think she was a kind of marginalized, inadequate woman who was embittered probably by a life of relative failure and frustration. There was, again, that religious element to her, which I think introduced God into the equation critically. I think she was relatively stable. She had come to a point where probably that sense of power and control for someone who had had so little power and control in their life, and I would speculate again that she had experienced sequences of rejection, which left her with pretty low self-esteem. This would raise her self-esteem, that sense of having the power of life and death.
And one night it was like something snapped inside, and that red surge came back, and I thought, okay, you will die.
Elizabeth, Shipman, other members of the medical profession who became serial killers have the ultimate power in their hands. And because they work within the medical profession, they are able to make those split-second decisions in a way that other killers cannot. And they also believe they're going to get away with it because they believe that they have the right to do it in certain ways. And this was certainly the case with Elizabeth. These interviews offer an extraordinary insight into the mechanisms of how a member of the medical profession can murder with ease. And for that reason, they are unique and also extremely frightening to listen to.
I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17/84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag. No, I just slung her in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never got on with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
One of the greatest challenges facing any police detective comes when they have to interview a child suspected of murder. In today's episode, we hear not one confession by a minor, but two. Teenagers who had killed within a folie à deux, or the madness shared by two. Dubbed by the press as the Twilight Killers, both aged just 14 at the time, they plotted for days to cut the girl's mother and her sister's throat as they slept at the family home in Spalding in Lincolnshire. Recordings of police interviews with minors are usually restricted, but the police took the unusual move of making these public because of the cold and calculated nature of the crimes. The confessions reveal the depth of hatred the girl felt towards her mother and her sibling, and the techniques of neutralization she deployed to convince herself and her boyfriend to do her bidding. Who are these teenage killers? Kim Edwards and Lucas Markham. On April 15th, 2016, the residents of Lincolnshire heard the news that a violent series of murders had unfolded.
Police are appealing for help to determine what led to the deaths of a mother and daughter. Two children are accused of murdering 49-year-old Liz Edwards and 13-year-old Katie Edwards. Police want to hear from anyone who observed any comings or goings from a house in Spalding between Thursday and Friday when the bodies were discovered.
Detectives at Spalding Police Station awaited the arrival of two teenagers, Kim Edwards and Lucas Markham. Both were suspected of involvement in the murders, and they would be interviewed separately. As the tape recorders rolled, no amount of police training or work in the field could prepare those present for the ice-cold descriptions of murder that would be spoken by the children who sat before them. News of the arrest spread rapidly.
I think it made the headlines because it was so unusual. We find very few people under about the age of 17 committing murder, and for two 14-year-olds to be involved in a double murder is extremely rare.
All evidence pointed to Edwards and Markham being involved in the murders. The murder weapon was still in the house, and neither of them had made any effort to leave the scene of the crime. No sooner had 14-year-old Edwards sat down, she proceeded to tell detectives precisely how her mother's life had been ended.
He was on top of her, with a pillow over her head. Even though her voice box and all was
At this stage of the questioning, police were still trying to create a complete picture of what had happened. As Edwards gave her version of events, Markham was questioned by another detective to see if their stories matched up.
I went into her mum's room, stabbed her in the neck while she was asleep on her side, and smothered her face with a pillow. And after I knew she was gone, I went into Katie's room.
I suspect that the officers hearing the two confessions would have been flabbergasted, utterly overwhelmed by what they were hearing. I doubt they could believe their ears.
What came across quite clearly was their calmness. There was no attempt to really hide what they'd done, and in many ways they couldn't, because the evidence was literally there in the house. They were obviously the number one suspects.
This is very rare for two people so young to conspire to murder the family of one of them. We don't normally see this happening at such a young age.
As the twin confessions unfolded, police began to piece together the complex history between the young couple and Edwards' family.
Kim Edwards was the elder daughter of a school dinner lady, Elizabeth Edwards, who had a younger sister called Katie. She went to school in Spalding, in Lincolnshire, where she wasn't particularly happy. She felt that her mother favoured the younger daughter, Katie, over her, and that her mother effectively dissed her, as she would have said at school. It made her, or convinced her, that somehow her life was dreadful. There was nothing to live for, she was unhappy, and all she was a torment to her family, Elizabeth and Katie. And worse, that her mother, Elizabeth, thought that she would probably turn out like her dad, who had disappeared off the scene.
Just that, ever since, I was young, I've never got on with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me. And even though she said that she didn't, I knew that she was lying.
Kim felt that she was always second best, and that's what helped to create a very toxic relationship. Her mother had been violent to her when she was young and had reported herself to the social services, and Kim and her sister Katie had been in care for several months when they were very young. There'd been a long history of aggressive, both verbal and physical aggression in the family.
This kind of got much worse when Kim finally met somebody who was a kindred spirit, somebody who was particularly conduct disordered. Lucas Markham was a boy who was probably on the pathway to becoming a rather disruptive and antisocial adult. The two, as it were, found each other and became, if you like, a Bonnie and Clyde kind of couple, where it was them against the world, and more specifically, them against Kim's mother and sister.
As the relationship between the teenagers blossomed, so tensions at the Edward household heightened.
When Kim started going out with Lucas, who was not a character that her mother approved of, this created more problems, and it got the situation where her mother actually banned Lucas from the house. This, of course, actually just adds to the already toxic relationship.
But once a narrative of that much potency starts to develop and develops between two people and binds two people together, it just becomes stronger and stronger, to the extent, as we see here, where anything which threatens them in any way and threatens the viability of their story, they need to get rid of, they need to eradicate.
There was a considerable animosity between Elizabeth Edwards and her elder daughter, Kim. There was no doubt that they got on each other's nerves profoundly. There was no doubt that Kim felt that she had nothing to live for while her mother was there. She made an attempt to kill herself in early 2016 because she felt she had nothing to live for. She was disturbed.
In all my years as a criminologist, I've never heard a set of confessions to murder distilled with such a degree of simplicity or self-justification. One that suggests a staggeringly high level of psychopathy in the young perpetrators. I'm here with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks to see if he shares my opinion.
I went into her mum's room, stabbed her in the neck where she was asleep on her side, and smothered her face with a pillow.
Well, ever since I was young, I've never got on with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me. And even though she said that she didn't, I knew that she was lying.
Okay, Michael, that was Lucas Markham and Kim Edwards, the Twilight killers. And let's start with simply how young those people sounded on the tapes. And you worked in a youth treatment centre. I suppose, therefore, you're not shocked by the fact that these are young people doing this thing.
No, indeed, there were some young people there who had killed relatives.
And one of the things that strikes me about the difference between what we hear from Lucas Markham and then what we hear from Kim Edwards is that Lucas Markham seems very matter of fact. Everything is very instrumental. This is what I did. I then did this, and then that happened. For me, I got much more of Kim Edwards' psychology in this murder.
But for both interviews, there wasn't a sufficient motive for the killing.
And so do you think this is what we would call a folie à deux, a madness shared by two?
I wouldn't have said it was necessarily a madness. They knew what they were doing. What we haven't really found out is why.
So do you not buy some of the things that Kim Edwards is going to tell us, that she was doing this because her mother had always favoured her sister?
To me, that's an insufficient explanation. There's many sort of difficulties within families, between children and parents and between siblings. That doesn't mean to say then that they go on to kill. And certainly Markham was not a member of the family. So why did he become involved?
Now Markham was disruptive at school and was eventually thrown out. He had to go to another school, leaving Kim at the original. This deeply distressed Kim. She felt that somehow her life was coming to an end and that she had to do something about it. There was no doubt about their intoxication with one another, and particularly his intoxication for her. And steadily, the mother, Elizabeth Edwards, became more concerned. In fact, in the February 2016, she announced that the couple were like a time bomb waiting to go off. What she could not have known is that 7 weeks later, she would die at their hands.
The initial confession by Kim Edwards provided the backdrop to her motivation for plotting the crime. But as Edwards rested before being questioned again, her boyfriend, Lucas Markham, was about to reveal to the police the ease with which he would become a knife-wielding double murderer and his rationale behind committing the crime. He had entered fully into the madness of the world that Edwards had created.
By the spring of 2016, the relationship between Edwards and her mother was at breaking point. The Romeo and Juliet narrative they were creating for themselves was by now in full flight, with Markham desperate to offer his young lover a means of escape. And it wasn't just Kim's mother who was to suffer. So too would Kim's innocent sibling, Katie.
One fateful night, Markham said to Edwards, almost as a joke, "I'll kill your mother for you." He then realised that Kim didn't take it as a joke. She actually wanted him to kill her mother and agreed that she would kill her sister at the same time. They would be partners in crime, Bonnie and Clyde as they were later dubbed.
Once that seed was planted, rather than letting it just die, she and Lucas discussed it on a number of occasions. They even spent one night barricaded in her bedroom. So the situation was getting worse and worse and escalating till eventually you got a situation where she only could see an out was with killing her mother.
The fact that her mother, as it were, stood in the way of everything she wanted to do and be. This kind of evolved into a us against the world. They talked to each other, they plotted with each other, but they did not talk to anyone outside of that little duo, which meant that all of their thinking, planning, plotting, no matter how crazy, was never actually met with derision, humour, or alarm by other people, because it wasn't known to anyone else. It subsequently evolved into killing her mother and her sister because, needless to say, one would lead to the other.
Why? What was the reason for killing Katie?
Because she'd call the police.
Okay. That the only reason?
Pretty much.
The plan was essentially for Markham to wait until Elizabeth Edwards and Kim's sister Katie were asleep, to climb into the house, kill them in their beds. What he was asked to do was to knock on a bathroom window, and Kim would wake up and let him in. The first twice they tried this, she fell asleep and didn't wake up to hear him knocking. But undeterred, Lucas Markham returned. And on the night of April the 14th, she heard him knocking. Kim Edwards admits Markham to the house. she has procured a bag of 6 kitchen knives. Markham says to Edwards, "Are you sure you want me to do this?" And she says, "Yes, but I don't think I can kill my sister." Markham, depraved though this may sound, says, "Don't worry, I'll do it for you."
Having settled on a killing weapon, Markham ascended the stairs. In the master bedroom, he found Mrs. Edwards asleep. He proceeded to stab her in the neck and then suffocate her with a pillow. The killing frenzy ended with Mrs. Edwards being stabbed a further 8 times.
Edwards hears a lot of her mother's struggles, but doesn't intervene to say, "Oh, I've changed my mind," or stop, or nothing. Just keeps up with the plan.
With Mrs. Edwards dead in her bed, detectives tried to comprehend why Markham would then move on to killing her daughter Katie. His response stunned them.
Why? What was the reason for killing Katie?
Because she had called the police.
As her interview proceeded, Edwards was rapidly setting out her stall, making it clear that she was orchestrating every murderous act and did nothing to discourage the carnage that was unfolding. Her only concern was for the welfare of her boyfriend.
I went into the room to see what was going on because I heard noises and stuff. So I just wanted to check if he was okay.
We see her being concerned about whether, when he goes upstairs, whether he's all right. No consideration of what might be happening to her mother and sister. That they are so consumed by the narrative that they have built up together that's all that matters.
Lucas stabbed Kim's mother through the neck and then suffocated her with a pillow. This took a little while. He then stealthily moved into the sister's room and repeated this process with the sister, who was slightly more resistant. However, he succeeded in killing both.
Professor Michael Brooks and I have had many discussions about murder over the years, but this case, because of its uniqueness and complexity, polarizes our professional opinions.
Why? What was the reason for killing Katie?
Because she had called the police.
Okay. Is that the only reason?
Pretty much.
I went into the room to see what was going on because I heard noises and stuff. So I just wanted to check if he was okay.
And by Kim going in to check that Markham is doing the killing, that means she's literally witnessing her mother's murder, her mother's death.
And complicit in its arrangement.
And therefore, why do you think that Lucas Markham is the dominant? For me, she goes in to make sure Markham is carrying out what she wants to happen.
But why did he allow that to occur?
Love.
But we don't know that actually Kim necessarily wanted her mother to die.
She said that she does want her mother to die. She says that repeatedly in the confession.
Well, or is that justifying what then happened?
Markham in particular is covered in blood. So they decide that they'll take a bath together. Bear in mind, the house has 2 dead bodies in it, although Edwards has thought to cover up her sister with a blanket, not her mother. The two get into a bath together and she puts on her minion's pyjamas and Markham and she start to have tea cakes. They have a little midnight, early hours feast. They have sex And then they watched Twilight movies. They watched 3 of the Twilight movies. They have been called the Twilight Killers.
Bizarrely, they stayed in the house. Most people, when they commit a killing, try to separate themselves from the scene, both physically and psychologically. Here, we've got a situation where they did the complete opposite, and they spent 36 hours basically in the house while upstairs her mother and her sister were dead in their beds.
A lack of genuine remorse or display of empathy is not unusual amongst those who murder multiple victims. However, the degree of disengagement with which Edwards describes the crime and her motivations for doing it are highly unusual. And as her final confession reveals, most disturbing of all is her egocentric belief that she was actually doing her victims a favour by having them murdered.
As her boyfriend Markham killed her mother and sister, Edwards looked on with a sense of satisfaction. Listen to the flat affect in her voice as she describes the murders.
I thought I heard her say "get off me," but I'm not entirely sure. Then after about 10 minutes of Lucas putting his weight on her, she was dead.
He was quite clear, clinically clear, without a hint of remorse or tearfulness in any way. That kind of attitude is scary. This, in a child, was astoundingly stark and frightening.
The hardened detectives were astonished by Edward's ongoing confession.
I was okay with it. Just the fact that it happened so quickly, it gave me peace of mind because it wasn't torture or anything.
The original plan had been for them to commit suicide together the following afternoon at 2 o'clock, but somehow or other that slipped away. And so they watched the 4th Twilight movie together, and inevitably, Lucas Markham's mother, after all he'd disappeared from the house, had reported him missing.
Hello? Is anybody in there?
Eventually, on April 15th, 2016, the police break in at around midday. They say, "Where's your mother?" to Kim Edwards. "She's upstairs." What's she doing? "Well, you better go and look for yourself." The 2 uniformed officers then find Elizabeth and Katie Edwards stabbed to death in their beds.
And how do you feel about it on reflection now?
The same way.
What, relieved that it's done?
Yeah.
In many ways, they were honest because A, the evidence was clearly against them, and B, she actually thought she was doing the right thing. This is what comes across in the case. She doesn't feel that she was doing anything horrendous. The problem was her mother, and to dispose of her mother would solve her problems. And that suggests a very mature, very naive approach to life.
Feel happy about it?
To a point, yes.
What's that?
Yes, because my mum doesn't have to deal with me anymore. Being, suicidal, and she doesn't have to wake up worrying every morning to see if I'm still alive. And my sister doesn't have to go through all the heartbreak and all the emotions and stuff.
This justification, this rationalisation that what she did was okay, would seem so flimsy to your average person. But for this child, it was rationale enough to violently have her mother killed and her own sister killed.
With the first interviews over, police reflected on the information they had and whether after this golden hour of questioning they would be able to gain any further valuable information from the youngsters, always mindful of the challenges faced when interviewing children.
You've got to be very careful when you're interviewing children. One of the problems is suggestibility, and a lot of children, very young children, are very suggestible, so you have to be careful that you don't put words into their mouths. The other thing is you've got to be careful how you interview them, give them plenty of time to rest, not to put them under stress. They also should have a lawyer with them, and they should have an appropriate adult to look after their interests.
Children are always going to understand the confession situation differently from adults who typically going to be aware. I think from the children in particular, they're always going to carry with them the idea that somehow or another, if they just speak the truth, if they just confess, that somehow it's all going to be okay.
What really could have driven these teenagers with no known prior violent behaviour to commit such a horrific crime? It's a question I'm determined to put to Professor Michael Brooks. And it's Edward's explanation for the murders which troubles me the most.
You're happy about it?
To a point, yes.
What's that?
Yes, because my mum doesn't have to deal with being suicidal, and she doesn't have to wake up worrying every morning to see if I'm still alive. And my sister doesn't have to go through the heartbreak and all the emotions and stuff.
We shouldn't simply accept that she wants her mother dead because her mother has never liked her and has always favoured her younger sister.
I wouldn't accept that at face value, no.
And also the murder of the younger sister. It's almost like this is a family annihilation, but carried out by proxy. It's almost as if Kim Edwards has contracted a hitman, Markham, to obliterate those people who are closest to her.
But did Kim really know that her sister was going to be killed as well?
Do you doubt that?
Because I think that it's Markham who is much more likely to have been the dominant influence. I think he then decided to kill Katie rather than Kim. Why did Markham get involved? What was his reason? Even if Kim said she wanted her mother killed, for doing it. There's many times that children will make statements that they don't really mean. And it sounds to me from reading this that Kim is trying to put a justification around it, even though she was completely knew it was happening. Perhaps she didn't really want it to occur. But there was something around Markham that wanted to engage in killing someone.
Smothered her face with a pillow.
Lucas Markham projected the idea that he was basically completely besotted with Kim Edwards and was possibly ready to do almost anything that she wanted him to. In fact, when they started to make definite plans about killing her mother, that's when their relationship rekindled quite a lot.
What the criminologists and psychologists call folie à deux, the mixture of two people making the crime worse, or the act worse than it would be if committed by one of them alone, is rare enough. For it to be found in two teenagers is extremely rare, and even more so for the dominant force in the relationship not to be the man. A woman using a man in a folie à deux relationship to commit an act of murder or more than one murder. It's very, very rare indeed.
When played in court, the confessions of Edwards and Markham would lead to the jury totally rejecting Kim Edwards' defence that she had a psychological condition which would diminish her responsibility. The confessions led to an unpalatable but inevitable conclusion: hatred selfishness, and a twisted sense of love and loyalty turned these teenagers into murderers.
I'm sure you realise at this stage just how serious this is, don't you? You're a very young girl. This is very, very serious. To you and Lucas.
Where did you think up to kill your family, to do it via a knife, to stab them in the throat, to have a bath afterwards, to commit suicide afterwards? Where's all this come from? Where's all this? Have you seen something like it? Have you read something like it?
Really, I just like a general knowledge, really. Because the voice box, the stabbing in the throat, the bath because of the dog, so she wouldn't smell the blood and Lucas wouldn't smell blood. And committing suicide after. It's just most people who do commit murders try to commit suicide themselves.
Her confessions to the police are, to put it politely, calculated, cold. She shows no regret. She doesn't demonstrate any sense of remorse. She thinks, in fact, that she's been let off the hook. I'm rather pleased.
I don't know if you've got anything working that you have said that you might want to get cleared.
Most police interviewers work on the principle that you slowly, stage by stage, wear down the resistance of the person that you're actually interrogating. In the case of Kim Edwards, she seemed to get stronger. Rather than sort of beginning to grasp what she had done, to begin to see the enormity of what she had done, she began to harden stage by stage, possibly becoming more narcissistic and more arrogant that what she did was the right thing to do.
When the case went to court, the jury were unanimous in their decision, and the police relieved at the result.
What makes this case even more shocking is that these two were 14 years of age when they planned, committed these callous, senseless and unprovoked attacks on Elizabeth and Katie.
One of the problems is, in this case, is I think neither of them really were attached emotionally to what they've done. They kind of lacked any real affect in their relationship with the authorities and with the parents. We have examples of psychopathic tendencies where they show no guilt, no real depth of emotions, no real understanding of the consequences of their behaviour.
Markham is very much the blunt weapon that's executed the crime that she wanted. And the two are charged and convicted, the two youngest British killers, the first double murderers at 14.
So there was nothing that you'd seen, you'd read, or anything that gave you this sort of notion. Nobody had discussed it with you. All your own doing, just you and Lucas.
One interesting aspect of this killing couple is the idea that their story never changes. There was not one of them covering up for the other or any kind of bickering or trying to undermine the other person and they could take the blame and not me. There was none of this. There was nothing. It was like Blackpool Rock. It was the same story all the way through because that was the real reason that they did it.
It's quite unusual that they're being so open and direct in their confessions. The narrative here that's driving them is such a strong one. It's a kind of Romeo and Juliet story that's driving the two of them, that's binding the two of them together, and that they're supporting and feeding and building it up together. That actually they cease to see that what they're doing might not be right.
Because the voice box, the stabbing in the throat, the bath because of the dog, so she wouldn't smell the blood, and also because I don't like the smell of blood. And committing suicide after. It's just most people who do commit murders try to commit suicide themselves.
One of the things that interests both you and I is helping people change their behaviour. And with young people, I always think there is the possibility that they can change in their lives. What sort of work would we have to do with Markham and Edwards?
Well, I don't think we could do anything of significance until we found out what were the real reasons. Who was the dominant partner? I think it's Markham. Was he doing it as you mentioned about Kim wanting it to occur for love? Or did Markham carry it out for love?
Would you want them to be separate?
But I doubt that very much. In most instances in which there's a male and female relationship in which offences occur, it's usually the male that's a dominant partner. It's the male who's directing, and it's the female who is complicit within that and submissive within that, and who goes along with that and is drawn into the actions of the male.
These Twilight killers seem to me to be thoroughly reprehensible, and I still think that Kim Edwards is the dominant within that relationship. You wouldn't accept that at all?
I think it's highly unlikely.
On June the 8th, the reporting restrictions on the case were lifted. Such was the calculated nature of the murders, the unusual step was taken to name Markham and Edwards in the British press.
She would go on, I went into Katie's room, which is the same room as Kim's, and I thought I stabbed her, but I'm not 100% sure if it was like her or the mattress.
The fact that the police actually released the interviews with Markham and Edwards probably emanates from the fact that these interviews actually did impress the police so much that these individuals were so arrogant about having committed this crime that they probably thought that the public would have seen them as children and this was an exaggeration. So actually releasing these interviews did make it clear to the public and all just the nature of these two killers.
A life sentence now stretches out before Edwards and Markham. They will have time to reflect upon their crimes and hopefully work towards rehabilitation back into society when they reach adulthood.
I've dealt with a number of children who've committed murder, and they find it very difficult later on. She won't find it difficult at the moment, but in another 10 years' time, when she's had the maturity to look back and realise what she's done, then I think she's going to have problems. Matricide is unusual to say the least, and I think in 10, 15 years' time, it will hit her what she's really done. I understand that, like Henley and Brady, like a lot of relationships, while they were very intense while they were together, they've now split up, and they're actually having quite a vitriolic relationship with each other. And this is quite often the case, that having had that intense situation, they can't maintain it, and then they start blaming each other.
I went into her mum's room, stabbed her in the neck.
Most police, and in fact most people who have studied this case, are completely baffled by the children's attitude after the killing.
He stabbed her through the neck, I think, through that way, because she was on the side.
Maybe we are seeing a new generation of children who have a capacity to kill others and who are, if you like, more essentially narcissistic than previous generations in thinking that they were quite entitled to do so.
Well, ever since I was young, I've never gotten with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
To this day, it remains utterly incomprehensible that a half joke from a 14-year-old boy should be taken seriously by a 14-year-old girl who thinks that she can take her mother and sister's life to make herself feel better. It chills to the bone, still. Perhaps it's sad, but true. She convinced him that murder can be child's play. And play it was.
I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17 of '84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag. No, I just slung it in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never gotten with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
In the course of my work as a criminologist, I've written extensively about the history of British serial killing. One phenomena has been of particular interest to me: the killer who kills for thrills in order to achieve infamy, because it's their only way of living a life less ordinary. And this isn't just a postmodern phenomenon inspired by access to the internet and social media. To demonstrate this, in today's episode, we're going to compare two murderers and their confessions, which took place over 50 years apart. The first murderer takes us back to Glasgow in the west of Scotland in 1954, where for a 2-year period he terrorized the city, culminating in the murder of an entire family in their own home. And he would eventually be convicted of the murder of 7 people in total. He earned the name the Beast of Birkenshaw. He refused to confess to the police, but would eventually be caught out during a recorded conversation with a psychiatrist. This rare recording
has never been played on television before. The second self-styled serial killer went by the name the Crossbow Cannibal, and he began his killing cycle in 2009 in the red light district of Bradford. His police interview is characterized by him believing that he's in some sort of macabre chess game with his interrogators, the police, as his rather inferior opponents. They may have murdered a generation apart, but these men were driven by exactly the same desires: to make headlines, to satisfy their sense of self and their inflated egos. Who are they? Peter Manuel and Stephen Griffiths. In 1958, Peter Manuel was awaiting trial at Barlinnie Prison in Scotland. He was suspected of murdering as many as 8 people in a savage and psychotic killing cycle that had lasted almost 2 years. During his time behind bars, Manuel claimed that he was insane and therefore not to blame for the crimes. To test his mental state, one of the most preeminent psychiatrists of the day, Professor Ferguson Roger, agreed to meet Manuel in prison. Their conversation would be recorded. On first listening, it sounds like the disjointed ramblings of a madman. But does it disguise a sinister truth that requires repeated listening to and closer analysis?
I went down to this house on a Thursday, and I found this, and I set my eyes up, and I made the move it was making, and then I went out. Yes, and I took the car. I thought that was a good move. I said, I can't dump it. That looks as though somebody shot him and went away in the car.
The younger generation probably have to sort of relearn about Manuel, but certainly for my generation and for my parents' generation, you just had to say the name, Peter Manuel, and people were terrified. He was a bogeyman.
Manuel's attempts to try and convince anyone he was insane would ultimately prove to be futile. Found guilty of 7 murders, he was sentenced to death by hanging. But he had already achieved an infamy, one he had fought so violently for. Manuel would go down in history as the first British serial killer of the modern age.
Almost inevitably, according to the behavioural scientists, serial killers begin with petty crime, progress to crimes with a moderate amount of violence, go on to sexual assault and rape, and then escalate still further to murder, and often serial murder. Manuel, in many ways, was absolutely typical of that progression.
Not only was Peter Manuel actually someone who was one of the first people in the UK to carry that label, serial killer, when it was kind of invented, and he was also outstanding as a psychopath. On a scale of 40, which is what we kind of measure psychopathy on, he scored 40, which meant he had every characteristic of a psychopath.
Some 50 years after they were recorded, the Peter Manuel tapes demand close scrutiny. Listen to what he's saying again. Manuel's psychopathy is in full flight because amongst the veneer of garbled words, he's actually reliving the crime he committed, the annihilation of a family called the Smarts.
You can't stand at somebody's house, load a gun at it, shoot at it, do that in a quiet bedroom, and then go off to a farm without waking somebody up. And then you let this thing back very carefully, because if you just put the safety off it goes off, lift it carefully, then you can fire it.
One of the problems you often find with offenders is that they will try to show how clever they are and actually end up giving, like in this case, information that was not known to the public. So they would give information by explaining how something's done, and in the process, actually incriminate themselves.
It's akin to the way in which we know when somebody's lying or when somebody's telling the truth. We know in the details, it's in the details. Always it's the details that give people away one way or the other. And here, because he really did it and he really experienced it and he's reliving it now, we get the description of the details, and they're the kinds of details that you only know if you've actually been there and you've actually had the sensory experiences of having been there and experienced and actually carried out these murders.
And I made the move with me, and then I went out.
You never been to Markham?
Yes, and I took the car. I thought that was a good move.
He sounds glib. He sounds like a man who knows he's describing his own movements, but he's using a third party. He did this, he did that. It sounds as if he is trying to convince Professor Roger that for some unknown reason the real perpetrator has told him all these details. And I think in effect it sounds very unconvincing.
Even though they're giving out extreme detail that only the killer would know, as it were, they're not really confessing. They're just telling a story in that way in their own mind. That confession means nothing.
Professor Ferguson Roger would later say Manuel was amongst the most dangerous men he'd ever met. But where had this killer, unlike any seen in the UK before, come from? And what was so terrible about his crimes that would see him labelled the Beast of Birkinshaw?
Peter Manuel was a Scot who began life in the States and came over to Britain and resided finally in Scotland. He was somebody who was pretty explosive as a character. He was, if you like, a self-styled gangster. He was someone who would dress well, someone who would pick up the ladies, and someone who would turn to violence very, very quickly to get his own way.
I think he was 12 when he first got into Border. In fact, he was 16, and his 16th birthday he was sent to Borstal.
Professor Ferguson Roger had researched Manuel's case files before meeting him. The acts of juvenile delinquency recorded would escalate in adulthood to his first horrific murder.
His first murder was in January 1956. It was a girl called Aileen Nilsen. She was 17. She'd gone out to meet a soldier that she'd met at a New Year dance. Tradition in the west of Scotland, he didn't turn up. Then decided to walk home because she only had 4 pence in her purse. When he finally wrote down a confession to this, he claimed, in another psychopathic trait, I suppose, that she'd virtually invited her own murder because she's the one that didn't want him to leave. In fact, what had happened was she'd been chased across a field. The poor girl was terrified. She'd lost a shoe in the mud. He then hit her in the head and broke her skull into many, many pieces. He's committed murder out in the open.
Peter Manuel was somebody who was a classic psychopath. And as such, he had that kind of characteristic where he was fundamentally bored. He was bored with most normal things. He was not really interested in a normal life. He would do most things for excitement. He would create danger for himself for excitement. And ultimately, he would kill for excitement.
But killing an innocent young girl no longer held any thrill for Manuel. He'd become excited at the thought of killing an entire family. Something he achieved when he annihilated Mr. and Mrs. Smart and their young son Michael as they slept in their beds. Manuel has always denied all involvement in the massacre of the Smart family.
Yet during his conversation with Professor Thomas Ferguson Roger of Glasgow University, he was about to allow his own vanity to lead him into a trap set by the psychiatrist. He's going to reveal details of the crime that only the killer could have known.
In times of peace, it is very rare that someone would go into the home of someone else and annihilate the entire family. This is one thing that Manuel did. He, as it were, did not pause. He almost relished in the idea of killing parents, children. It was no different for him. He had absolutely no boundaries on his own behaviour.
Manuel goes, armed with a gun, to the home of Peter, Doris and Michael Smart, 45, 42 and 10. The boy is 10. Manuel not only kills them, but then proceeds to live in the house with the dead bodies for 6 days.
And perhaps further evidence of this trait that he had about staying at a crime scene. He was going back and forward to the house between the 1st and the 6th of January, and he was opening and shutting curtains. He fed the cat. He eventually stole the family car.
There is something about Manuel's confidence that is nothing if not chilling. It isn't until after Manuel leaves the Smarts' home, the bodies are discovered, that the Scottish police finally cotton on to the fact that they actually have a serial killer.
Manuel was arrested at the wheel of Mr. Smart's car. It wasn't long before the police began to connect him to a string of other murders. There was an abundance of forensic and physical evidence linking him to murder. But perhaps the most damning evidence of all came from his own mouth.
I think that the extent to which we see Peter Manuel reliving his crimes in this statement is actually quite unusual. That he's actually back in the moment. He's not just thinking about what he's done, he's actually back there. And that's actually quite unusual. And it gives me an insight into what actually drove him, which was a pure excitement of doing what he did.
His attempts to convince a psychiatrist he was insane would instead see him reveal details of the Smart murders that only the killer could have known.
I said, this man's reconstructed a crime. I said, he told me when I went into the house and I didn't recognise Peter because I shot him with an automatic pistol with that bang back quick. I said, he's got a Beretta, it's defective. I said, there's a homemade film in it. I said, the magazine, the springs are open.
The bang bang, click click refers to the murder weapon having a faulty barrel and the gun, a Beretta, being defective and needing to be reloaded down the barrel, not the chamber. The police knew this because they'd recovered the murder weapon. It was a faulty Beretta.
If there's any clearer example of the chill in Manuel's soul, it is when he tells the psychiatrist that he's about to kill the 10-year-old Michael Smart in his bed. And he has to reload the gun. Can you imagine what the child must have thought? To see a man standing over him, clearly intending to kill him.
What this fictitious third party has told him, he says that this chap had gone in to the house with a defective Beretta. Every third time it was fired, it misfired or it didn't fire. So when Manuel mentioned the Beretta's defect, he described it as bang, bang, click. And it does raise this spectre of this 10-year-old boy, you know, on the 1st of January, wondering what's going on. Why is this strange man in my room? What are these noises? And then having to wait until Manuel loaded the gun for the third time.
I said, the only way you can load it is put the safety catch in, pull back the carries, the rope carries, and it catches in the safety catch, and you've got to put a bullet up its spirit, and then you let this thing back very carefully, because you just put the safety off it goes off, lift it carefully, then you can fire it.
There's this presumption among psychopaths, narcissistic types, that they know better even than the police about their own job, and that they would educate them about how people would go about killing, even if it was kind of in the third person and not really talking about me, but this is how you would do it. They can't resist the idea of showing off and sometimes just drawing too much attention to themselves.
I said, this man's reconstructed a crime. I said, he told me I went into the house and I didn't recognise people because I shot him with an automatic pistol like that, bang, bang, quick. I said, he's got a Beretta, it's defective. I said, there's a homemade film in it. I said, the magazine, the springs are open.
One of the chilling things about the tape is we discover, because this is an entire family, he's going to kill the Smart family, a mother, a father, and a child. He kills the parents first. The gun jams. He has to reload the gun prior to shooting the little boy. That's incredibly sadistic, is it not?
So sadism is concerned with how much pain you inflict. But it was very instrumental, it's very purposeful. He knew that he wanted to eliminate the entire family, and that's what he achieved. The fact that the gun didn't fire the first time didn't deflect him from his objective to kill the parents and the child.
The fascinating thing for me, as somebody that was raised in Glasgow in the west of Scotland, is that you've got a small geographic area in which Peter Manuel is going to operate as a gangster, as a criminal, as a murderer. That small area means a number of things. He's going to be eventually caught pretty quickly, but do you think Manuel gains psychologically out of the discussion that's going on in the local communities, out of the publicity that's generated about what's happening at the time?
Again, it depends upon his motivation. Why did he decide to shoot this family? What was the purpose behind it?
And as a behaviourist, I know that you will argue in a particular way, but let me push you. Why does he decide that he wants to wipe out an entire family?
And for me, that's the key question.
And is that simply a consequence of escalation from his previous behaviours?
Not necessarily. We need to find out what the motives are. What's the rationale? What's the reasons? What's the purpose? What's the objective? Those are the things I think we need to establish.
But his purpose and objective is just to be famous.
Well, do we know that? Or is that just an assumption?
Peter Manuel's game of death ended with his own execution in 1958. For a man who sought the limelight, it was perhaps fitting that his final stage would hold a trap door that would open and send him to his death by hanging.
He was wakened at 6, and when you think about that statement, he was sleeping. I mean, he'd fallen asleep the night before. I think a lot of people wouldn't even have fallen asleep. But they woke him at 6, and he was given a glass of whiskey and a breakfast. Don't think that was just because it was Manuel, and that would appeal to his Jimmy Cagney view of life, take a whiskey and then face the rope. I think that was a tradition they had. It was kind of macabre, but that's what they did.
The third last Scotsman to be hanged before the abolition of the death penalty, and possibly the most notorious. For one thing that Manuel did manage to do was to chill the soul of the reporters who covered the case, of the lawyers who were present in court, because they felt they were somehow in the presence of someone who lacked any kind of heart or sympathy or soul, that he was just a machine, a killing machine.
Manuel's crimes are almost certain to have been studied 5 decades later by Stephen Griffiths. This PhD student in criminology was writing his own thesis on serial murder. But writing about the crimes of other serial killers wasn't what he really wanted. He wanted to be the subject, not the student.
In May 2010, Bradford PhD student Stephen Griffiths was taken into custody. Police had caught him literally red-handed, murdering a local sex worker in the corridor of his block of flats. With such incriminating evidence held against him, Griffiths sat down to be interviewed by detectives. He was determined to present himself as a master of murder for whom being caught on camera was all part of his plan.
Stephen, you further arrested with suspicion of murder of Susan Bloomer between Friday the 21st and today.
From the outset, Griffiths' modus operandi for his killings seemed to be very meticulously planned. He would, as it were, groom or at least befriend one of the prostitutes, get them back to his place. He would then dispose of them in his own mind, very cleanly, with a crossbow. In this, it was almost pre-planned that he was looking at the front page of the tabloids and visioning himself as some kind of crossbow killer.
I think it would be fair to say that Griffiths thought himself superior to the officers interviewing him. Whether he was is a matter of doubt, but it's certainly that he liked to present that. After all, I'm doing a PhD in criminology at the University of Bradford. I know far more about crime and criminology than you do, and I've got a degree in psychology, and so I'm not going to treat you as my equals. You are my audience. You are there to take down my words. You are there, you are my disciples, my pupils. You are there to be given my words of wisdom. What an absolutely outrageous, inflated view of himself.
And what sort of location have you put them in? If you can't tell us where, what sort of location have you put them?
I don't know. Where a robot, where a computer would put it. You know, a rational, emotionless aberration would put it.
I'm not sure that the reason why he's not revealing the location of one of the bodies is so much as a bargaining chip here. It's more for his own satisfaction, so that he can hold on to one last piece of, in a sense, his pride, his professional pride. It's his one piece of expertise that remains, the one piece of information that he holds on to, that separates him, that allows him to maintain the separation from everybody else. Otherwise, his behaviour, what he's done is no longer something special that he owns, that is his. It's just something that everybody knows about.
Why did you feel the need to kill her?
I don't know. I don't know if I was... So, just killed someone to kill yourself, or killed parties. I don't know. It's like deep issues inside me.
When we look at his behaviour with the police, he was very arrogant, very dismissive. He thought he was superior intelligent. Clearly he was intelligent, there's no question about that. But he treated people with kind of contempt. And again, the thing is, most police officers don't have that much experience of dealing with homicides, because in the UK we have a very low homicide rate. And again, most homicides are domestic or related to each other. Serial killing is quite rare. Most officers don't have experience. So therefore, the serial killer is in control right from the beginning. He knows, and it's nearly always a he, that he knows more than they do.
So why did you feel the need to kill any of the girls? Bun?
I don't know. Well, I'm misanthropic. I don't have much time for the human race.
There are a number of ways in which Stephen Griffiths is trying to justify what he's done by separating himself from the police and indeed from humanity. I don't have much time for the human race, as if he weren't part of it, as if what he's done is not part of the world. And this is a classic defence mechanism that comes out of the kind of arrogance and lack of general human feeling that has driven these crimes in the first place.
And what sort of location have you put them in? If you can't tell us where, what sort of location have you put them?
Where a robot, where a computer would put them. You know, a rational, emotionless aberration would put it.
I was struck by a number of things that Griffiths said in these interviews. I thought this idea of where would he put the bodies, where a robot would put the body, where a computer would put it. Yeah, you know, a rational, emotionless aberration. Is this him trying to play with the police? Is this him trying to show off to the police? Is he playing chess?
Or is that just reflective of who he is? That he's emotionless, that he functions as a robot, that he doesn't feel these things?
Well, then we've got this statement that he says, sometimes you kill someone to kill yourself. Can we accept that as a motive for why he would kill his victims?
I think we can give it some credence. If this seems to be, when undertaking a full analysis of the case, one of the dominant factors, one of the rationales for why he may have perpetrated the offences that he did. It's getting quite deep, and that may be sort of linked to some of his studies in terms of why do people commit offences, but what is it within him that he's wanting to kill?
Stephen Griffiths was born in 1968. Raised in Yorkshire, his early years were characterised by a fractious family upbringing.
His father left very early, and his mother seemed to struggle very much with actually making a living. His early life was a little bit of a struggle. He wasn't the most sociable of people. However, he did very well at school, and his educational abilities were pretty high.
At the age of 17, Griffiths is sentenced to 3 years for attacking a supermarket manager, a female supermarket manager. While he's in prison, he is analysed and in fact diagnosed as a schizoid psychopath. He confesses that he has or fears that he could become a serial killer. When he emerges from prison in 1991, he commits another crime. He holds a knife to the throat of another girl, but he doesn't go through with the killing. There's not a killing this time, but he's sentenced to another 2 years. I think throughout this period of his adolescence and his young adulthood, Griffiths was trying to become what he hoped he was but knew he wasn't. A man with whom people would fear, a man who could hold Bradford to ransom, could terrify the police, could hypnotise police forces across the country.
When we examine the career trajectory of Griffiths, it's fairly obvious that he had pre-planned much of what he carried out. I believe quite strongly that he planned from a very early stage not only to dabble in killing, but to become the most notorious designer serial killer that he could possibly construe.
We've heard two very different styles of confessions from two killers with a common goal: bloody notoriety, a desperate desire to stand out from the crowd and be noticed. But ultimately, their deadly achievements only amount to the tragic loss of life, ending with Peter Manuel being sent to the gallows and Griffiths sent to prison with no chance of ever receiving parole.
When Griffiths was questioned by the police, he wanted to impress them with his knowledge of forensics. This extended to his reason for burning one of his victims' bodies.
Well, to destroy DNA, but like I say, in such a reckless, crazy manner. I can't believe, mind you, I don't know, I think, like I say, caretaker perhaps had other things on his mind, but otherwise I can't believe, you know, with the smoke that must have been billowing out of the windows. Although I did keep them shut for a while as well, so that's why I got a lot of soot all over me, and eventually I got a breathing mask on. But,
So, how do you know that the fire destroys DNA?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I mean, that was something I always kept meaning to check up on the internet, but it was just an assumption that, well, certainly I think the principle I operated on was, well, it certainly isn't going to enhance the quality of the evidence.
Stephen Griffiths wants to present himself as a professional. That's his underlying narrative here. And I say this because of a number of the references he makes in his confession. He talks about wearing a breathing mask as if he were part of some kind of legitimate activity. When talking about why he set fire to the evidence, he talks about the principle that he followed, as if what he's doing is part of something, part of a science, part of some kind of professional activity again. And we see him even making references to having made decisions in the same way that a computer might have made decisions. The underlying narrative here is very much that of the professional.
We know he did a degree in psychology, and then later on he actually enrolled at university to do a PhD in homicides in the 19th century. Again, we know that he was fixated with homicidal interests. He had loads of books on it. He took the studies very seriously. What people didn't realise was that underneath all that was this man who was determined to be a killer. His choice of victims are interesting. He purposely chose prostitutes, and we know from the work on serial killers that prostitutes are extremely vulnerable by the way they work, the nature of their work. They're the ones that most serial killers target.
The red light area of Bradford was particularly seedy, and this actually was a big attractant to Griffiths. This was an area he kind of felt comfortable in, and it's an area where he wouldn't stand out too much. Griffiths very much aligned himself with prostitutes. He had them, as it were, as his friends. Although the prostitutes tended to exploit him, there's a bit of a numpty character that they could kind of manipulate, or they thought they could, to get money and to actually cheat him out of bits of drugs and things.
Griffiths' MO involved befriending sex workers and inviting them back to his flat for a party. But on entering his home, it was clear only one thing awaited the women: death.
It's almost certain that he dismembered her. He may have put her in dustbin bags and distributed around Yorkshire. He may have, as he bragged at one point, have eaten parts of her. Although I think that is yet again him trying to build himself up rather than the actual reality. By this time, the police had already begun to take an interest in Griffiths. A number of people had said he was slightly odd. The housing association flat he lived in, they improved the CCTV. to keep a closer watch on him. I suspect that Griffiths knew, at least to some extent, that there was a certain interest in him. And he killed again.
He was very astute about the risk of being detected, so obviously was going to use as many techniques as he could to avoid being detected from the early killings. And what was interesting was one of his girlfriends said that she'd been going out with him for quite a considerable time, they had a good relationship, and then she went back to his flat and found that the furniture and everything was covered in plastic.
His final victim was a woman called Susan Blamirez.
Final prostitute, Blamirez, as she escapes from the flat, they're outside.
He did somehow not remember that on the landing of his flats there was CCTV. And he realized as soon as he had crossed the line in actually chasing one of his victims, he'd exposed himself on CCTV, carrying out what was clearly not a pleasant activity.
He attacks her with the crossbow, shoots her with the crossbow, killing her, drags her body by the foot back into the flats, and holds the crossbow above his head, as if he's acting for the cameras. And I think he was acting for the cameras. I think he knew that to some extent this was probably going to be the last killing. There was no way that he could escape the fact that this is all being caught on CCTV. And I think he relished it. I think he thought, this is my signature. I will forever be known as the crossbow cannibal.
So, how do you know that fire destroys DNA?
Well, certainly I think the principle I operated on was, well, it certainly isn't going to enhance the quality of the evidence.
So Michael, Stephen Griffiths, the PhD student in criminology, we both supervise PhD students. Is this confession about him showing off his criminological knowledge?
I think it shows a lack of insight and awareness because he didn't research sufficiently, if at all, the impact of fire on DNA evidence. You'd have expected someone who was studying for a PhD, if they were going to carry out something that was very deliberate, to have researched the consequences of that action, and he never went onto the internet to find out about fire and DNA. I find that surprising.
My biggest surprise with Stephen Griffiths is that after he was arrested and convicted, it was discovered that he had been reviewing my books, and that made me think very carefully about the need to self-censor. You know, do these serial killers research in a way to become better killers? And I wonder what responsibility you and I have, people like you and I have, to be very careful about the kinds of information that we're prepared to put in the public domain.
Well, I think that is always a difficult area. Certainly, those who want to perpetrate serial murders may well read about it beforehand, others may not. It's the same as when crimes are reported on TV, certainly when there's ongoing investigations and the perpetrator hasn't been caught, and individuals are interviewed by reporters about who they think may have committed the offence and what are the features and the characteristics. All that can feed into a knowledge and awareness of how to avoid detection.
One of the things you find with serial killers is they do like to establish their record. They do like to establish what they've done, how they've done it, because there's almost kind of like a pecking order of serial killers. We think of Yorkshire Ripper, we think of Ian Brady, we think of Black. There's a pecking order in terms of serial killers, and the new guy on the block wants to establish his role.
Griffiths obviously wanted to create a myth of himself, a myth of how horrible he was and how monstrous and how depraved and all of the above, and would hint at what he might have done and how he might have done it. I might have eaten them, or I might have dismembered them, I might have distributed their bodies. I think it's flim-flam. I think it's no more than a magician in a fairground. I think he doesn't deserve to be taken seriously. I don't think much of what he said he did. I think in the end he is a man of straw, but for the fact that he killed 3 unfortunate women.
I'm Professor David Wilson. As a criminologist, I'm often asked, what's it like to interview a serial killer?
This is a tape-recorded interview. Date is 11/17/84.
In this new series, I'm going to take you on a journey into the dark heart of the police interrogation room. Using cutting-edge lip-sync technology, we'll bring to life the actual taped confessions of some of the world's most notorious murderers.
Put that pillowcase or whatever it was, like cushion cover over her head.
And bring you face to face with evil.
Put her into the sleeping bag. No, I just slung her in the corner.
And along with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks, I will analyse their interviews in unparalleled detail.
And while he was asleep, I put a noose around his neck. I throttled him with the noose, and he hardly struggled.
Like the police detectives who interviewed them, you'll experience firsthand their cold and calculating minds.
I've never got on with my mum. I knew that she favoured my sister more than me.
Their wicked words, now seen being spoken for the very first time, will never be forgotten.
The Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards.
In countries that still have the death penalty, a number of serial murderers will choose to confess to the police, only because they want to save their own skins. In today's episode, we examine the confessions of one such man who entered a plea bargain to avoid the executioner's chair. One of the most prolific serial killers in American history, he was charged with the murder of 49 women in a killing cycle that lasted from 1982 to 1998. Dubbed the Green River Killer, he dumped many of the bodies of his victims along the waterway that runs through Washington state. The confessions are particularly interesting for the techniques employed by the American interrogators. In the UK, detectives employ what's known as the PEACE model. It's an acronym: prepare and plan, engage and explain, account, close, evaluate. However, in the United States, they deploy what's known as the READ technique. This is very different from the PEACE model and is in effect an accusatory process. The investigator, in essence, tells the suspect that they know that he committed the crime. Often this can simply become good cop, bad cop. Observe closely in particular how King County Sheriff Dave Reichart, now an American congressman, seems to befriend the murderer and put him at ease as the good police officer would, only to then turn on him when he believes he's lying, becoming the quintessential bad cop. So who is the killer we get up close and personal with today in the police interview room? Gary Ridgway.
In 2001, Washington State Police arrested Gary Ridgway on suspicion of murder. Ridgway's DNA had been found on the body of a dead woman. Within hours, he'd be accused of many more murders. With death by execution awaiting him for his crimes, he decided to bargain for his life, offering revelations about the whereabouts of the bodies of many other victims, all of whom he had buried along the Green River in Washington State. King County Sheriff Dave Reichart had long pursued the murderer. And now the killer and the cop were about to face off in an extraordinary interview.
Morning. Morning. You know, why don't we take his chains off for a minute? Gary and I are just going to have a visit for a couple minutes, sir. Got you chained up pretty good there, don't they? Yes, you do. Must be concerned about whether or not you're thinking about running off, huh? You wouldn't do that, would you? No.
Gary Ridgway, in many ways, was a very normal man, a very ordinary man. He worked in a body shop for some 30 years. And nothing unusual about him, very ordinary, down-to-earth chap. Except he liked killing.
Question might be asked is, why is this church-going, on the face of it, religious man, and family and friendly and neighbourly, how is he killing prostitutes? Why is he treating them like dirt? Why is he abusing their corpses in such a terrible way? I believe that behind the mask was a monster. Outside, I think he probably was. He believed he was a church-going man, but he had this beast inside him that surfaced every now and then to kill. I think he killed because he enjoyed it. He enjoyed treating these women like trash and dumping their body like so much garbage once he'd used them and abused them. To fully understand Ridgway, it would be a good exercise to close your eyes and listen to his voice. Listen to how normal he is. Can you sense a beast in that voice? Because that is the man that could have been living next door to you.
And I choked her to death. Then I took my socks off and got them in a knot and tied them around her neck and tied them as tight as I could. And so she raised her head up, and that's when I put my arm around her, my right arm, and started choking her. But I thought I was doing you guys a favor. Killing prostitutes here, you guys can't control them, but I can.
In the confession itself, he actually steps up and tries to present himself in a much more matey, heroic type of role. We see him offering to be helpful to the police. We see Gary Ridgway trying to position himself as one of the good guys, as a hero. You guys can't control these prostitutes, but I can. Which suggests to me we're not dealing with somebody who is psychopathic in the traditional sense, but rather somebody who has learnt these very disruptive behaviour patterns, these very disruptive relationship patterns from his early days.
He's one of a long line of killers, a God-fearing character who seemed to believe that by killing prostitutes, he was ridding this world of evil people. He created the perfect recipe for serial murder by picking victims who were prostitutes, who a lot of people didn't really care about, and some might not even be noticed that they'd gone missing. So that gave him a safe environment in which to kill. And we mustn't forget, he killed dozens and dozens of people.
He was successful for many years, killing women, and what he did was literally leave them by the river, hence the Green River Killer as he was known. Rivers are very good places to dispose of bodies because they rot quite quickly. They have the water washing all the forensic evidence away. We found that when the police did start finding the bodies, that they were decomposed, which made it very difficult for the police to even identify many of the victims for some time. He did that because he knew enough about crime to know the best way to avoid detection. What he did was just very methodically kill and dispose. Most people, if they kill, they don't think about disposal. He clearly disposed on the river where he was comfortable. Killers like to work where they're comfortable.
He didn't strike as being particularly intelligent, but he had a kind of cunning, manipulative capacity in him as well. That certainly was an aspect of that. The flat affect, the absence of any emotion, any sign of contrition that I saw when I looked at one of the tapes of the confession was striking and frightening.
And I choked her.
From the moment Ridgway sat down to be interviewed, it was clear he wanted himself to be perceived as a man who was on a self-ordained mission to rid the streets of sex workers. However, I believe his motivations are far more sadistic, and I'm here with forensic psychologist Professor Michael Brooks to explore what drove Ridgway.
And so she raised her head up, and that's when I put my arm around her, my right arm, and started choking her. But I thought I was doing you guys a favor. Killing prostitutes here, you guys can't control them, but I can.
So Michael, Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer.
A substantial serial killer who's now claiming 70 to 80. That's highly significant.
And I, as a criminologist, would call him a mission serial killer, because what about this line that he says to Dave Reichart, the interviewer? He says, "I thought I was doing you guys a favor. You can't control them, but I can." He's on some kind of self-appointed mission to rid the streets of sex workers.
It's certainly a purposeful killing for a reason. So mission would be one good way of describing it, wanting to erase from the US, from the state, sex workers.
A key to Ridgway's success as a serial killer was his banality and ability to integrate killing into his everyday life.
Many serial killers live alone with their mothers. They're often the peculiar person. They have quirky habits. Gary Ridgway had a family. He looked on the surface like someone that basically no one would point the finger at as being a serial killer.
his life is the American dream gone wrong, but it's also a Jekyll and Hyde existence. It's maintaining a happy family life, a nice home, a nice car, an environment that appears to be all American. And yet, at the same time, there's this twisted, dark side to him that brought him to this place where he felt it was totally okay to go out and kill innocent women.
He's a Jekyll and Hyde character. Behind the mask of normality is a monster. A sick, sadistic killer that not only his own family wouldn't have known about it. He's that cunning and crafty. So he can go to church or barbecue on a Sunday afternoon and then make an excuse to go out for an hour and kill and come home as if nothing had happened at all.
And even his own family would be used to help create the perfect cover for his crimes.
My son was there and I killed her. I'm real sure my son didn't see it.
Gary Ridgway is suspected of having killed many more victims, and the true figure may never be known. His almost robotic recitation of his crimes reveals that he was process-focused, enjoying the time that he had with his victims to determine when they would die. The appalling self-justification he has for murdering innocent women is also a chilling reminder that even when serial killers confess, they remain proud of their crimes and determined to take some of their secrets with them to the grave.
Perhaps the most disturbing fact of all about Ridgway was that he wasn't just content with killing his victims, he also wanted to violate them, even in death. This was a chilling fact that serial killer Ted Bundy would alert detectives to many years earlier when they turned to him for advice on how to trap the Green River Killer.
Well, first of all, he's trying to dispose of the bodies where they won't be found. This guy doesn't want to get caught. I think it's clear that over time you can see him, at least it would appear, that over time he's trying to improve his dump sites. He's trying to get better at disposing of his bodies.
Bundy was killing in the same area, the Pacific Northwest. He had enough knowledge about the areas to give advice, and he actually did give sensible advice because he knew the kind of framework that Gary Ridgway was working in. It takes one to know one almost, and he was very good at doing that.
An offender who will have sex with a dead body is typically these are offenders who are much more mentally disturbed than I actually think Gary Ridgway is. So it's quite unusual for us to find this behaviour in this kind of individual. Because for me, Gary Ridgway isn't profoundly psychopathic. Gary Ridgway is simply somebody who has learned a very exploitative pattern of interpersonal relationships. So the going back to visit the dead bodies, I find quite surprising.
During his police interviews, Ridgway would claim that his morbid and twisted fascination with sex and death could be traced back to the relationship he had had with his mother, whom he claimed had domineered and belittled him.
She was the big problem I had. I mean, Dad wasn't around that much. He was working all the time, and she was the one that was in control, and she was constantly trying to get me to do better in school, and I just couldn't do better. I wanted to have her stop, and the only way was to kill her, to hurt her bad. Angry at her for pushing on me to remember, and I just couldn't remember, and I just wanted her to stop.
It's almost a cliche, the way in which he refers back to his relationship with his mother to try and justify what he's done. But it's a cliche for a reason. It's a very important initial relationship for a man, for a boy, for a man. And clearly there was something very wrong in the relationship Gary Ridgway had with his mother, a very distorted relationship that has produced the murderer that he became.
In my head, I don't know what I would do. I just wanted her to stop. One time there, they were going to put me in a special school. I didn't want that. My dad and my mom were arguing about it all the time. And it was for retarded people, and I wasn't retarded, I don't think. So I was mad at them for wanting to put me away from other kids. And wanting to hurt her. And hurt her bad.
Clearly he hated his mother for whatever reason, whether she rejected him, whether she was too controlling of him, things like that. He doesn't actually explain why he hated his mother, but clearly he hated his mother. And has that behaviour then been projected onto all women? And again, prostitutes are seen very much as fallen women, as women of disrespect. Is he projecting his disrespect of his mother onto prostitutes? Strangulation is very much about control. It's a very personalised way of killing somebody. You really do have their life in your hands, and that's both enjoyable and frightening.
Ridgway was now trying to take control of the interviews and explain his evolution as a serial killer. Something he claimed could be traced back to his earliest acts of juvenile delinquency.
During that thing, I usually took it out on other things instead of hurting her. Living things, killing animals. I stabbed a kid one time. Stabbed a kid with a knife. It was down by Chinook, where I used to go to school. And boy was playing. I stabbed him in the side. And didn't kill him, and I think it must have been about 6th grade, or I think it was 7th grade, and that was at the same time I was breaking out windows, throwing rocks at windows. But that's what I took my aggression on. I couldn't take it on my mom. I had to take it on my animals, and I killed a lot of birds, but one cat suffocated it in a ice chest, and shot babies at dogs to hurt them, and threw rocks at my brother about that time. I think I was getting out of that, though.
It's a kind of element of a learning curve of trial and error in terms of being able to vent that dysfunctional, unresolved conflict in him, that anger, that frustration, that inadequacy on the relatively innocent victims as he progresses through this kind of hierarchy of victim. He can't satisfy his sexual frustration on them, but he can satisfy that need to dominate, control, and destroy. And I think that's a real drive with him, that need to destroy.
Yet perhaps the turning point for Ridgway came when his hatred for his mother began to manifest itself as a sexual desire for her.
I'd see her out sunbathing, and I feel that she, she'd be good to have sex with, but she's my mother, and I never. She's the only woman in my life, other than neighborhood girls, but so she, I get fantasies of having sex with her, and wanting to, but being restricted on that part.
He reports, and we don't know if it's true or not, but he reports kind of a sexualized relationship with his mother, which he found both appealing and at the same time revolted by it. He doesn't quite understand the sexuality of what's going on, but he knows that he doesn't really understand it and doesn't really like it, and it makes him uncomfortable. And in some ways, that probably scarred him for the rest of his life.
She was there sunbathing and tan, and it was a something that really intrigued me. She didn't even know I was there. No, I stared and looked out all the time, gliding together in my head when she was just laying down there. She was more of a sex object than a mother, and I loved the part of her being a sex object, but I didn't like the part of her being a mother.
For a son to be talking about his mother sunbathing and to be talking about his mother as a sexual object is clearly not a healthy sign. So his inability to see his mother in any other terms was a precedent for the way he then went on to view all women as some kind of as objects there and available for his gratification solely.
As Ridgway's urge to kill increased, he incorporated it seamlessly into the fabric of his everyday life.
This guy was able to factor in his appetite for murder and combine it with his everyday life as a so-called responsible father, to the degree that he even picked his son up from school, went and found a victim, left the car, killed the victim, and came back and drove off with his son still in the back of the car.
And I picked up a woman on back highway, and Matthew was next to me in the seat, and she hopped in, and I took her over to in the south airport area, and took her into an area, and my son was there, and I killed her. I'm real sure my son didn't see it, but that only happened one time.
A great deal of confidence on his part that he can actually get, or maybe a very strong drive, and probably it's a bit of both. He has a drive to kill, he's got the confidence to kill and come straight back. It also gives him quite a good alibi. He's got the car, he's got his son in the car, he's taking his son for a drive, he's out for a few minutes, he doesn't have to account for that time.
Let's say she's always in the car, we're driving down the road, and she wants to see my ID. So I whipped out my ID, I put my finger over my driver's license to hide my name. Opposite side was pictures. And a picture of my son. See my son, and they would know I was probably a normal person.
A sad, appalling aspect of a psychopath's capacity to use and manipulate even those that most of us would find we most need to protect and nurture.
Gary Ridgway uses his son as bait to entice women and to then subsequently murder them. And in fact, there are examples where he murders the women in the presence of his son. All he's doing here is playing out the relationship he had with his mother. It's a really very clear example of the repetition of relationships through the generations that we're seeing here, I think. To be using his son as part of what he's doing just speaks to me of the depth of his emotional unhealthiness.
Took her into an area and my son was there and I killed her. I'm real sure my son didn't see it, but that only happened one time.
He even reveals that on one occasion he brings his son home from some kind of game and his son is in the truck and he leaves his son in the truck and goes and kills someone. Now, is that to provide a perfect alibi? Does it give him greater thrill knowing that his son is there? What's going on there in your view?
Well, not necessarily. So he's on a mission. He knows what he wants to do. I would speculate that this is planned. He knew that that person would be there and took advantage of the situation to eliminate her.
It was part of the fabric of his life. He got into a habit. He got into a habit that was deadly, obviously, for his victims. And I don't think towards the end of his reign, if you want to call it that, he gave it much thought. It was like an addiction. You know, it was like instead of going to the bar and having a bottle of beer, he'd go out and find a woman to murder.
After 3 days of questioning by Reichardt, Ridgway eventually confessed and then agreed to take the police on a field trip to the gravesites of 3 of his victims. However, there are dangers in all of this. Many killers get huge satisfaction from doing this kind of crooks tour, amongst them Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, who led police across Saddleworth Moor. The killers believe it gives them power over the authorities, and they gain a sick satisfaction from visiting the sites of what they consider to be their greatest achievement, but which the police have been unable to uncover.
Ridgway was arrested by police at his workplace and was initially uncooperative until Ridgway realised he was facing the death penalty and so started to talk to the police.
I agreed to plead guilty to the counts that I committed, not any others.
Serial killers know when they're caught because the evidence is so clear-cut. Once the evidence is clear-cut, then most of them will end up omitting some of it, but they don't tell you about the ones you don't know. And they keep those because that gives them still a sense of power and control, and that's what it's all about. And that's the game.
He was able, through the kind of reluctant negotiation process with them, because he had information they needed, to use that to prolong that process whereby he was the center of attention, and that fueled that need in him to feel special, to feel something more than he was, which was an inadequate, banal nobody.
Ridgway would take the police to the locations where some of his victims were buried. But when confronted by the reality of his crimes, Ridgway would try to play the facts down to make him seem less inhuman.
And then I got to thinking the families would like to know where their daughters are buried and how they died.
It all sounds so normal, so ordinary. It doesn't sound like the voice of a monster, but it's the banality of evil. And it's probably more scary and more terrifying and more cold-blooded to listen to him talking in these terms than if he talked to them in a more emotional state. And then we have Ridgway's ability to perform the role of a multiple serial killer. Because once he's made his confessions, he's then taken down to the scene of his many crimes with a big group of police officers, forensic experts, judges, everyone. They come down with him and he's there. He's at the center of all this and he's loving every minute of it. He's got the fame that perhaps he'd always wanted to have, even though it's for the most twisted reason.
During one of the trips, Ridgway revealed the remains of several victims. But he had buried many more dead women along the riverbanks and either couldn't or wouldn't reveal where they were.
This kind of outing is not uncommon among serial killers. It is, if you like, a way of them getting out of the cells, getting away from that confinement, and giving them almost a sense of purpose and power in leading the inquiry. There you have many, many officers, serious crime officers, who are being led by a serial killer to wherever that person thinks he may want to take them.
And so that means you and I have stood in some of the same places.
I think we stood in every place.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
That's pretty coincidental, I guess you would call it. You know, because you were on one side and I was on their side.
Yeah.
And where I killed him, you were the one who recovered.
Yeah. I've been working on this case a long time.
So you have caused a little bit of gray hairs.
Do you think so?
And then I got to thinking the families would like to know where their daughters are buried and how they died.
And what about the field trip, Michael? How big a danger is it to allow a serial killer that's as controlled and organized as Ridgway to take him back, as it were, to show the police where he may have disposed of other bodies?
Well, this is always a difficult one, isn't it? Because the families would like to know where their missing children or missing relatives are so that they can give them a proper burial and a decent funeral and a proper farewell. So you've got trying to meet the needs of the victims' families on the one hand, and against the publicity and the control that you're then giving to the offender, and that he's dominating those proceedings. So how many bodies are actually found when you take an offender to search for a missing relative?
There's another twist to this, because when he is down on those riverbanks with these big crowds of policemen and forensic experts examining the sites where these poor women had been murdered, evidence emerges that he had necrophiliac relationships with the bodies after they were killed and even revisited these crime scenes on a number of occasions. He denied this categorically. It was almost as if it was a step too far. Within his twisted world, it was fine for him to murder and rape and create the most awful fear and trepidation in huge communities through these actions. But to then be accused of being the ultimate sick and twisted killer who came back to his victims to have sex with the bodies was just a step too far for even him to admit.
Gary Ridgway was a coward and a bully and a sexual sadist, but when faced with losing his own life, all he could do was tell the truth. That would save his skin.
With Ridgway heading for a life behind bars, Sheriff David Reichardt confronts the killer in one final showdown. What follows is a masterclass in many aspects of the Reed technique, with Reichardt dominating Ridgway, refusing to accept his lies and condemning him as a serial murderer long before he even appeared in court.
What would you like for lunch?
Just a Big Mac and fries.
It's certainly an impressive in the sense that it is a very gentle, guided interaction. It's not an inquisitional interview at all. In fact, it's a kind of reassuring, on your terms, which obviously connects with that kind of ego need that he had.
Sheriff Dave Reichart was a highly experienced investigator who had worked through every detail of the case. Now that the killer was before him, he was about to use all the skills in his arsenal to extract as much information from Ridgway as he could. And this would see him shifting between playing the good cop and the bad cop.
You and I can be enemies or we can be buddies. That's your choice. If you want to keep lying to me, we can be enemies. What are you going to do?
You're not holding anything back.
Oh, I think you are. I think you are. You know,
I'm not holding anything back. And, you know, we got those small things that not.
Can you really look me in the eye and tell me that you're not holding something back?
I haven't been, you know, I've been thinking about.
You're waiting.
You know,
your eyes are going back and forth.
Well, I've been trying to.
Look me in the eye and say, Sheriff, I'm not lying to you.
I'm not lying to you.
Yes, you are.
No.
You're Gary. You're lying. You're a serial killer. That's what serial killers do.
Some interest with Ridgway's case is the fact that at some point during the Green River killing investigations, he was actually pulled in and questioned, and he was given a polygraph test, which he passed with flying colours. This happens quite a lot with serial killers because they do not have a conscience. The fact that they've been asked awkward questions, it doesn't even raise their blood pressure one bit. Their heartbeats don't move. They don't even sweat like anybody else would when they're lying on a machine.
You and I can be enemies or we can be buddies. That's your choice. If you want to keep lying to me, we can be enemies. What are you going to do?
I'm not lying to you.
Yes, you are. You're a serial killer. That's what serial killers do.
One of the things that we do in this country is that we have the police are trained in a particular way to interview, and it's called the peace model. And what we hear Dave Reichart describing are the Reed techniques. And I'm not so certain that the Reed technique was particularly successful there.
No, because he didn't build up a sufficient relationship, or at least Gary Ridgway didn't allow him to actually begin to fully explain everything that he'd done.
And at the heart of building up that relationship is this need to build rapport. Could somebody like Ridgway ever allow himself to be able to be convinced by a police officer or indeed a forensic psychologist to establish a relationship where there is rapport?
My view would be that such an individual always wants to be in control, so they will always seek to give a little information if that's what they want to, but they'll always want to hold something back.
And in fact, we should be surprised that somebody as controlling as Ridgway was prepared to speak at all. So all credit to Reichart for getting the information that he got.
But this could all be part of the game that Gary Ridgway was playing. I will give you a little bit and leave you wanting more.
So if you had Gary Ridgway here now in front of you, what would be your strategy for interviewing him?
I don't think I'd want to engage too much in an interview with him unless he wanted to talk. So I'd simply ask him, what is it that you want to share with us? Because otherwise you're then getting into his game.
On December 18, 2003, Ridgway was sentenced to 48 life sentences with no possibility of parole. His plea bargain had spared him from being executed. He's believed to have murdered close to 100 women. Many of their bodies still lie in unmarked graves along the Green River.
The fact that he confessed in order to get a plea bargain is absolutely typical of this kind of individual. What he's learned from a very young age is that the world is there, that other people are there simply for him to abuse, exploit, coerce. That's what his relationships are all about.
Here is a man who I think was consciously attempting to make himself special in the gratification of his need for sex, this obsessional need for sex. There are many people who have an obsessional need for sex, but he also had the inadequacy and the flat affect and the lack of a conscience, which allowed him to also experience that kind of power and control element that is an essential part of that equation.
Being a nobody in his real life and having this other half of him, which is now becoming somebody, he is now become known as the Green River Killer that the police have been hunting for years and years. Here they've got him. He is the Green River Killer. And yet the circus around him is getting bigger and bigger, and as that gets bigger and bigger, he becomes smaller and smaller, to the point where he is convicted and sentenced to multiple life prison sentences, and now Mr. So What is reduced to a short prison number on a prison wing in one of the toughest penitentiaries in the United States. He is now a Mr. Nobody again.